Chapter 8:11. Ruthless abandon. Xing Fei's expression quickly shifted. He glared at the Marquis and harshly shouted, "Bastard, what did you do? Tell me now or I'll show no mercy." Second brother, the Marquis was lost by this sudden development. He was confused as to why his second brother, who was supposed to be his backing, was suddenly reprimanding him. He weakly responded, "Brother, didn't you tell me, bastard?" Xing Fei interrupted him and, with a murderous glare, cried out, "You dared to use my name to commit all sorts of evil trickeries? Such heresy must be punished." "Second brother, it wasn't my idea." Xing Fei's sudden change in attitude left the Marquis confused. He couldn't react in time and was quivering in fear. "Unrepenting animal. You still try to defend your actions? What's the point of keeping an animal like you?" Xing Fei shouted and reached his hand out towards the Marquis. "No, second brother, you can't kill me," the aghast Marquis cried out, but it was too late. With a snapping sound, his neck was snapped by Xing Fei's grip. His corpse dropped to the ground like a pile of mud. His eyes were still wide open since he didn't even realize where he went wrong. Not even in his dreams would he have expected for his second brother to kill him. None of the leaders here said anything. All of them were sly foxes and naturally understood why Xing Fei suddenly killed the Marquis. This turned their hearts cold. This Xing Fei turned out to be a very cruel person. Even Tai Lan was stunned. She wanted to say something but managed to hold it in. She was a general and was accustomed to seeing death, but she was quite displeased with such a method. Li Qia, on the other hand, only watched this scene with a cold glare. How could he not know what Xing Fei was trying to do? After killing the Marquis, Xing Fei acted as if nothing had happened. He cupped his hands and bowed towards Li Qia. "Brotherly, it is a shame that our ravine had such a traitor. He actually committed a crime by using my name, so I killed him in place of our sect. I do apologize, brotherly." Li Qia was too used to this sort of thing and he didn't care about revealing this little play. "It is best that you don't have any ideas about the Tai clan." Li Qia glanced at him first, then his gaze swept over the leaders present. "Seeing as how all the royal lords and sect masters in this region are here, I'll be making an announcement. From today on, the Tai clan will be under my protection. Anyone who touches the Tai clan will be provoking me, Li Qia." Tai Lan had no response to this declaration. She simply stood there emotionlessly. "Of course not, of course not." Xing Fei immediately echoed, "Cultivators like us are heroes of justice, helpers of the weak. The current Tai clan only consists of mortals, so who would make it difficult for them? If anyone dares, our ravine will be the first to disagree." "Yes, of course." All the other sect masters voiced their agreement. Even the two leaders of the top two sects nodded their heads. That would be for the best. Li Qia naturally did not believe this type of rhetoric. Of course, he didn't care either. His eyes narrowed as he said, "If anyone feels that they have the ability to provoke my authority, then do so. I am ready to wash the world with blood, but I'm not so sure if my enemies are as prepared." Having said that, Li Qia was too lazy to give them a second look. He turned around and left. The turtle and the cold-as-ice Tai Lan quickly followed him. The leaders could only watch Li Qia leave. Although they were annoyed at him, it couldn't be helped. They simply didn't want to offend a brute that could fight against even the alchemy kingdom. Eventually, the party ended with a negative atmosphere. Su Mingchen was powerless and couldn't do anything. He could only pray for nothing else to happen and for Li Qia to leave his country as soon as possible. This unlucky omen staying even a single day longer at his country meant another day of peril. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say that to Li Qia's face, so he could only silently pray. "Return to the sect immediately and bring this letter to my master. Be sure to personally see him." After returning to his residence, Xing Fei immediately sent his most trusted confidant back to the ravine. He must bring the news of Li Qia's arrival at the Oxherder country to the elders. The blood feud between them was irreconcilable. Due to this, he wanted to prolong Li Qia's stay in this country. He would wait until the army of the ravine arrives. Then, Li Chia would simply be a fish on the chopping block. After sending away his confidant, Xing Fei gritted his teeth and declared with a cold expression, "Li Chia. Today, I pretended to be pitiful in front of you. I will repay this humiliation doubly." He was a royal lord and the second brother of the ravine. Until now, others only dared to flatter him due to his untouchable status. But today, he had to act humble in front of Li Chia. Of course, it was just an expedient measure despite being so shameful. When Xing Fei was seething in his hatred and wondering how to kill Li Chia, another attendant came in and reported, "Your Majesty, the Stony Edge Kingdom's Cloud-Soaring Venerable is here to see you." Cloud-Soaring Venerable? Quick, invite him in. Xing Fei immediately gave the command. The main descendant of the ravine, the Golden Crow Prince, had a good relationship with Yi Qingqing. At the same time, the Venerable was Yi Qingqing's #1 strategist and was highly regarded by him, so Xing Fei didn't dare the slightest discourtesy in his reception. "Brother Xing Fei, I didn't expect to see you here." A while later, the cloud-soaring Venerable walked in. Xing Fei personally greeted him and asked him to sit down before smiling. "What brings you here, Venerable?" Despite his powerful position, he was far weaker than the Golden Crow Prince in both status and strength. A character like Chao Guiyao would dare to act arrogantly before the Venerable, but not him. After sitting down, the Venerable cheerfully smiled and asked, "Is there something on your mind?" Xing Fei slightly shook his head in response. "Nothing, there is no need for you to worry. I only came to this place to relax a bit." "No worries here. Brother Xing Fei, you must not consider me as a friend to say something like that." The friendly Venerable could call anyone brother. "Although I am weak, I can still do a decent job of strategizing. If some recent events are going awry, tell me and I shall try my best to assist you." Xing Fei had been suppressing his anger, so he was a bit tempted after hearing this. Moreover, the Venerable was a famous strategist that even Yi Qingqing relied on. Who else but that bastard Li Chia? He's ruining all of my plans. Xing Fei gritted his teeth and explained the circumstances. The Venerable pondered for a moment before speaking with a serious tone. "Brother Xing Fei, this is quite a grand matter. What do you think about this?" Xing Fei immediately asked. The Venerable responded, "Who is Li Chia?" "A famous brute." "And what about this tiny location, the Oxherder country?" "I'm afraid he wouldn't care for such a tiny place. Out of all the places he could go, he chose to come here and declared his intention to protect the Tai clan. What is he trying to do?" "What are you saying?" Xing Fei was slightly startled after hearing this. The Venerable continued, "The Tai clan must have treasures, great treasures at that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to attract a brute like Li Chia. Brother Xing Fei, you love to explore and excavate, so you must have heard the legends. The Tai progenitor was a brilliant goddess that had swept through the 9 heavens. This lineage might have declined, but I believe that there are still incredible treasures buried underneath their clan. Your thoughts are the same as mine." Xing Fei slapped his thigh in agreement and said, "I have tried to find many ancient scrolls about the Tai clan." His mood became much better while talking about treasures. "Just as you have said, I do think that there are treasures there despite the decline of the clan." The Venerable added, "The previous master of the Tai clan was a wasteful fool and wrung the clan dry of everything. Later on, he swore that there was still an amazing treasury there. Although many people didn't believe him, I still feel that this remark is not baseless." Xing Fei became very eloquent and talkative regarding this topic. "I have heard of this late clan master too. Although this fool was a useless mortal, he was also a bookworm. He read all the writings of their clan, so he must have known many secrets. Despite his uselessness, his literacy is not without use. I do think that his adamant claim before death is plausible." Chapter 8:12. The beguiling Venerable things were exactly as Xing Fei had recounted. The late master of the Tai clan, or Tai Lan's father, was a complete scoundrel. He came from a cultivation clan yet didn't try to do anything useful and chose to be an idle black sheep. He even sold the cultivation manuals of his clan. However, his hobby was to look through ancient books and strange scriptures. He had read through all the books in their home and found some clues from his ancestors' personal accounts and records. He speculated that there was still a great treasure in the Tai clan. At that time, he was driven mad from poverty. He had sold everything possible, including the ancestral home. If Su Mingchen didn't buy it back, there would be no Tai clan right now. Due to his madness, he went around and spread rumors about the treasures in order to sell the ancestral home once more at a high price. However, no one believed this scoundrel and thought that it was only a madman's ravings. However, Xing Fei paid attention to this since he was always interested in excavation. As a result, he wanted to buy the Tai clan, but unfortunately, Tai Lan had no intention of selling. Brother Xing Fei is right. The Venerable echoed the sentiment. Would Li Qie protect the Tai clan if there wasn't a great treasure? It is already declined with nothing left, so what is he trying to do? In my opinion, he is simply trying to take it all for himself. These words touched Xing Fei's nerve. He was an adventurer who loved digging treasures out from ruins. His blood boiled and his heart raced from the thought of the Tai clan having some treasures. Damn that Li Qie! Xing Fei bit his teeth once he realized Li Qie's greed. He wanted to snatch the treasure from Li Qie's hands. The Venerable reminded him, Brother Xing Fei, before Li Qie can succeed, you need to seize the opportunity as well as the treasures. Xing Fei shook his head in response. Venerable, I am not overestimating the enemy and lowering our morale, but Li Qie is no good Samaritan. His schemes are so amazing that he was able to shake even the alchemy kingdom. I am not his match, so I can only wait for reinforcements from my sect. At that time, I want to see just how he can get out of it. Despite his greed for the treasures, he knew himself quite well and that he wouldn't be Li Qie's match. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the Marquis and apologized to Li Qie. I'm afraid that if we wait till then, Li Qie will have obtained the treasures and escaped already. The Venerable shook his head and smiled. Plus, Brother Xing Fei does not need to confront him directly. Can't you try to outsmart him? Outsmart him? Xing Fei was already tempted by the Venerable and had to ask, do tell, Venerable. Brother Xing Fei, there is a great saying, urge the wolves to bite the tiger. Of course, this comparison is not completely accurate, but you can use someone else. The Venerable smiled. Xing Fei became spirited and immediately asked, how do we carry it out? Please show me the way. Brother Xing Fei, think about it. Li Qie is arrogant and unbridled with enemies everywhere. I know that there are extremely powerful lineages looking for Li Qie in search of vengeance. The Venerable said, as long as you send news to them, they would be more than willing to attack Li Qie. This method is feasible. Xing Fei's heart started to beat faster after hearing this suggestion. The Venerable continued, there are many ways to deal with Li Qie. For example, the Sacred Demon Tribe and the Tombskull Sect, Brother Xing Fei can try to ask them for help. You think too highly of me. Xing Fei shook his head, they would definitely listen to my first brother, but not me. Even though they do give me some face, I won't be able to command them. That is because Brother Xing Fei is too honest. The Venerable smiled deviously, this is not called commanding, but an alliance. Keep going, please. Xing Fei humbly urged. He thought very highly of the cloud-soaring Venerable's intelligence since he was Yi Qingxing's advisor. The Venerable mused, Brother Xing Fei, just imagine this. Who is the Golden Crow Prince? He is the successor of the Ravine, the Crown Prince of the Golden Crows. Once he takes control over everything, would the Sacred Demon Tribe and the Tombskull Sect have any chance to earn his favor? Xing Fei felt that this statement made sense. The Ravine controlled the entire southern region of the Beast Realm and reigned over more than 10 powerful sects and countless lesser ones. His first brother, the Golden Crow Prince, had always been imperious. Everyone knew that he was the future ruler of the Ravine. Numerous lineages in the south wanted to please him, but it wasn't so easy for these two sects to build friendly ties with him. The Venerable noticed that Xing Fei was moved, so he quickly struck while the iron was still hot. Brother Xingfei, you don't need to belittle yourself. Given your innate talents, you only need more experience and opportunities. In the future, you will definitely become an elder, so the two sects should be more than happy to work together with you if they want a promising future. Xingfei's mind swayed after hearing the Venerable's opinion. Perhaps this was not just an attempt for a treasury. It was just like the Venerable had said, Xingfei indeed had a chance of becoming an elder, but this was in the distant future. Moreover, he was missing an external force, unlike his first brother who could muster great support from many lineages with a single call. Items and people were readily available at his beckoning. Although many smaller sects also tried to win his favor, Xingfei knew very well that these sects wouldn't be able to do anything. Only lineages like the Sacred Demon Tribe or the Tombskull sect carried some clout. If he could gain the support of these two and earn their external backing, then he could definitely fortify his future seat as an elder with great influence. I'm afraid persuading these sects might be a difficult matter. Xingfei mused. The Venerable smiled and said, Brother Xingfei, you have an ace in your hand, or at least, you can create one. Venerable, I'm all ears on how to create this ace card. Xingfei asked humbly. The Venerable responded, Brother Xingfei, just remember the fact that there are people looking for revenge on Li Qie. Since you know his location, the alliance that would come from scattering this intelligence would be unimaginable. Since you are the master of this domain, even if a more powerful lineage wanted to find Li Qie, they must rely on you. Plus, I can give you another option. Have you heard of the Basilisk tribe? The Venerable asked. The Basilisk tribe is a powerful and mysterious demon tribe. I heard that there is a heaven-defying grand character among them who is working for Imperial Edge Miaonan. Xingfei nodded. Brother Xingfei, you can secretly inform the Basilisk tribe of this supreme treasure trove. They will definitely come to cause trouble for Li Qie, and at that time, even Miaonan will have to help you. The Venerable explained. Xingfei was a bit hesitant after hearing this. How could that be? I have no ties with the Basilisk tribe. Plus, Miaonan wouldn't give me that much face. Brother Xingfei, you are misinformed about that. The Venerable responded, I have heard my young master's calculations before. Rumor has it that the Basilisk tribe had a feud with the Tai clan, so they will definitely not sit still if there is truly treasure for the taking. Think about it, if the tribe chooses to take action, then will the big shot from Miaonan's tribe just sit there and watch? At that time when they come here to kill, won't they need your assistance as well? Xingfei was startled about a particular legend. It stated that Yi Qinxing could divine both the past and present, so he felt that the Venerable's words made sense. But if that happens, Miaonan or at least the Basilisk tribe would own the treasures. Xingfei pondered. The Venerable shook his head, Brother Xingfei, since we are close enough, please excuse me for being frank, your view is too nearsighted in this matter. He analyzed the situation. If you could use this opportunity to take down Li Qie, do you know what this means? It would be an incredible merit for your sect. You won't only enjoy an astonishing fame but will also receive rewards from your sects, perhaps even a heavens will secret law. Xingfei was quite stimulated by hearing this. Although he was second among the younger generation of the ravine, he was still not qualified to learn secret laws. This remained one of his greatest aspirations. If you succeed, then all of the powerful lineages like the Sacred Demon Tribe and the Tombskull sect will become your allies. Then, you will also be able to become the first elder and do as you please. So what if Miaonan and the Basilisk tribe take the treasures? The treasures are nothing compared to an achievement like this. Chapter 8:13, Drumming Up Support. The Venerable analyzed the costs and benefits, making Xingfei quite excited. Just thinking about taking the seat of First Elder at the ravine and ruling over everyone left him greatly tempted. The two of them planned for a long time throughout the night. When the Venerable was about to leave, Xingfei tried his best to get him to stay. He wanted a strategist like the Venerable to work for him. After leaving Xingfei's place, a confidant asked the Venerable since he was confused, Sir, Xingfei is only a junior, so why did you have to waste so much effort on him? Although Xing Fei had some reputation among the younger generation, he was truly nothing to someone like the cloud-soaring venerable. Although he might not be anyone important, an insignificant pawn in the grand scheme of things, he will serve as a spark just fine. The venerable chuckled. His confidant still appeared to be puzzled to the chagrin of the venerable. Fool, the ravine and Li Qia are enemies, so if a war breaks out here, will the ravine sit still and do nothing? How could they swallow this anger without killing Li Qia? Plus, we can bring the Basilisk tribe into the mix by using Xing Fei, and the same goes for Mei Aonan. If Li Qia and Mei Aonan fight, then who will reap the most benefits? Of course it will be our young noble. Without Mei Aonan and Li Qia, who else can compete with our young noble? The confidant woke from his stupor and praised, "Sir, this is an incredibly crafty plan stemming from your peerless wisdom." This lowly one is lost in admiration. The venerable dismissively said, "This overarching move was planned by young noble. I am simply implementing it." After sending the venerable away, the eager Xing Fei immediately went to meet the sacred demon leader and the tomb skull master who had yet to leave the Oxherder country. The two were surprised to see Xing Fei calling for them. After the three gathered, Xing Fei looked at the two and went straight to the point in a serious tone, "Gentlemen, I need your support." The two couldn't help but look at each other. Eventually, the tomb skull master spoke, "Your Majesty is too polite. What do you need of us? As long as it is within our capabilities, we will definitely support you." Although Xing Fei was far from being comparable to the Golden Crow Prince and they had no need to please him considering their status, they would still give him some face. Xing Fei spoke with a deep voice, "I need you two gentlemen to lend me a hand in order to hold down Li Qia." This was met with some hesitation by these two. Prior to this, when they didn't know who Li Qia was, they would have agreed without any qualms. However, it was now different. Li Qia was a notorious brute who dared to do just about anything. Who would want to provoke such a murderer? It was the same as poking a beehive. Although he was not comparable to his first brother, he could still try for the first elder's position in the future. The leaders naturally understood this logic. However, they had to first capture Li Qia for this hypothetical situation to work. Li Qia is not to be trifled with. The tomb skull master was not too interested in this suggestion. "I know that Li Qia shouldn't be easily provoked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pretended to be so pitiful earlier." Xing Fei was full of confidence as he drily said, "Gentlemen, I didn't invite you two here on a whim." This attitude from Xing Fei made the leaders feel strange. It was as if he had become a different person. What was Li Qia's biggest card when he attacked the Alchemy Kingdom? Xing Fei said in an awe-inspiring manner, "The phoenix. But I'm sure you two already know that his phoenix has flown away. Without the phoenix, Li Qia has nothing left." Xing Fei stared at the tomb skull master and threw out a rhetorical question. Even though people say that Li Qia knows how to summon undead, can anyone actually compare to the tomb skull sect in this regard? Li Qia's Tao of alchemy is no joke. He also has many treasures that are quite hard to deal with. The sacred demon leader replied. Xing Fei responded, "I know. But you two shouldn't look down on my ace. I have the support of the Radiant Sea sect. They have been searching everywhere for Li Qia to take revenge. Right now, Li Qia is within our territory, so the Radiant Sea sect is willing to work with us." This slightly dazed the two. They didn't expect Xing Fei to have a backing as powerful as the Radiant Sea sect. "I'm sure you two are still doubtful." Xing Fei continued, "Don't worry, I will let you meet a big character from the sect." The two glanced at each other once more. Eventually, the sacred demon leader asked, "What is the stance of the ravine's elders?" They hoped to hear the opinion from the ravine. In their opinion, if the ravine took action, then everything would be much easier. "What do you think?" Xing Fei spoke deeply. "For what reason am I here? For what reason am I working with the Radiant Sea sect? Is it not clear by now? My master and grandmaster are supporting me as the vanguard so that I can have the first meritorious opportunity. I believe I don't need to say more." Xing Fei was merely bluffing. He still hadn't received an answer from the ravine. However, he must use this chance to draw these two sects into his camp. The two shuddered after hearing this. They knew that among the younger generation, Xing Fei was indeed worthy of the ravine's investment. If his master and grandmaster were purposely giving Xing Fei a chance to contribute, then everything would be different. With this merit, his seat as the future number 2 would be fortified. Thus, it could be just as he had said earlier. He could truly become the first elder and have tangible influence. Gentlemen, the Radiancy sect is not the only one I have reached out to. I also have the support of the Basilisk tribe and Imperial Edge Maonan. Xing Fei spoke solemnly. Even Maonan is willing to help your majesty? The leaders shuddered after hearing this. Xing Fei continued, if you two don't believe me, then just wait until the people from the Basilisk tribe are here. You two surely must know that there is an invincible character from this tribe working under Maonan. Maonan will be ordering experts from this tribe to be the vanguard. The two of them thought that if all of this were true, then it seemed that the ravine was indeed interested in nurturing Xing Fei. What is your majesty's plan? Eventually, the sacred demon leader relented. We shall, after obtaining their agreement, the happy Xing Fei revealed his plan. Chapter 8:14, Jian Wushuang's arrival. After returning from the Oxherder's imperial palace, Li Qie had been staying at the Tai clan the whole time. Outside of chanting to the old monument outside of the mansion, he had been training as well. He would also occasionally teach the old turtle a thing or two about cultivation. Although the old turtle was a heavenly sovereign, calling his merit law as an indescribable, chaotic mess was not an exaggeration. There was no other way. He was a vagabond cultivator with a lowly origin. His merit laws were all either stolen or found. Moreover, they weren't great merit laws to begin with. It could even be said that it was a miracle for him to reach his current level. Any other cultivator would have already suffered from qi deviation long ago. Li Qie could only make this comment, you had a good river gestating you. If this wasn't so, then you would have died countless times over. It was impossible for the old turtle to completely change his merit laws outside of completely restarting his cultivation, which required destroying his current Dao foundation and cultivation. However, he was quite old. Destroying his cultivation was the same as taking his life. He would immediately die from old age, so Li Qie could only mold his incorrect training methods. As for Tai Lan, Li Qie was too lazy to care about her. Whether she cultivated to enter the Dao or not was not important to him. He had given her the merit law, the rest was up to her. Tai Lan was also a cold person with an unyielding stubbornness. She remained unwelcoming towards Li Qie's stay at the Tai clan and never gave him a friendly gaze. She never went to him to ask questions about cultivation either. Of course, she was puzzled by Li Qie's actions. If, say, he was here for her clan's treasures, then he should be searching around the Tai clan. However, he didn't try to search in any of the broken pavilions or buildings. He only did one thing at the Tai clan, preach at the ancient monument of their clan. This was quite ridiculous. Preaching an entire day to a monument, if any outsiders saw this, they would assume that he was mentally ill. On one day, after finishing his daily preaching, Tai Lan came. She looked at him a bit with her usual ice-cold demeanor, someone is here for you. Having said that, she stood to the side without saying anything else. Jian Wushuang came in right after Tai Lan, still as beautiful and charming with that air of arrogant nobility as always. No matter the time and location, she would resemble a phoenix showing off its most gorgeous feathers. No matter the time and location, she was always confident and arrogant like this. This was Jian Wushuang. If there was one day when she didn't display this imperious aura, she would cease to be herself. Tai Lan couldn't help but take a better look at Jian Wushuang. Although she was a mortal, she also had experience on the battlefield and had even become a general at a young age. Thus, she was naturally very confident as well. However, Tai Lan's cold and confident demeanor was overshadowed by Jian Wushuang's temperament. She was inferior to Jian Wushuang in both looks and aura. You found me so quickly. Li Chia smiled. He was surprised to see Jian Wushuang here at the Beast Realm. Jian Wushuang looked at him and said, I have always valued time. When are we going to the Bayan Beast World? She went straight to the point without any unnecessary blabbering. This matter can't be rushed. Li Chia brought her into the Tai clan. When there was only the two of them left in the room, he sat down and looked at her. The pathway to the Beast World will take some time to open. But first, I need to touch your body a bit. Touch my body? Jian Wushuang immediately glared at him with her never-changing and aggressive demeanor. Of course, she didn't misunderstand what he meant. I'm afraid you won't dare to face it. Li Chia touched his chin before speaking. I have to let you know beforehand, this process is very painful. Will you be able to withstand it? Just reveal the alteration. She leered at him. In fact, back during her oath with Li Chia, she was already mentally prepared. Li Chia slowly said, in terms of physical conditions such as talents, aptitude, and merit laws, very few youths can compare to you. However, I want to turn you into an unprecedented divine general, thus I will have to change you. Are you interested? I suppose you can train me into an immortal emperor. Jian Wushuang proudly smiled. In Jian Wushuang's case, her weapon had been through enough tempering and was mighty enough. You should know that my true fate weapon was crafted from a 9 heavenly accumulation stone. There is nothing better than it in this world. Jian Wushuang responded with a serious tone. Li Chia replied with a smile, you are erroneous about this matter. There is no good or bad destiny stones, only the most suitable one. Having said that, Li Chia looked at her again. You must change if you want to follow the path of your forefather, Immortal Emperor Dai Jian. You must understand that although your true fate weapon is related to the Bao, even if it was more powerful, it would not allow you to reach the end of the road. Cultivation is different for everyone. Some reach the extreme from a singular sphere while others take in everything to reach the same peak. You must go on the path of one and from one to reach the zenith. Li Chia solemnly said, if you want to surpass your forefather, you must use purity to reach the top with the Bao alone in your heart and solely the arrow in your life. Only with this would you be able to transcend. Otherwise, you will never be able to surpass your forefather. Jian Wushuang turned silent after hearing this. She had many wise teachers from her imperial lineage, but even their god monarchs couldn't clearly explain this path. This was due to the fact that even immortal Emperor Dai Jian couldn't reach the end. The future of this path was full of unknowns. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but say, what kind of stone are you replacing mine with? It is very difficult to find a stone that relates to the Bao, not to mention one that could surpass the 9 words true Bao. In fact, she loved the Bao after receiving it. She was determined to use all of her effort to refine this Bao for the rest of her life. The Jian clan was known as the best archery clan. They had countless Bao artifacts, and the strongest was the emperor's Bao. However, this Bao belonged to the emperor, so if the clan's descendant wanted to surpass their forefather, they must refine a Bao that belonged to them and them alone. She understood the moment she held the 9 words true Bao that it would surpass her forefather's Bao. Even though it was not a true treasure, she already considered it to be the most important weapon in her arsenal. It was ranked even higher than her true fate weapon. I've already picked one for you. Li Chia took out a destiny stone and handed it to her. I plan for you to replace it with this stone. You can start refining it now if you're ready. In the past, Li Chia had taken many destiny stones from the prime ominous grave. Many among them were 9 accumulation stones. This destiny stone only has 1 heavenly accumulation. Jian Wushuang took a look and was not happy at all. After returning from the oxherder's imperial palace, Li Chia had been staying at the Tai clan the whole time. Outside of chanting to the old monument outside of the mansion, he had been training as well. He would also occasionally teach the old turtle a thing or two about cultivation. Although the old turtle was a heavenly sovereign, calling his merit law as an indescribable, chaotic mess was not an exaggeration. There was no other way. He was a vagabond cultivator with a lowly origin. His merit laws were all either stolen or found. Moreover, they weren't great merit laws to begin with. It could even be said that it was a miracle for him to reach his current level. Any other cultivator would have already suffered from qi deviation long ago. Li Qie could only make this comment: "You had a good river gestating you. If this wasn't so, then you would have died countless times over." Chapter 8:15 Reforming Jian Wushuang. Any cultivator with some power or wealth would not pick a destiny stone with only one heavenly accumulation. Stones of this grade were considered cheap and useless. Even ordinary cultivators wouldn't pick one of these, let alone Jian Wushuang, who came from an imperial lineage. Like I said, there is no good or bad for destiny stones, only their suitability. Li Qie added, "In the past, immortal Emperor Buzhan was an invincible existence that swept through myriad realms. How many immortal Emperor Buzhans can there be in this world?" Jian Wushuang couldn't help but make this comment. In fact, she had heard her seniors in the Jian clan talk about him before. However, they did not emphasize the tale because the legend of immortal Emperor Buzhan definitely couldn't be duplicated. "You." Li Qie gazed at Jian Wushuang and declared, "You will be the second immortal Emperor Buzhan. Remember well, the soul bow to reach the extreme, the lone arrow to reach the zenith. This will allow you to surpass your forefather and become someone who can challenge immortal emperors. Otherwise, you will never be able to escape his shadow." Jian Wushuang contemplated Li Qie's words. She truly wanted to tread on the path unfinished by immortal Emperor Dai Jian. Back then, when the emperor failed to prove his Dao using the bow, it became his biggest regret. If Jian Wushuang wanted to continue the path from where her forefather left off, she indeed needed to change. However, this was easier said than done. A destiny stone with one heavenly accumulation replacing a 9 accumulation stone. Moreover, it required scraping her existing true fate weapon and starting from scratch. Only a madman would even consider such a thing. However, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and formally accepted the suggestion. "Okay, I will change. As long as it will be a better pairing with the 9 words true bow, I am willing to do so." The decision for such a sacrifice was not easy to make for Jian Wushuang. This determination is necessary to reach the peak. Li Qie praised. Despite her arrogance, she was brilliant in that she was able to back up her words. "What else do you want me to do?" She threw caution to the wind after having made up her mind. She would tread this path to the very end. Li Qie replied in a serious manner, "Second, I want you to change your longevity treasure. I want your blood energy and longevity blood to maximize the power of your arrows." This shocked her a second time despite mentally preparing herself. This wasn't something she could easily accept. First he wanted her to change her true fate weapon, and now he wanted her to change her longevity treasure. This was starting over from the beginning in the truest sense. "I know your longevity treasure is amazing. The Jian clan has expended a lot of effort and thoughts on you." Li Qie dismissively said, "However, I will repeat the same thing again. If you want to challenge emperors or even slay them, you must change." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and slightly gritted her teeth before answering, "Very well, I will change. What kind of longevity treasure do you want me to use?" "I will tell my father to prepare what's necessary." "No, I already have one prepared." Li Qie gently shook his head. Back in the beast vein, he had massacred countless monsters, so he had a large quantity of life rings, longevity blood, and beast marrow. "Okay, I'll change both of them then." Jian Wushuang nodded. This required great determination and perseverance. Others would surely think that she was crazy right now. Li Qie solemnly said, "We'll change your true treasure first. The changing of your longevity treasure can wait a bit. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle both at the same time since this is a complete redo." Li Qie pulled out all the stops for Jian Wushuang. He only had one goal, to train an invincible general under his banner. Even though Jian Wushuang didn't have unparalleled talents nor was she the strongest, Li Qie took note of her fearless heart, boundless confidence, matchless arrogance, and especially her heart that stood undaunted by failure and even death. This was exactly what he was looking for. Outside of the treasures, is there anything else I need to change? Jian Wushuang didn't care about anything anymore. Since she was already changing the treasures, what else was off the table? I want you to refine a physique law. Li Qie said, in the future, I want you to rely on this physique to make your archery unfathomably stronger. My physique is only an ordinary one. Jian Wushuang shook her head. I'm afraid there won't be a suitable law for it. Don't you worry, I have prepared everything for you. You are not someone who is aiming for a saint or immortal physique, you're just aiming for a supreme Tao of archery. Thus, I will not pass down any immortal physiques to you. Li Qie said. Then let's begin. Jian Wushuang agreed. Cultivating a new physique was no big deal at this point. Li Qie nodded. We'll have to first refine this physique, then change your true weapon. Once your true weapon takes form, we'll switch to the longevity treasure. Trust me, only at the apex of the bow would you be able to challenge immortal emperors and maybe even kill them. I'll leave the arrangements to you. Just give me the conditions and I'll fulfill them. Jian Wushuang responded with confidence. Li Qie taught her a new physique law. Of course, it also stemmed from the physique scripture. However, it was not an immortal or saint physique, it was only a Hotian physique. Hotian physiques were nothing special in the eyes of many people. It wasn't even considered a real physique law. However, this Hotian law from Li Qie was not ordinary due to its origin. Of course, this was not Li Qie's attempt of getting her to create an invincible body to use it to crush all of her enemies. This physique was merely to complement her archery, to take it to an even higher level by exerting the most powerful force. Her talents were great and she also had a solid foundation, so it was incredibly easy for her to learn a Hotian physique. After Li Qie passed on the incantation, she only took several short days before achieving some results. During this process, Li Qie was preparing a physique paste for her to temper her body. All was ready. Li Qie summoned the pentagate to seal the room with only him and Jian Wushuang inside. Li Qie took out all the materials and the myriad heavenly cauldron to begin the boiling process. What kind of physique paste is this? Jian Wushuang was surprised after seeing all the materials. Although she was not an alchemist, she still had an understanding about paste formulas. Li Qie shook his head. I am going to make you extraordinary, so this is no common formula. Moreover, the common pastes were created by the alchemy god to spread to the rest of the world. Your paste is different from these common pastes as it will have 3 different tempering acts. Each tempering will be different from the others. She carefully identified these medicines. All were treasures of the world, and many of which were ones she had never seen before. A 3-million-year-old calm-stream turtle's marrow, this is the calmest and most righteous type of marrow. It's even combined with an old root of a soldier tree several million years old. There's also some juice of a violet blood ginseng ancestor and some young leaves from a bewildering bamboo. After noticing her careful examination and confusion, Li Qie introduced them with a smile. After hearing these names, even an arrogant person like her took a deep breath and stammered, These are legendary immortal medicines. That's right, some of them are indeed immortal medicines. Li Qie gently nodded as if there was nothing special about it. Why are you being so nice to me? Jian Wushuang was dazed for a moment. Even her clan wouldn't be able to gather this batch of medicines together. Even if an imperial lineage could do so, it wouldn't give it to a junior. This particular batch could be considered supreme. Using this for the first body tempering was too wasteful. Although it was said that she was working for Li Qie, the harsher way to put it was that they were master and servant. She could understand the Jian clan treating her well because she was the jewel of the family. However, she couldn't believe Li Qie's great treatment towards her. Miss, don't get me wrong. Li Qie laughed in response. It isn't that I like or love you or anything. I only hope that it will be worth spending all of this on you. In the future, I want to see you being able to embody, see God, slay devil, slay devil. Where my war banner points is where you shall attack. Do you dare to achieve this? Yes, what is there to be afraid of? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and replied with a sonorous tone. At this second, she found herself a new goal. It was as if she could see a grand scene with thunderous storms as she destroyed the sky, signaling an apocalypse. Very good. Li Qia gently nodded. One day you shall come to understand that slaying immortals is not impossible. Jian Wushuang's blood was boiling. Prior to this, she assumed that by pledging loyalty to Li Qia, she would only be helping him kill a few enemies. It was now different. She could sense how greatly he valued her and that he wished to train her into an invincible general. Chapter 8:16 Exquisite Body. After some mixing, the physique paste cauldron was ready. The paste seemed akin to liquid fat and emitted a musky aroma, yet it wasn't musk. People would become lost in this fragrance. Take off your clothes and get in. Li Qia commanded. Jian Wushuang immediately stared at him with a gaze as sharp as an arrow. She aggressively shouted, "Don't try to trick me, who says tempering requires one to strip?" Li Qia only smiled in response, "I do. If you don't take them off, that's fine, it'll be your problem then." Jian Wushuang continued to look at him for a bit before taking off her clothes. A dazzling scene appeared right before Li Qia's eyes, a scene so beautiful that it was impossible to describe with mere words. Trembling white peaks, full and round with a touch of red like two budding flowers. Skin as white as jade and as soft as satin. The lack of clothes revealed a beautifully tempting figure. Not only were her features pretty, her figure was also impeccable. Slender shoulders and a thin waist, and a pair of long and healthy legs that only accentuated her peerless beauty. Li Qia looked up and down at this beautiful scene before him. He took his time appreciating it as if it was a unique piece of art in this world. "Had your fill?" Jian Wushuang coldly quipped. Of course, Li Qia was simply enjoying it without any dirty thoughts. This made Jian Wushuang a lot more comfortable than it could have been. Not bad. Li Qia gently nodded and turned his gaze away from the pretty scene. He leisurely smiled. Your body can be called a masterpiece. However, out of all the beautiful figures I've seen, it would be a bit difficult for your body to be among the top 10. She was about to vomit blood from anger. She knew that Li Qia didn't have vulgar thoughts towards her, but this evaluation was still enraging. Everyone liked beautiful things to an extent. Jian Wushuang was very confident with herself, whether it was her talents, face, or even her figure. She was sure that very few people in this world could compare to her. But now, Li Qia had seen all that she had to offer only to comment with, "Not bad," as if it was a common sight. Who is number one? Ming Yeshua? Jian Wushuang arrogantly glared at Li Qia and grew a bit competitive. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. "I haven't seen Yeshua, but thinking about it, I'm afraid Yeshua would not be number one either." This was met with a scowl from Jian Wushuang. Okay, no need to be competitive about something like this. Li Qia chuckled. "I picked you not because of your bag of skin, so who cares about first place? Listen and go in for me." Delaying any further would decrease the effect of the paste. After giving another cold glare to Li Qia, she stepped into the physique paste and let her entire body soak in the medicine. Li Qia controlled the cauldron with great concentration. He was grasping the slight changes in the flame to utilize the paste's effect to the degree of perfection. Li Qia wanted something even better than perfect for this physique paste. It was not just because he used precious materials for this batch, he also wanted Jian Wushuang to be free of errors. This went beyond her physique temperament. Her physique was also an experiment to him as he strived for perfection. Time passed by quickly. Eventually, Jian Wushuang finally finished the tempering process. She stepped out from the cauldron with a foggy violet aura. Lotus flowers seemed to be blooming from her steps as an extraordinary aura permeated the atmosphere. She appeared before Li Qia, nude like before. Li Qia meticulously looked over her again with a serious expression as if he was inspecting his flawless masterpiece. Prior to this, Jian Wushuang's jade-like figure was already very beautiful. However, after the tempering process, it was different from before. A magical light pulsed above her skin. Her body seemed to be encompassed in an immortal energy. From inside came a faint yet clear aura. This made her body seem even more flawless. Seen enough yet? She only looked at him without a hint of embarrassment or awkwardness. In fact, she couldn't become bashful. Li Qie simply didn't see her as a woman. She understood very well that in his eyes was a reflection of a piece of art. There was no lucidity. After a careful observation, he was very pleased and nodded his head. Hard and soft in coexistence, fire and water in harmony, this tempering will lay down a strong foundation that will make your future much easier. What do you take me for? Jian Wushuang had the urge to puke blood. She was the jewel of the Jian clan, the pearl of an imperial lineage. Her body had never been seen by an outsider before. Today, Li Qie got a good look. If, say, Li Qie praised her by saying that she had a pretty figure, she would feel much better. This kind of observation only made her angry. Li Qie looked at her and laughed. I, of course, am praising myself for creating this physique for you. Why would I praise your figure as if it was pretty? Your figure is priceless. I am the only one who can create something like this. As for your bag of skin, there are many such ones in the 9 worlds. You. She fiercely glared at him before angrily putting on her clothes. Okay, miss, no need to be mad. Li Qie smiled. Be ready, I will change your true treasure tomorrow. She took in a deep breath and met his gaze. Don't worry, I will be ready at any time and won't let you down. After all, she was the arrogant and confident Jian Wushuang. Someone that would never back down. The next day, Jian Wushuang changed her true treasure with Li Qie helping her by the side. This process required a lot of courage and was a big price to pay for any cultivator. However, no matter how difficult it might be, Jian Wushuang boldly faced it, for this was the path chosen by her. Not everyone could withstand this painful process, but Jian Wushuang took it in stride. With Li Qie's help, the whole process was very smooth, and there were no mistakes. Li Qie was very content with everything as a whole. Now, take the time to train and start the aggregation. Li Qie commanded after the swap. You just need to refine this destiny stone so that it takes shape, then everything will be well. There is no need to be stringent during this process, just let it flow naturally. Jian Wushuang went into seclusive training after the swap in order to gestate her new destiny stone. Li Qie continued to stay at the Tai clan. Outside of preaching was training. He had stepped into the Heavenly King realm. This was also a very important realm for cultivators. They would have to face the most powerful and difficult calamity in one's life. Life reduction. This was the most difficult tribulation for many cultivators. Even extremely powerful kings couldn't surpass it in the end and would miserably die to this test. However, after defeating it, reaching the virtuous Paragon realm would be quite simple. Li Qie meditated inside his room as divine rings pulsed from his body. Each divine ring appeared to be opening an entirely new world with an eternal grand Tao. Li Qie resembled an ancient god at this point. 4 inner physiques emerged from his chest at this moment: hell-suppressing, soaring, void imperfection, and sky destroyer. The sky destroyer physique was from the same branch as the hell-suppressing physique. Both originated from the word taint, among the 6 words of the physique scripture. Upon completion, this physique would allow for endless unyielding strength. This meant that the user became a very powerful weapon that was capable of breaking treasures and other weapons. If the hell-suppressing physique was meant for suppression, then the sky destroyer physique was meant for oppression. Imagine this: the weight of the hell-suppressing physique, the speed of the soaring physique, the avoidance of the void imperfection physique, and the destructive force of the sky destroyer physique. The 4 physiques together were something beyond imagination. Their combination meant that nothing was impregnable against its unstoppable might. This turned Li Qie into a walking humanoid weapon with several times as much power as before. What defense could withstand such destruction? Li Qie chose the Sky Destroyer physique in order to increase his body's power by several orders of magnitude. One day during his meditation inside his room, his eyes suddenly opened with a streak of lightning flashing across his pupils. At this time, he heard shouts outside of the premises with a scream from Tai Lan. Although he couldn't be bothered to teach her and he didn't care about her matters, she was ultimately still the heavenly flame goddess descendant. Li Qie would absolutely not let anything happen to her. Chapter 817, The Tombskull Sect. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie's figure shifted. He instantly rushed out of the Tai clan. He appeared in the ruins and saw more than a dozen cultivators there. Some of them were excavating the ruins. Their looks were quite varied. Some had a stronger blood energy than others, and some resembled corpses that had just climbed out from a grave. However, they all had the same uniform, so it was clear that they came from the same sect. Tai Lan was captured by a middle-aged cultivator that looked like a ghost that had been hanged. His eyes were completely white and he had a really long neck. A sizable blood energy emanated from his body, revealing that he was an ancient saint. "Can I help you?" Li Qie smiled after seeing these cultivators. All the cultivators shifted their eyes to Li Qie. The cultivator who caught Tai Lan cupped his hands and said, "You must be young noble Li." Li Qie dismissively said, "If you know who I am, then you should know what I have said before." The cultivator quickly responded, "Young noble Li, we're here for a different matter. I am an elder of the Tombskull sect. A corpse monarch from our sect disappeared, and while we were giving chase, it hid in these ruins." "And then?" Li Qie chuckled upon hearing this. He cultivated the death scripture that was capable of controlling all undead. How could he not know if there was a corpse monarch hiding underground in these ruins? The elder hastily said, "We have spent a lot of effort to groom this corpse monarch. Right now, we want to excavate these ruins in order to find it." He cleared his throat before continuing, "This young miss misunderstood us and didn't allow for us to dig here, so I had no choice but to calm her down a bit. I hope that young noble Li can sympathize with our problem. In the end, this corpse monarch costed us a lot and we wouldn't be able to answer our seniors if we were to lose it. So please, be generous and let us dig through these ruins. We will compensate for any losses." This was Xing Fei's plan. Let the Tombskull sect come with an excuse for excavating the ruins. Nothing would be better if Li Qie gave permission. Then, they would be able to see if there were treasures here. If there were actually treasures, then they would use all kinds of excuses to seize them. Moreover, if the hidden grove actually came out, their ravine would send a great army here. At that time, even if Li Qie didn't agree, it would no longer be up to him. On the other hand, a rejection from Li Qie would be fine as well. Then they could accuse Li Qie of the crime of stealing a corpse monarch from the Tombskull sect. With that, they would have the moral high ground. Li Qie was quite amused. This kind of scheme, to him, was only child's play. Although he wasn't certain who the true mastermind was, he immediately knew what the Tombskull sect wanted after hearing their words. Excavate these ruins? Li Qie raised his brows. If some people wanted to die, then he would be more than willing to please them. He leisurely said, "I trust that your sect has heard that the Tai clan is under my protection." The elder replied, "We have heard of this before, but we hope that you can understand. Losing a corpse monarch is a grave matter, so we have to excavate these ruins. Please forgive any inconvenience that this might cause. Rest assured, young noble, we will take responsibility for any damages to both you and the Tai clan." Li Qie smirked before slowly responding, "Such pleasing words, but I only have one thing to say. Either scram now or leave your heads here. It is that simple. Young noble is being too aggressive." The elder's expression sank. "Our corpse monarch is a priceless treasure. Don't tell me that you wish to seize it." The elder finally latched onto the chance to accuse Li Qie of this crime. If successful, then they would have a reason to launch an offensive. Li Qie didn't even bat an eye as he declared, "One last warning, either you leave intact, or leave behind your heads. Li Chia, don't be so presumptuous. The elder had reached his goal and was ready to retreat. He coldly said, don't think that our Tombskull sect is so easily bullied. If you steal our corpse monarch, then don't blame us for what's to come. With that, the elder winked towards the other disciples. They held a small Tao platform while chanting a mysterious and devious incantation. Clack, 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 from their summoning, countless skeletons came out from their platform. Their eyes were flashing with red lights. Moreover, they all emitted a powerful evil energy. They were swift and some were flying as well. This was quite a formidable force. Boom! The elder summoned an even more powerful skeleton. It was a skeletal knight with a terrifying aura that rode a draconic corpse. Although the sect considered themselves demons, many other lineages didn't think so. Rumor has it that the patriarch of the sect was a corpse that turned into a demon, allowing him to summon the dead. It could be said that this sect was the only lineage in the stone medicine world that could summon corpses. From the first day of cultivation, its new disciples would train corpses that belonged to them alone. These corpses, more often than not, were even more powerful than their controllers. Li Chia, we will not let this thievery go unpunished. The elders shouted as they commanded their skeletons to attack Li Chia. At the same time, they began to retreat since they didn't wish to fight directly with Li Chia. Their goal was to frame Li Chia, and it had been accomplished, so retreating was the next course of action. Meanwhile, the elder had also captured Tai Lan. When necessary, he would use her as a hostage to threaten Li Chia. Rumble. The earth shook from the stampede. Under the control of the Tombskull disciples, this skeletal army maneuvered towards Li Chia with an aggressive momentum. This was especially true for the skeletal knight. It appeared to be the general of the battlefield as it took the vanguard with an unstoppable might capable of stamping the earth. Damn! The old turtle was shocked to see such a terrorizing scene. He paled from fear and immediately shrunk his head back into his hard shell. Li Chia only smiled against the oncoming skeletal onslaught. He stood still without moving. The moment these skeletons got close, death energy emerged from Li Chia's body along with the death chapter. With a buzz, the death chapter created by countless intertwining laws shot out rays of light. These laws instantly pierced the powerful bodies of these skeletons, causing them to stand still on the spot as if petrified. Go! The elder and the other disciples were startled after seeing this unfold. They immediately unleashed more chance to regain control of their skeletons. However, the skeletons didn't have the slightest reaction. Their minds almost shattered from this. Although they had heard that Li Chia could summon undead, their sect was very confident that no one could compare to them in this regard. Their patriarch was the tyrant of myriad corpses. What they didn't know was that the death scripture was one of the 9 greats. Compared to its art, their corpse-controlling technique was simply insignificant and unable to reach the apex. After locking and taking over these skeletons by using the death chapter, they were completely under Li Chia's control. The Tombskull crowd wanted to run from fear, but Li Chia smiled. You still want to run away after coming here? In a split second, the death chapter created a loud blast as it activated the maximum potential of these skeletons. They were now even stronger than they used to be when they were controlled by their original masters. Boom! These undead went forth with killing intent towards the other cultivators. Get back! The group tried to use their laws to control the skeletons, but these undead simply didn't listen to their commands. Ah! In the shortest time, a disciple had been killed by his own skeleton. The elder wanted to grab Tai Lan and escape. However, he couldn't even take 2 steps forward before Li Chia appeared in front of him and blocked his path. The elder quickly turned pale. However, his reaction was still quite fast. He immediately grabbed Tai Lan by the neck and shouted, "You, don't come over here or I'll kill her first." Li Chia looked at him and smiled. You should know that no one has ever been able to threaten me. Ah, the moment Li Chia's words came out, blood spurted everywhere. The 2 hands that were holding Tai Lan were instantly torn apart. She was already in Li Chia's embrace. You're only at this level yet you still dare to come and threaten me? Li Qie threw the elder's hands to the ground and smirked. Chapter 8:18, Four-Eyed Basilisk, Ah. The partially dismembered elder bellowed. He was already wounded, so he was instantly killed by the skeletal knight that he had summoned. No, all of a sudden, screams could be heard everywhere. Many disciples died to the skeletons. Only 3 to 5 managed to escape. Blood filled the ruins in a short moment as it flowed down the muddy soil. The numerous corpses lying on the ground in addition to the skeleton standing there made this night even more eerie. Blech, after Tai Lan's bindings were removed, she couldn't help but vomit repeatedly after seeing this scene. She had seen blood and death many times as a general, but this was her first time seeing skeletons massacring cultivators. Oh man. The old turtle peeked out from his shell and paled as well. He shuddered the moment he saw these undead skeletons, overwhelmed by a creeping sensation. Li Qie looked at Tai Lan who was puking and insipidly said, "In the next few days, stay inside for me and stop overestimating yourself. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the most terrifying location in this world." With that, he stepped inside. After puking for a bit, Tai Lan turned even paler. She silently stood there and didn't want to argue against Li Qie. Go hang their heads on the door. When he reached the door, Li Qie commanded the turtle before disappearing into the room. The turtle could only lament its fate. How could he dare to not listen? But wouldn't doing so result in him offending the Tombskull sect? However, in Li Qie's eyes, killing a dozen people was no big deal. On the second day, the ox-herder country's Su Mingchen hastily came by for a visit. He didn't show off at all and even turned into a different person to secretly come to the Heavenly Flame County. Oh my god, did you really kill everyone from the Tombskull sect? Su Mingchen's legs quivered after seeing the skulls hanging outside of the Tai clan's entrance. He looked at Li Qie with a twisted expression, as if he had just eaten bitter gourd. Li Qie nonchalantly replied, "They're already dead, what's the big deal?" Su Mingchen's bitter expression didn't leave his old visage. His head was about to explode, the thing he didn't want to see the most had happened. "Boss, what am I going to do? Right now, the people from the Tombskull sect and Sacred Demon tribe are gathering their disciples, saying that you stole their corpse monarch." Su Mingchen grimaced. He received this news early in the morning and was completely frightened, so he immediately came running here. "What else can you do?" Li Qie gave him a look, "You should do what you must. It is no big deal even if you go inform the Heavenhoof Ravine." Su Mingchen jumped after hearing this and immediately swore, "Boss, let the heavens be my witness, this lowly one definitely did not inform the ravine. Otherwise, would not have shown up here. There is no need to worry about it." Li Qie waved his sleeve and said, "This matter isn't something you can control." Su Mingchen could only sigh after hearing this. He was truly unlucky this time, this ominous star was causing him to lose sleep and his appetite. And now, he even caused so much trouble. Perhaps his country would be ravaged by war soon. Su Mingchen couldn't help but plead, "Boss, can't you compromise at all?" "Compromise? Why should I?" Li Qie glanced at him and smiled. "I didn't compromise even against the Alchemy Kingdom, so why should I with the Tombskull sect?" Su Mingchen was speechless, but this young man was telling the truth. This ferocious man even killed god monarchs from the kingdom and came out completely fine. Why would he care about the Tombskull sect? You just pretend like you don't know anything and say that you are cultivating in seclusion, stay in hiding. Li Qie looked at him, "If there is something you must do, then tell the people in the Heavenly Flame County to temporarily leave. In the next few days, some more vile people will come." "Very well, I will send the command." Su Mingchen sighed one last time before leaving. It was just as Li Qie had said, there was nothing he could do right now. He couldn't afford to offend Li Qie or the Tombskull sect, so he could only play the part of a turtle with its head hidden in its shell. It was night time after he left. The experts from the Tombskull sect had yet to come, but something even more bizarre happened. It was an especially quiet night. Due to the weed-infested ruins around the Tai clan, the scene became especially melancholic. Is anyone here? A faint, pervasive voice rang in everyone's ears. Tai Lon was the first to wake up. However, this voice that echoed in her ears made her fall into an even deeper slumber. Who is it? The old turtle was born in the wild, so he was very cautious. He jumped up after hearing this voice. It's me, is anyone here? The voice kept on assaulting the turtle's ears. The cautious turtle relaxed after hearing this voice. He was hypnotized into a deep sleep as well. The night became silent once more. Eventually, someone entered the Tai mansion. His steps were very light as if he was a ghost in the stillness of the night. It was a young man with very colorful and eye-catching clothing. Anyone would be startled after seeing his face because he had the head of a rooster. This was a demon with a human body and rooster head. Moreover, this demon had 4 eyes, each round and large. They were visible even in the curtain of the night as if they were precious stones. The young man came to check on Tai Lon first, then the old turtle. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing that both of them were in a deep slumber. Eventually, this rooster demon arrived at Li Chia's room. Li Chia was also sleeping there peacefully. After seeing Li Chia under his spell, the demon couldn't help but laugh egotistically and say, "Everyone calls this Li Chia a terrifying brute, but this is the best he can do? Ha ha ha, my hypnosis is invincible and can instantly mesmerize him in one go." He continued murmuring while being quite pleased with himself. It doesn't matter if he is Li Chia or Li Bei, I have to take him first then interrogate him later. With that, he reached out to grab Li Chia. Even a lowly character like you knows who I am. He, I can easily imagine just how notorious my fame is as a 4-eyed basilisk. Li Chia chuckled at the smug demon and said, "Of course I know the basilisk tribe. In the past, I've stewed some of their members before. The taste was not bad. Although it wasn't as good as dragon meat, it could still be considered a delicacy in this world." My ass. The demon immediately jumped and shouted, "Li, quit your bullshit. Do you know how powerful my basilisk tribe is? We are the noble god race of the stone medicine world. You actually dared to stew our people? Watch me stew you instead." Its 4 eyes quickly shifted and shot out a very bizarre ray. The moment this light covered Li Chia's body, a strange buzz could be heard. Li Chia was immediately petrified into a statue. The demon pompously declared after seeing his petrification succeed, "Ha ha ha, foolish human brat. Daring to bluster about eating my race. Humph, I'm gonna bring you back this time and throw you into a pot and take my time stewing you. This handsome one has lived for so long yet I haven't tasted human flesh yet." Crack. However, he didn't have much time to gloat. The sound of rocks breaking emerged as the stones on Li Chia's body shattered and fell to the ground. The demon's smirk quickly froze. He stared at Li Chia as if he was a ghost and pointed at him, "Impossible. Even if I can't mesmerize you, it is impossible to dispel our petrification unless we remove it ourselves." Li Chia patted the dirt off his shoulders and grinned, "Your skill is still quite lacking. I actually thought your 4 eyes would be much more powerful than this, but you are not even using them to 30% of their potential, how disappointing." The demon's face turned red. Not even in his dreams would he expect for Li Chia to be able to withstand his petrification. One must know that his tribe had 2 great abilities. The first was mesmerization and the other petrification. No one dared to look in their eyes because only their tribe was able to remove the petrification. The innate ability of a 4-eyed basilisk was even stronger. They should be able to petrify heavenly kings, and he clearly froze Li Chia. However, the petrification was suddenly nullified. "Ah!" The partially dismembered elder bellowed. He was already wounded, so he was instantly killed by the skeletal knight that he had summoned. No, all of a sudden, screams could be heard everywhere. Many disciples died to the skeletons. Only 3 to 5 managed to escape. Blood filled the ruins in a short moment as it flowed down the muddy soil. The numerous corpses lying on the ground in addition to the skeleton standing there made this night even eerier. Blech, after Tai Lan's bindings were removed, she couldn't help but vomit repeatedly after seeing this scene. She had seen blood and death many times as a general, but this was her first time seeing skeletons massacring cultivators. Oh man. The old turtle peeked out from his shell and paled as well. He shuddered the moment he saw these undead skeletons, overwhelmed by a creeping sensation. Li Chia looked at Tai Lan, who was puking, and insipidly said, "In the next few days, stay inside for me and stop overestimating yourself. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the most terrifying location in this world." Chapter 8:19. The basilisk that loves to boast. The basilisk naturally didn't know that Li Chia cultivated the void imperfection physique. Moreover, it came from the physique scripture itself, so even though his tribe's petrification ability was heaven-defying, it was simply useless before Li Chia's physique. The basilisk was very afraid. First, his mesmerization was useless, and now his petrification lost its effect. These were already his strongest cards. He knew that he had kicked a steel door. He immediately changed his mind and decided to run. However, right when he turned around, Li Chia had already appeared in front of him. Before he could counterattack, Li Chia grabbed him by the neck and held him up in the air. Boss, I was only playing with you, it was just a little joke." After being subdued, the basilisk immediately put on his most brilliant and dazzling smile, at least in his own opinion. Li Chia casually threw him to the ground and smiled. "Four-eyed basilisk, right? I heard that a basilisk with 4 eyes can see through time itself and spy on yin and yang. Very well, look into my eyes and see what is truly considered eternality." With that, he held the basilisk's chin so that their eyes could meet. Li Chia opened his eyes wide as they became quite profound. Piercing through Li Chia's eyes seemed to be taking the two of them all the way to the past, reversing the river of time from one generation to another. This was an endless sea of blood with countless bones. Miserable screams echoed in the sky. Countless gods were massacred in the firmament. On the ground, many existences that had swept through their generation were being harvested. Mommy, the basilisk was scared out of his wits after looking into Li Chia's eyes. This was an unending war filled with a cruelty that painted the 9 worlds red. All of this would shock any existence. "Boss, please spare me." The paled basilisk was drenched in cold sweat. He dropped to the ground and almost soiled his pants. Li Chia let go of him and leisurely said, "Your basilisk tribe actually dared to maneuver against me? Have you all forgotten how the divine beast realm was destroyed in the past? Boss, I have eyes but might as well be blind. I didn't know that you are the invincible existence across the eons." The 4-eyed basilisk quickly flattered Li Chia. Li Chia looked at him with one eye. "Spare the flattery. I can spare your life, but what do you have to trade for it?" The basilisk quickly replied, "Boss, I can tell you a secret." He, I'm sure boss will definitely want to hear this news." "Is that so? What kind of news?" Li Chia leisurely looked at the basilisk. In fact, this reptile would have been dead if Li Chia wanted to kill him. "Boss, you should know very well that our basilisk tribe rarely comes out since we love to stay in our nests. With this being the case, why did I run to this desolate location?" The basilisk hastily tried to explain his circumstances. Li Chia glanced at him. "Okay, let it out, don't go in circles with me. That whatever bird king sent me a message." The basilisk was truly scared out of his mind earlier, so he immediately revealed everything. "He came to me saying that there was a treasure at the Tai clan, so I rushed here. I didn't expect to see boss here." "Oh. Since when was your tribe impoverished to the point of having to rush over for a treasure?" "If I remember correctly, your tribe's treasury is not that bad." Li Chia slowly spoke. The basilisk rubbed his palms together and laughed. "Boss is so wise. Of course I wouldn't come running here for an ordinary treasure. It's just that bird king told me the Tai clan's treasure is quite extraordinary and has something to do with the old divine beast realm. Li Qie narrowed his eyes. This Xing Fei was indeed a little bit capable. However, the secret of this matter was not something he should have known. If someone like him could find out, then others would have been able to as well. They would have seized the item long ago. Li Qie stared at the basilisk. Xing Fei really said that to you? He isn't someone who can know the stories behind the Tai clan. The basilisk quickly replied, I thought so as well. I was afraid that he was tricking me, so I questioned him extensively. He said that this one guy named the cloud-soaring venerable told him. Moreover, this venerable found out from Yi Qingqing's calculations. Yi Qingqing. Li Qie became serious. He understood now that the true mastermind was not the Tombskull sect or Xing Fei, it was Yi Qingqing. The former two were nothing more than cannon fodder. Li Qie couldn't help but smirk at this point. This Yi Qingqing was really trying to push him to the brink of death. Boss, I know many things regarding this Yi Qingqing. The basilisk noticed that Li Qie didn't want to kill him, so he grew courageous and wanted to curry favor. Li Qie leered at him, oh? Have you seen Yi Qingqing before? It doesn't really matter because our tribe has known his real identity for a long time now. The basilisk laughed. Everyone knows that this Yi Qingqing is the Stony Edge Kingdom's ultimate stone, but very few know that he has great ties with the old Bian beast world. There is no need for you to tell me something I already know. Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively. The basilisk laughed and rubbed his palms together awkwardly before asking, Boss, can I leave now? Li Qie gave him one more look that made him quiver inside. Li Qie then said, Do you know why the divine beast realm was destroyed that year? I know a thing or two about it. The basilisk smugly replied, That year, the beast realm was bullish and thought that it was invincible in this world. Unfortunately, they offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. In the end, they were completely annihilated with a loud bang. Their entire sky dome was dragged down from the sky. I heard that scene was truly spectacular. He licked his dry lips at this moment. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, the seniors back in his tribe said that the battle of that year was extremely cruel. Did you know that a very long time ago, your basilisk tribe was also part of the divine beast realm? Li Qie leisurely said. The basilisk's expression quickly changed after hearing this. He awkwardly smiled, Boss, you are just messing with me. Our basilisk tribe is only a small tribe who know our place. We have nothing to do with the beast realm, nothing at all. Even the seniors in their tribe didn't want to speak of this, which was why the basilisk was shocked after this matter was brought up. Li Qie ignored the basilisk and continued on. Why was the beast realm destroyed while your basilisk tribe escaped the disaster unscathed? Do you know why? It is because your ancestors were smart and had a sense of propriety. They left the fight early on, which is why your tribe continues to exist until now. Boss, please stop messing with me. The basilisk felt that this subject was taboo and no longer wished to go on. You should understand what I am trying to say. Li Qie looked at him, then threw him a rope and said, Tie yourself up. The basilisk did not say another word and immediately tied himself up tight without fault. People would find it difficult to believe that someone could tie themselves up so well. Li Qie looked at the basilisk that had tied himself up into a fried dough twist. Meanwhile, the basilisk was afraid that Li Qie was still angry and immediately swore, Boss, please don't worry, this handsome one, no, this lowly one will not take a step out of the Tai clan. It seems that being smart is something that is still passed down at the basilisk tribe. Li Qie gently nodded. The basilisk was not unhappy at the sarcastic remark at all. In fact, he even took it as a compliment. When Tai Lon and the old turtle woke up, they saw the basilisk that was tied up like a piece of bread and were quite surprised. Tai Lon didn't know what happened. She was only a mortal, so she couldn't remember anything after being hypnotized. A basilisk. The old turtle was startled after seeing its figure. He had heard of this tribe before, so he understood how he was hypnotized. What are you looking at? The fried dough reptile shouted at the old turtle with an imposing appearance. Look at me one more time and see if I will turn you into a stew or not. The turtle had always been a coward, so after being yelled at by the basilisk, he immediately crawled back into his shell and didn't dare to say anything else. Li Qiye slapped the basilisk's head and smilingly scolded, "Don't try to act cool. What is so amazing in trying to scare a vagabond cultivator?" The basilisk immediately smiled back in response, "Boss, I am not exaggerating, but I am a mighty and brave genius. I absolutely do not bully the weak, but I do casually pick on geniuses and deities alike. I remember back then when I traveled around the world, my feet would trample the 3 realms and my fists would punch myriad races." The basilisk continued to brag incessantly with no end in sight. Li Qiye leisurely added, "If you are as capable as you make yourself sound, then bring Yi Qingqing's head back for me." The basilisk immediately turned quiet. His expression was flushed as he quickly responded, "Boss, a celebrity like Yi Qingqing should be left for you. Only when you trample on him to reach the top would your fame become even more renowned. As for the little guys like that bird king, just leave it to me. I'll go bring his head here right away." Chapter 820. Miao Chan. Li Qiye ignored the boasting basilisk and went outside while the beast followed him like a tail. Li Qiye sat before the monument and was getting ready to begin his daily chanting. The basilisk saw the monument as well and gave it a careful look. After a while, he praised, "Amazing, amazing, this stone tablet is definitely an amazing treasure. No wonder why that brat Xing Fei said that there is something here in the Tai clan." In terms of knowledge, the basilisk was much more informed than the old turtle and Tai Lan. Their tribe had brilliant talents, plus the 4-eyed basilisk had an extra pair of eyes compared to his kin, so he had an even more remarkable aptitude for appraising treasures. Li Qiye looked at the basilisk and asked, "Is your tribe's treasury still there?" The basilisk was startled after hearing this. He quickly calmed down and forced out a smile, "Boss, I am only a little guy, so I know nothing about that. It is not good to lie in front of me." Li Qiye dismissively said, "Plus, if I wanted your treasury, would I need to wait until now?" "Well," the basilisk tried to act the fool, "Boss, I have to go back inside now since you are busy." Having said that, he turned around and left. "If you have the opportunity to return alive, tell your elders to prepare those treasures," Li Qiye leisurely said, "Perhaps there will be a use for them in the future." The basilisk turned stiff after hearing this. Just a second later, he hurriedly entered the room as he didn't dare to linger outside any longer. At the same time, a meeting was taking place at the Heavenhoof Ravine. It was chaired by the Ravine Master, and all the elders were present. The topic of discussion was Li Qiye. "Killing our disciples and elders yet still daring to stroll around in our territory, this Li Qiye is too arrogant. Does he think our ravine is empty?" An elder spoke with indignation. Another elder addressed the Ravine Master, "Master, please let us bring out the imperial weapons. We will bring his head back for you. Li Qiye is not someone to be trifled with." A pleasant voice appeared. Seated in the lowest seat in the room was a girl around the age of 20. She had a noble and elegant air. It was apparent that she was an incredible lady. All the elders couldn't help but look at her. Although all of them here had great authority, they held great trust in this girl. Her name was Miao Chan, the daughter of the Ravine Master. In present times, everyone in this world knew that the foremost genius and strongest young expert of the ravine was the Golden Crow Prince. However, very few knew that there was an even more incredible genius in the ravine, Miao Chan. She was the true #1 genius of the ravine. Her talents were much better than the prince, not to mention her great intelligence. She and the prince were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Miao Chan was older and started her cultivation earlier. She took a liking to the prince from a young age. Because of this, when the ravine was choosing their main descendant and all of the elders held her in high regard, she forfeited the position so that the prince would be chosen instead. Her love only grew with time. In order to help him become famous, she was willing to retreat to obscurity. Due to this, the world only knew about the Golden Crow Prince and not about Miao Chan, who was even more brilliant than the prince. Despite this, the ravine still treated her as a secret candidate for grooming. Miao Chan calmly spoke, "Who is Li Chia?" "It's needless for me to say more since I'm sure the elders here all understand. He killed god monarchs from the kingdom, and what was the end result? The kingdom did not retaliate in the least. To be frank, our ravine is not as strong as the alchemy kingdom. Miao Chan, Li Chia is indeed a monster, but he isn't invincible to that extent." An elder responded. He was Xing Fei's master and wished to give him a chance to prove his worth. He continued on, "He only dared to shake the kingdom back then because he had the phoenix. An immortal bird is indeed unbeatable. However, without the bird, how powerful can he be? We have several imperial weapons, and 2 true ones at that. I don't believe that the elders will fail to suppress Li Chia with them. Is he stronger than Yi Qingqing? Even Yi Qingqing couldn't fight all of us alone." Miao Chan retorted, "I do not know whether Li Chia is stronger than Yi Qingqing or not, but Li Chia is not a fool. Do not be tricked by the arrogant and aggressive demeanor that he displays when he goes around causing trouble everywhere. I have read all the news about him. Every time he took action, he was always certain of victory. His arrogant self is only a ruse to bait others. Each of his steps were calculated. For example, why didn't he attack the kingdom right away and instead laid low? He chose to split its ancestral ground and took the heavenly essence from the vein to strengthen his bird. This proved that he clearly had a plan from the start as opposed to acting on the spur of the moment. He was carefully making preparations for the next step." She then continued in a more serious tone, "Everyone only noticed his arrogance and murderous intent, no one paid attention to his quiet moments. In my eyes, those are when he is scheming his next moves." Her eyes swept through the audience. Just how large is the stone medicine world? Why did Li Chia appear at the Oxherder country out of all the other places? This is a remote area. No matter the reason, he surely has a plan. Therefore, in my opinion, this is not the best time to attack Li Chia. Xing Fei's master indignantly retorted, "Then do we just let it go? Li Chia killed Elder Fu, are we just going to forgive him?" Miao Chan stressed her stance, "Whether if it is for revenge or to remove an opponent, this is not the right time. We should wait and uncover Li Chia's true abilities and hidden cards before trying again. We cannot fight an uncertain war." The elders glanced at each other after hearing this. Although the ravine master was still in charge, Miao Chan had begun to manage the sect a while ago. All the elders knew about her adoration for the Golden Crow Prince. This was no secret after all. At the same time, the prince was the main descendant of the ravine, so both the master and the elders wanted to see the 2 of them become a pair. Thus, the upper echelons were supportive of Miao Chan's management. They hoped that in the future, Miao Chan could become a virtuous wife and help the prince with the administration. There is another reason. Miao Chan continued, "I was informed that the cloud-soaring venerable had visited the Oxherder country. If my speculations are correct, then Xing Fei must have met the venerable." Miao Chan looked over at Xing Fei's master and said, "Need I say more about what kind of person this venerable is? This person either helps Yi Qingqing recruit more experts or tricks others into starting trouble. Yi Qingqing has no good intentions at all. Li Chia had started a war at the alchemy realm, so surely Yi Qingqing must be hoping that Li Chia would start one at our beast realm as well. Yi Qingqing is simply trying to use us to kill Li Chia so that he can reap the benefits while doing nothing." Miao Chan explained, "Why should we be Yi Qingqing's cannon fodder?" The elders contemplated her words. Although Miao Chan was young, her achievements in management were as clear as day. The elders were very impressed by her wisdom. "We just need to be patient for now. There is a great saying, take a step back and the wind and waves shall grow calm. Instead of acting as cannon fodder, why not let Yi Qingqing and Li Chia fight each other to the death? Yi Qingqing wants to become the immortal emperor, so he surely won't let a monster like Li Chia go unchecked. If Yi Qingqing and Li Chia fight, then no matter who wins in the end, we shall still be the beneficiaries. Chon'er has a point. We will definitely get our vengeance, but we need to wait for now. When the time is right, we will give Li Qia a fatal blow. The ravine master nodded his head in support of his daughter. Miao Chan earnestly said, currently, our biggest concern isn't to eradicate Li Qia. We have to concentrate on junior brother right now. He is trying to break through to the virtuous paragon realm. If he can surpass this bottleneck, then he shall become a paragon. I'm sure all you elders understand that junior brother cannot compete with Yi Qingqing at all right now, but if he reaches virtuous paragon, then there is still hope. No matter the occasion, Miao Chao would always plan for the prince, she would prepare everything for him. Golden Crow's cultivation will be the focus. One of the elders nodded in agreement. Xing Fei's master pondered for a moment before speaking, but recently, the Tombskull sect and the Sacred Demon tribe have been maneuvering their troops. Miao Chan explained, this must be Xing Fei's idea. He is in a rush to prove himself. Xing Fei's master wryly smiled and said, we can't really blame Feier for this. He is only doing this for the ravine, to get revenge for Elder Fu. The young can be impatient at times. Elder, I am not trying to blame Xing Fei. Miao Chan elaborated, being able to convince these two sects proves that he has become more capable. This is also a good chance. Let them go and scout out Li Qia's abilities. At the end of the day, this was their own doing and has nothing to do with us. Having said that, she stared at this elder and deepened her tone. However, I hope that Xing Fei will stop being so close to people like this cloud-soaring venerable. Junior brother Xing Fei is still very naive compared to the sly venerable. It is better to be careful, lest he be sold by the venerable and still assist him with counting the money. I will warn Xing Fei about this. The master quickly nodded. Chapter 821. Great armies surrounding the Tai residence. Thunderous rumbles echoed as a great army trampled the sky. Auspicious beasts and chariots along with pavilions were flying at great speeds. Many people who saw this were quickly alarmed. In just one day, this army that consisted of troops from the Tombskull sect, the Sacred Demon tribe, and the Feather Country entered Oxherder. The cultivators here were very nervous from this scene as there were no great sects in the country. The most powerful was the imperial family, but the family did not react to this sudden development. Ox King Su Mingshen had even declared his seclusive meditation 2 days prior. Luckily, this army of experts was not coming for a particular sect. Rather, their destination was the Heavenly Flame County. Everyone knew that there were no sects or clans in this county. If one had to be pointed out, then it would be the Tai clan. However, that was all in the past because the Tai clan was only a mortal family now. Many were perplexed. Why would this coalition army enter the Heavenly Flame County? The other top sects in the southern region paid attention to this mobilization as well. They sent their experts out right away to the Heavenly Flame County in order to figure out the story. By this time, the county had become a ghost town. The Ox King had sent the civilians in the county away 2 days ago in order to avoid the innocent getting caught in the crossfire. Not good at all. The frightened turtle rushed into the mansion and shouted, Great Immortal, not good, the army is here. Li Qia was not surprised at all after hearing this. He looked at the aghast turtle and smiled, it's only one army, there is no need to be scared. That's right, this army is nothing. This handsome one is here, I shall meet God, slay God, meet devil, slay devil. The four-eyed basilisk began to brag. But these are all top sects. The Sacred Demon tribe, the Tombskull sect, and the Feather Country all sent people and have completely surrounded us. The pale-faced turtle felt his throat drying up as he spoke. Bah, all of them are nothing before my basilisk tribe. They're only a bunch of kids. The basilisk continued smugly, Boss, send me out. I will take care of all of them in a few moves. Li Qia leered at him, okay, stop boasting. Xing Fei's armies are here, and they surely came prepared. Having said that, he casually flipped his palm and removed the rope around the basilisk's body. In actuality, this rope wasn't able to trap him at all, it was only for show. You can do one thing. Stay here and watch over Tai Lan. If anything happens to her, you should already know the consequences. Li Qie commanded. Boss, don't worry and leave it to me. When this handsome one is here, who would dare to rush forward? I will turn them into stone right away. With a heroic air, the basilisk repeatedly pounded his chest like a drum. However, Tai Lan didn't want to accept Li Qie's kindness and coldly said, I don't need anyone to protect me. Li Qie was not about to argue with her. He waved his hand and sealed her, then he put her in a corner before telling the basilisk, watch her well. Be at ease, boss. The basilisk sat down on a chair with a cool pose as if he could fight an entire army alone. He did look a bit admirable. Great immortal, this lowly one will also stay here to help young noble basilisk protect Miss Tai Lan. The head of the cowardly turtle was halfway in its shell. He was frightened to death and didn't dare to come out. Forget it, you think you can protect her? The basilisk looked at him and said, when the enemy comes, maybe you will be the first to escape. The turtle in the shell whispered, no, no way. He wasn't sure of his own words. Perhaps he really was going to run away. Li Qie chuckled and casually said, then you can stay here. Li Qie, come out. A loud cry came from outside like thunder. It left the ruins trembling, causing the turtle to shiver fearfully. It is time for bloodshed. Li Qie smiled and slowly strolled outside with an indescribable carefreeness. It simply didn't look like he was going to single-handedly face an army. The ruins at this moment were completely surrounded by the 3 main powers and 10 other sections. Layers upon layers of troops prevented anyone from going in or out. Xing Fei really outdid himself this time. He didn't only convince the Sacred Demon Tribe and the Tombskull sect, he also persuaded many other nearby powers as well. Who knew what he promised to make them spend so much effort like this? Many cultivators watched on the sidelines after seeing this grand army. The scouts were not only here for fun, they were mainly here to find out more information. In the beginning, these cultivators were surprised and confused about the reason. However, when they saw Li Qie appearing before everyone, they became quite shocked. Supreme Fierce Li Qie. Those who had seen Li Qie's portrait or had been to the Alchemy Kingdom before were astonished and gasped. They now knew why the Sacred Demon Tribes group had to make such a bold maneuver. Supreme Fierce Li Qie was a name famous throughout the entire stone medicine world. Who didn't know about his lawlessness that dared to shake even the Alchemy Kingdom? I believe that I have stated that the Tai clan is under my protection. Li Qie stood on top of a broken pavilion and calmly looked at the army. His eyes then fell on the Tombskull sect's master. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense. These group not only brought their experts but also the majority of their elders, even reclusive high elders could be found within the crowd. It was apparent that they were ready to rumble. Li Qie, it is not that we refuse to show you consideration, but you were way out of line. The Tombskull master coldly uttered, moreover, we are not here for the Tai clan, we demand an answer from you. You need to give an appropriate answer to the southern region and the beast realm. Li Qie stood there and leisurely responded, whoa, you're making it sound so serious. Give the beast realm an answer? I wonder what kind of serious business this is, do tell. Humph, Li Qie, don't stand there and act the fool. The sacred demon leader snorted. The Tombskull master declared, Li Qie, you stole our corpse monarch and killed our disciples. Not only that, you even paraded their heads on walls, what a cruel person you are. Countless eyes were fixated on Li Qie, especially the Tombskull disciples. They saw the heads of their elder and brothers hanging above the gates and grew furious. They all had a great desire to kill Li Qie. The onlookers that gathered nearby also looked at Li Qie. Those who didn't know the true story all felt that Li Qie was indeed outrageous. First causing trouble at the alchemy realm only to then boldly repeat his actions at the beast realm, he actually dared to steal a corpse monarch from the Tombskull sect as well as kill its disciples. However, the smarter ones knew that this was not so simple. All of these sects maneuvering in such a short amount of time seemed too much of a coincidence. He is indeed the fiercest, to be able to set off a bloody storm no matter where he goes. One person murmured. Li Qie smiled in response to the Tomb Skull Master in a leisurely manner. I have never seen this corpse monarch you all are mentioning. Plus, is it that easy to steal this thing groomed by your sect? As for the dead disciples, this has nothing to do with me. Their own skeletons went crazy and killed their masters. Li Qie, don't try to defend yourself. The Tomb Skull Master shouted, who in this world does not know that you are versed in the art of summoning? After coming to the southern beast realm, you immediately coveted our eternal corpses, so you stole one of them. Since you were spotted by our disciples, you killed them to keep it a secret. Li Qie burst out in laughter before replying, you think too highly of your sect. I would never bother to look at your trash corpses. Outrageous bastard. A high elder from the Tomb Skull sect was enraged. All of its disciples were glaring at Li Qie. Such words were quite humiliating. Xing Fei stepped forward and spoke at this time. Brotherly, I have always respected the strong. You are renowned in this world, so I admire you as well. If you are willing, then I can act as the mediator. You just need to return the corpse monarch to the Tomb Skull sect and apologize. I trust that they will forgive you. Xing Fei appeared to be a kind person at this time. Who knew that he was the one who instigated this mess in the first place? Chapter 822, Matchless Archery. In fact, this proposed mediation was something that was never meant to be. There was no corpse monarch, so how could Li Qie take one out? Li Qie wanted to laugh after seeing Xing Fei's kind act and said, Xing Fei, your acting is not bad. Unfortunately, the scheme that you are so proud of is merely child's play in my eyes. It's not enough to reach the apex. Xing Fei became unhappy after hearing this, so he raised his voice. Brotherly, I am acting in good faith and wanted to change your conflict into friendship, but you actually view my goodwill as malice. This is truly disappointing. While the Tomb Skull disciples angrily glared at Li Qie, a few experts watching from the distance commented, so overbearing. The Tomb Skull Master solemnly stated, Li Qie, don't you forget, this is the beast realm, the southern region. This is the world of demons such as us. If you continue to act lawlessly with cruelty and kill more demons, then you will be asking to become enemies with the rest of the beast realm. Enough, aren't all of you just trying to frame me? Li Qie interrupted the master and lazily said, I am a cruel evil person who does not sway to reason and prefer to bully the weak. So what? Come bite me then if you are so capable. Since all of you are labeling me as merciless, I'll show all of you today just what mercilessness looks like. Li Qie, you are insane. Committing theft and murder, yet you still choose not to repent while spewing audacious words. The sacred demon leader yelled, Today, we will act on behalf of all cultivators and eradicate you, you fiend. Li Qie only smiled. Before he could respond, a cold harumph resounded. A very beautiful figure appeared in the sky. She was like a phoenix soaring in the air, noble and arrogant. She stood above everyone with an untouchable and aggressive aura. No one would dare to come close. Fairy Jian. Xing Fei cried out at the sudden appearance of this girl. The newcomer was Jian Wushuang. At this time, she looked at Li Qie, then shifted her sharp gaze towards the crowd. The golden daughter of the Jian clan. The cultivators outside saw her and were startled. One of them murmured, no wonder why Xing Fei's group dares to challenge fierce Li Qie. So it turns out that they have the Jian clan as their backing. The group was quite astonished. Xing Fei came from the ravine, so if the ravine and the Jian clan were working together, it would be a very powerful alliance. Any other lineage would be quite wary of such a force. Xing Fei became happy after seeing Jian Wushuang. An idea popped up in his head as he shouted, Fairy Jian, this Li Qie insulted our stone medicine world and despises our people. Not only is he cruel, he also does not know his own place and declared his intention to destroy all the imperial lineages here. Fairy Jian is our world's genius with unbeatable archery. We are willing to follow you to the very end and help you annihilate him. After his speech, he felt quite smug inside about how capable he was. Just like this, he was able to drag another imperial lineage into the mix. The spectators looked down on Xing Fei's words. This was too shameless. However, no one wanted to say anything or speak up for Li Qia. This was the world of demons and Li Qia was a human. Who would be willing to set the record straight for him? Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang stood there with an imperious pose. She coldly looked at Xing Fei once as if she was looking at a fool and didn't even bother to respond. Okay, no more fooling around. Even if you bring all the imperial lineages here, I still wouldn't give a damn. Li Qia smiled and said, all of you, come. Since your armies have gathered here, surely you don't wish for a peaceful resolution. Let's just work it out with blood. Ignorant fool. The Tomb Skull Master thunderously shouted, since you are unrepentant, then we shall carry out justice in the place of the heavens. Forward. With his command, many experts attacked. In fact, the top 3 powers in charge here simply didn't even consider a peaceful resolution. They came prepared to take Li Qia's head. Pluff. But before these experts could come close, Jian Wushuang already had the 9 words true bow in her hand. She casually released an arrow, causing blood to spill. Those experts were killed without even being able to scream. Among the current younger generation, Jian Wushuang could be considered the best archer. Her skill was already quite formidable, so after obtaining the bow, she transformed, like a tiger with wings. The bow was able to unleash even more of her latent potential. Everyone, including the distant spectators, was stunned to see her suddenly kill many experts from the coalition. They initially thought that she was on the golem or the demon's side. Even if she didn't attack Li Qia, she would only watch on the sideline. They were all left dumbfounded, as no one here thought that she would kill Li Qia's enemies instead. The Tomb Skull Master's expression turned unsightly as he shouted, Fairy Jian, what are you trying to do? Jian Wushuang just arrogantly stood in the sky, too lazy to look at the sect master. Li Qia smirked, what else can it be? She works for me, it is that simple. These words astounded everyone. Jian Wushuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan, the main descendant of an imperial lineage. No one could even talk about recruiting her. Moreover, they all knew of her arrogance. She had never given anyone face, not even Yi Qingsheng, but today she was actually working for Li Qia, a human. No one would believe such a thing. At this juncture, the sacred demon leader's side grew more cautious. However, they were already riding the tiger and couldn't get off. After thinking about their hidden ace, they became determined and no longer hesitated. Use skeletons to stop her while we kill Li Qia. The Tomb Skull Master commanded. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the elders and disciples from the sect and even the high elders instantly summoned their trained skeletons. Several thousand skeletons appeared before everyone and instantly drowned the sky with a corpse aura. There were all types of skeletons, and some were quite mighty. The spectators in the distance felt very nervous. Controlling skeletons was something quite frightening. One person murmured, the Tomb Skull sect is truly scary, worthy of its name of being friends with the dead. Go. The disciples commanded their skeletons to pounce at Jian Wushuang. Many of these skeletons knew how to fly. In just a moment, a huge group of skeletons soared into the sky, creating quite an eerie scene. Pluff. 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 Jian Wushuang easily shot out more arrows like falling rain. Each arrow pierced through the approaching skeletons. However, despite their bodies and even their heads being blown to pieces, they still came for her. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Tomb Skull sect. Their skeletons were quite difficult to kill, unless one could shatter them into countless pieces. The only other option was to kill their controllers. After seeing a few skeletons continuing to attack despite their heads being rendered to dust, the experts in the distance became creeped out. These things were monsters. Die. At this time, thousands of experts from the coalition attacked. Countless treasures unleashed their might as a terrifying light tore apart the sky, causing the world to shake and the stars to lose their brilliance. However, amidst the commotion, Li Qie suddenly disappeared. A second later, he emerged next to Jian Wushuang. He watched her kill more than 1,000 skeletons and chuckled, "Leave these undead to me, it is time for you to massacre." Having said that, the death chapter emerged with its lingering death energy. Strands of silk-like laws came out from the book and instantly locked onto the bodies of these skeletons. After being bound by the laws, all the skeletons instantly stopped moving as if they'd been sealed. Die. Jian Wushuang uttered a battle cry. The 9 words True Bao lit up. A mantra arrow appeared in her hand. The moment this arrow shot out, countless arrows descended like a heavy downpour. She unleashed several mantra arrows that originated from the word formation to form arrays in just a split second. These arrays transformed this area. No one could live under this sky ravaged by the arrows. Ah! Miserable screams continuously rang out. Start the formation. The leader, sect master, and Xing Fei were all shocked and enraged. Jian Wushuang was fighting thousands by herself, and no one could get through her defense. In fact, this proposed mediation was something that was never meant to be. There was no corpse monarch, so how could Li Qie take one out? Li Qie wanted to laugh after seeing Xing Fei's kind act and said, "Xing Fei, your acting is not bad. Unfortunately, the scheme that you are so proud of is merely child's play in my eyes. It's not enough to reach the apex." Xing Fei became unhappy after hearing this, so he raised his voice, "Brotherly, I am acting in good faith and wanted to change your conflict into friendship, but you actually view my goodwill as malice. This is truly disappointing." While the Tombskull disciples angrily glared at Li Qie, a few experts watching from the distance commented, "So overbearing." The Tombskull master solemnly stated, "Li Qie, don't you forget, this is the Beast Realm, the southern region. This is the world of demons such as us. If you continue to act lawlessly with cruelty and kill more demons, then you will be asking to become enemies with the rest of the Beast Realm." Chapter 823, Ancient Tree King. In just a second, many elders from the 3 sects started to work together, even sacrificing their longevity blood. With an explosion, gigantic trees grew out of the ground and blocked out the sky. These trees gave birth to gigantic tree-ants that instantly locked the space around Jian Wushuang, trapping her inside. Boom! 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 These gigantic trees could destroy the world with one stomp. Their combined efforts simply shattered this entire space. Sacred tree formation. One master recognized the origin of this formation. Another heavenly king added, "This simple formation is so domineering. They can use it after offering longevity blood. Plus, they are siphoning the worldly energy so that these huge trees could turn into gigantic tree-ants." This was the ultimate formation of the sacred demon tribe. It relied on worldly energy to create gigantic tree-ants to kill their enemies. Pluff! A divine arrow broke through the sky as the 9 words True Bao turned radiant. Jian Wushuang shot out the word soldier. This arrow was as majestic as a mountain, its immense might was unstoppable. The next moment, she shot out several dozen more. What kind of treasure was this Bao? It was the greatest Bao across all the eons. The giant tree-ants were instantly annihilated the moment these soldier arrows hit, causing countless splinters to fly everywhere. However, the trees gave birth to even more tree-ants as if they were endless in number. Die! Jian Wushuang cried out and another flurry of soldier arrows came from the sky. They instantly annihilated all the tree-ants as well as half of the gigantic trees in the formation. However, these destroyed trees quickly grew back and continued to seal this space. The opposing side was quite furious. They initially wanted to use this formation to deal with Li Qie, so they didn't expect to attack Jian Wushuang with it instead. Break! Jian Wushuang turned angry after not being able to kill the endless waves of trees. She cried out once more as her bow's radiance grew blinding. The string was pulled all the way back as the word fighter emerged. This word fighter immediately siphoned all the power in the surroundings. The next moment, the worldly power from the entire Oxherder country and half of the southern region were sucked into this single word and arrow. This mantra required the string to be pulled to its limit. Just this one arrow alone had supreme power and could be considered an attack born from the heaven and earth. Boom! With a deafening blast, this fighter arrow rushed out and annihilated all things in its path. The sacred tree formation couldn't withstand the boundless power of the world and collapsed instantly. This great formation turned into nothingness under the supreme force of this one arrow. Worthy of being the Jian clan's golden daughter, this is a showing of invincible archery. A master from afar emotionally exclaimed after seeing Jian Wushuang's domination. Very few cultivators trained in the Bao. Even those who did enjoyed little success. However, Jian Wushuang showed everyone here what matchless archery was today. Li Qia was standing in the sky, none the skeletons could move due to his restraint. He purposely didn't attack at all since he wanted to train Jian Wushuang in battle. Her archery was truly flawless, but her time with the 9 words true Bao was still quite short. She needed time in battle to truly become one with the Bao. Only when she truly grasped all of the Bao's mysticisms would she be able to surpass her forefather, immortal Emperor Dai Jian, in the future. At this time, the sacred demon leader, the Tomb Skull Master, and Xing Fei were furious to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Their secret card was destroyed just like that by Jian Wushuang. Anything else? Bring it. With the Bao in her hand, heavenly kings were already nothing in her eyes. Her sharp gaze swept over heavenly kings like the leader and master with disdain. In fact, prior to this, she was already prepared to combat virtuous paragons. However, her strength previously relied on her imperial weapon while now was a different story. After obtaining the 9 words true Bao, her skill in archery rose by several levels. She trained really hard in archery, but she never had a powerful and suitable Bao that belonged to her. But now with this Bao, she felt that there was a real future waiting ahead. This little girl from the Jian clan is too arrogant. An imposing and ancient voice appeared. An old man came out from the sacred demon tribe's army. There were many branches and leaves growing from his body. Ancient Tree King. An expert from the southern region recognized this old man's identity and startlingly exclaimed, "This is one of the few virtuous paragons in the sacred demon tribe. Only an early-era paragon." Jian Wushuang laughed proudly in the face of the paragon. A legendary master might be able to do something. But an early-era paragon? Simply courting death. It should be clear by this what Jian Wushuang's attitude was, without need for further description. Her arrogant demeanor left everyone speechless. However, they had to admit that she was indeed qualified to act in such a manner. In the end, an imperial descendant would have advantages unavailable to others. A few great powers' ancestors would be wary of imperial descendants who weren't paragons yet. What else could they do? Who was to blame for these descendants immediately cultivating emperor laws from the start and possessing imperial weapons? These weren't things normal great powers could have. Virtuous paragons were called early-era paragons before walking on their own Tao. These were the most common and weakest existences among paragons. An imperial descendant with such arrogant words. Very well, how about if you add this old woman into the mix then? Another cold voice appeared. A quivering old woman stepped out of the Tomb Skull camp. Her steps were very unstable and it seemed like she would stumble at any moment. This old woman was very ordinary looking. However, when she lifted her head, her eyes lit up, causing everyone's hearts to shiver. Her eyes resembled those of a poisonous serpent, capable of devouring this world. Black-striped ancestor. A spectating expert recognized this old woman and grew restless. She was the ancestor of the Feather Country. More importantly, she was a rising era paragon. She was originally a black-striped snake that became enlightened in the Tao and eventually became an ancestor. The appearance of two paragons took everyone by surprise. Even the most idiotic person here would understand that the alliance came prepared for war and not a peaceful resolution. The alliance is truly going all out. They even invited a few of their ancestors. Someone murmured. Although the Sacred Demon Tribe and the Tombskull sect were great powers, they were only ordinary first-rate sects. They were far weaker than imperial lineages. An existence like the Alchemy Kingdom had countless virtuous paragons sealed underground, while these great powers only had one or two ancestors of this level. But now, they invited their ancestors as well. One could easily imagine how much this battle meant to them. Only ordinary paragons can't reach the apex. Jian Wushuang still smiled freely before the black-striped ancestor. Her prideful demeanor knew no fear. She was indeed capable enough to back it up. The moment she took out her imperial weapon, this type of paragon wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Ordinary virtuous paragons were split into 5 levels: Early Era Paragon, Rising Era Paragon, Peaceful Era Paragon, Prosperous Era Paragon, and Golden Era Paragon. Miss Jian is quite audacious. The black-striped ancestor sneered. Although the Jian clan is powerful, but little girl, you are still very naive and do not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang glanced over at the ancient Tree King and the black-striped ancestor, then declared, "It is not up to you to tell me how immense the heaven and earth are. If you are not convinced, then come at the same time. Today, I want to slay paragons." It didn't matter that she was about to fight 2 paragons by herself. Jian Wushuang was still as aggressive and prideful as ever. Many spectators in the distance gasped after hearing this. One had to comment, "So overbearing." Among the younger generation, only Mei Aonan and Yi Qingqing can fight against paragons one-on-one. Can she also do it? However, 1 versus 2 was simply just too much. If she didn't come from the Jian clan, everyone would think that she didn't know her own limits. Good, good. I heard the Tao of archery left by immortal Emperor Dai Jian is unmatched in this world. It looks like I'll have the pleasure of witnessing it firsthand. The ancient Tree King was laughing from anger. It was extremely humiliating to have a junior wanting to take them on alone. I shall also test the Supreme Emperor law of an imperial lineage today. The black-striped ancestor sneered. In just a moment, the 2 of them surrounded Jian Wushuang. Despite the double teaming, they didn't dare to underestimate her at all. There was a big gap between their own merit laws and emperor laws. Moreover, they were secretly wary of Jian Wushuang's imperial weapon. If it came out, then paragons like them would have a hard time dealing with it. They were only ordinary paragons after all and not legendary masters or eternal existences. They had no way of fighting imperial weapons. Chapter 824, Slaying Paragons in the entire stone medicine world. Very few people in the younger generation could challenge paragons. Yi Qingqing was one and Mei Aonan another. But now, Jian Wushuang was about to fight 2 paragons by herself. Everyone was eager to see the result. If the younger generation could challenge paragons, then this meant that a grand era was about to come. The new heavens would appear and this world would be the playground of the youths. Die. The black-striped ancestor and the ancient Tree King attacked at the same time. One was an early era paragon and the other a rising era paragon. They both summoned their true fate weapons. One was a long whip that snapped through the sky like a flood dragon. The other was a shield artifact. Taking a direct impact was akin to a mountain crashing down on you. Their attacks were extremely tyrannical. They shattered the surrounding space and shook the entire county. Amidst the dazzling lights, a phoenix's cry resounded. Right afterwards, one phoenix after another soared up into the sky. They were all dazzlingly blinding as if they were coming back to life via fiery rebirth. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered in images of phoenixes. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang disappeared. Although the ferocious attacks from the 2 paragons struck these dancing phoenixes, they didn't hit Jian Wushuang. One couldn't see her among the countless shadows. Shadow Phoenix Physique. This was Li Qia's creation tailored for Jian Wushuang. It had two amazing properties. The first was its elusiveness. The moment these phoenixes appeared, Jian Wushuang would disappear. Even a paragon wouldn't be able to pinpoint her location. Pluff. Right after the two paragons failed to land their attacks, an arrow was unleashed. No one saw how Jian Wushuang appeared right behind the ancient Tree King. The arrow turned into a formation that generated a rain of arrows. All of these powerful arrows aimed for the Tree King. Pluff. 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 The Tree King immediately used his shield to block the torrent of arrows and shouted, "This little amount of power cannot hurt me." Buzz. A blinding arrow emerged amidst the action. The 9 words True Bao gathered all of the worldly energy at this point. The force of the surrounding 100,000 miles was focused into the mantra fighter and culminated in a supreme void-piercing arrow. The Tree King's expression quickly shifted. His shield also lit up with a dazzling divine light. It seemed that layers upon layers of defenses were created. At the same time, the Tree King also quickly dashed away in order to escape this tyrannical arrow. Pluff. Although he was very fast, he still couldn't evade this arrow in time. It pierced his shoulder as the word fighter disappeared. The arrow carried a mighty force. Nevertheless, the Tree King was still a paragon. He was able to survive this arrow. The wound on his shoulder closed like tree bark, healing his injury. "A junior like you can't kill me," the Tree King cried out. Being harmed by a junior was greatly humiliating in his eyes. Many felt a cold chill after seeing the Tree King being able to withstand the damage inflicted by this arrow. His survivability was too great. Even if he stood still for a heavenly king to continuously attack him, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill him. The Tree King was a very rare, enlightened tree. Although he didn't have an immortal physique or anything, his survivability was quite frightening. He was able to withstand the onslaught of powerful treasures. Whoosh! Right after Jian Wushuang's retaliation, a whip that resembled a poisonous serpent stealthily aimed for her back. This whip from the black-striped ancestor came without any warnings, invisible just like a snake hidden in shadows ready to deliver a fatal bite at any moment. However, Jian Wushuang once more disappeared among the phoenixes in the sky. When she emerged again, she unleashed the formation arrow. Another volley of arrows filled with killing intent aimed straight at the ancestor. "Junior, eat this." The Tree King intended to rush forward and attack Jian Wushuang from behind in unison with the ancestor. However, the strange clanking of metal appeared. Universal laws in the shape of chains instantly sealed more than half of his body. Eventually, a series of arrows shot out from inside his body and sealed the surrounding space. The king was completely sealed in the sky. No matter how enraged he was, he couldn't remove these chains that bound him in the sky. After Jian Wushuang's fighter arrow pierced his shoulder, the mantra disappeared. However, the effects did not end there. Jian Wushuang used the laws of the True Bao and infiltrated the Tree King's body so that she could seal him. Bang! 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 On the other side, the black-striped ancestor moved extremely quickly. Although the indiscriminate arrows rained down on her, her dragon-like whip swung left to right and shattered all the oncoming arrows. Pluff! After destroying all of the arrows, her whip appeared right behind Jian Wushuang out of nowhere. A cold glint flashed as it went straight for her back like the fangs of a serpent. The phoenix images appeared once more to mark Jian Wushuang's disappearance. "Junior, what is so skillful about hiding?" The ancestor was both angry and alarmed. She couldn't catch a glimpse of Jian Wushuang inside the phoenix images. Pfuff! But after she uttered the taunt, blood began to spurt. An arrow was shot through her chest. No one saw where this arrow came from, not even the ancestor herself. This was the mantra, all, an invisible arrow. It was completely undetectable and flew without a trace. No one could even realize its existence, let alone stop it. This mist was not only capable of poisoning powerful cultivators, it could also melt many weapons and treasures. However, the hymns of phoenixes continued to sound and their images continued to cover the sky within the mist, showing no trace of Jian Wushuang. Next was a series of plucking sounds. More all arrows shot through the ancestor's body, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Nevertheless, this was not enough to kill the ancestor. Animal, come out and fight. The ancestor was driven mad under the siege of stealth attacks. Even though she was very powerful, she was still at a disadvantage against the shadow phoenix physique and the invisible all arrows. One successful ambush came after another while she continued to fail at catching Jian Wushuang. Ultimately, despite bleeding in multiple areas, she was still a rising era paragon. It wasn't so easy for a heavenly king to kill her. People shivered after seeing this scene and the apparent gap between the two. Although Jian Wushuang's archery was matchless, she was not as powerful as the ancestor, so killing her was quite a difficult task. A paragon only needed one move to kill a heavenly king, while 100 slashes from a heavenly king might not be enough to slay a paragon. Jian Wushuang eventually appeared again. She wielded her bow while her sharp gaze was fixated on the ancestor. The ancestor stopped spewing out mist and sneered, "Little wretch, you finally dared to show yourself. As long as you don't hide, I will tear you into countless pieces." After hearing this, Jian Wushuang's countenance turned cold while her killing intent rose. The bow in her hand lit up like a blazing sun. Die. The ancestor eventually launched an attack that could end the 6 Dao and suppress the 9 worlds. All things would be eclipsed when a paragon unleashes their mightiest attack. ZZZH. The hymn of the bow appeared. The first 4 words of the full mantra appeared to form a complete phrase. They then turned into a sharp arrow capable of destroying all laws. Gods and devils would tremble before its might. Soldiers and fighters, the power of this arrow was indescribable. Nothing could stop its momentum and destructive force. It seemed that the atmosphere itself was completely frozen. Pluff. After a while, the air began to slowly flow again. The bloody arrow from the 4 words pierced the ancestor's head. At this time, her most powerful strike was utterly defeated. Her eyes widened in shock as her huge snake body fell down to the ground with a huge bang. The world turned quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded because although no one understood this one arrow, they could only describe it with one sentence. Its appearance made them taste the sensation of death. It was as if even deities would not be able to stop this arrow. In the entire stone medicine world, very few people in the younger generation could challenge paragons. Yi Qingsheng was one and Mei Aonan another. But now, Jian Wushuang was about to fight 2 paragons by herself. Everyone was eager to see the result. If the younger generation could challenge paragons, then this meant that a grand era was about to come. The new heavens would appear and this world would be the playground of the youths. Die. The black-striped ancestor and the ancient tree king attacked at the same time. One was an early era paragon and the other a rising era paragon. They both summoned their true fate weapons. One was a long whip that snapped through the sky like a flood dragon. The other was a shield artifact. Taking a direct impact was akin to a mountain crashing down on you. Their attacks were extremely tyrannical. They shattered the surrounding space and shook the entire county. Amidst the dazzling lights, a phoenix's cry appeared. Right afterwards, one phoenix after another soared up into the sky. They were all dazzlingly blinding as if they were coming back to life via fiery rebirth. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered in images of phoenixes. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang disappeared. Although the ferocious attacks from the 2 paragons struck these dancing phoenixes, they didn't hit Jian Wushuang. One couldn't see her among the countless shadows. Chapter 825. Corpse God. Such an arrow frightened everyone. Heavenly kings like the sacred demon leader and the tomb skull master felt chills throughout their bodies. Although all of them were kings, they were far from being Jian Wushuang's match. From start to finish, Jian Wushuang never used her clan's emperor laws. Just her bow alone was enough to slay a paragon. Just how horrifying was this? At this moment, a tearing sound could be heard, accompanied by a miserable cry. Everyone glanced back and saw the ancient tree king actually tearing apart his own body in order to escape from the chains sealing him. He dragged his crippled body away, but Jian Wushuang unleashed another arrow. It was indescribably fast and immediately caught up to the king. He managed to easily block it with his shield, resulting in a loud blast. However, this was no ordinary arrow. With a strange noise, the king and his shield were instantly covered in ice. However, he was still a paragon. His blood energy rose and dispelled this layer of ice instantly. Nevertheless, this slowed him down quite a bit. Exasish. A second arrow came flying just as fast as the last one. The slowed tree king couldn't dodge this arrow. His broken shield tried to block it but was penetrated along with the tree king's body. After making contact, the king lurched to a halt as his blood energy weakened. At this moment, it seemed that time suddenly began to flow faster. The king's body suddenly changed at a rapid rate as his blood energy grew weaker and weaker. This was a fighter arrow with a special effect that caused time to flow faster around his body. It caused his blood energy to weaken, aging him by several dozen years or more. Boom! The king was not someone who just sit idle and wait for death. A green light emerged from his body. His wood-like body suddenly became spirited with budding seedlings. His destroyed body came together like tree bark and turned more powerful and magical. He used his powerful vitality to counter the withering of the fighter arrow. This was the strong point of being an ancient tree demon. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forward with incredible speed. However, the tree king did not try to dodge since his body could withstand the blow. Jian Wushuang couldn't kill him so quickly. The most important thing to him was to stop the withering of time. However, he looked down too much on this one arrow. Although its power was not comparable to the word soldier and definitely not comparable to a mantra compiled from the first 4 words, it was definitely fatal. It pierced through the king and ended his life. At this minute, the tree king fell straight down with his eyes still open in disbelief. As a sacred tree, his body was much stronger than a body made out of flesh like the black-striped ancestor. As long as the arrow didn't hit a weak spot, it was virtually impossible for him to die even if struck by countless arrows. However, this particular arrow pierced through his most vital area. However, only he knew about this weak spot. Even at the moment of death, he didn't understand how Jian Wushuang's arrow was able to strike this area so accurately. He didn't know that this arrow was made from the word battle. In terms of speed, it was not as fast as a fighter arrow, and in terms of brute force, it was not as powerful as an all arrow either. However, this was a fatal arrow. It could pierce the most susceptible area of anyone as well as the weakest point of any merit laws. There was no hiding for the tree king when faced with this arrow. His death was a foregone conclusion the moment this arrow was shot. Boom! The huge tree body of the king fell down like an avalanche, signaling another long silence in the vicinity. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Jian Wushuang killed 2 paragons in such a short period of time. This kind of power was unbelievable. Li Qie nodded approvingly at her performance. He didn't mind giving her the true bow and wasting countless resources in order to create the Shadow Phoenix physique for her. She did not disappoint him since she was the most suitable person for the Tao of archery. This is your last chance, come. Jian Wushuang coldly glared at the coalition army from the sacred demon tribe, the Tombskull sect, and the Feather Country before letting out a chuckle. The armies grew hesitant at this moment, but they did not back down. They couldn't back out now. If they failed to even capture Jian Wushuang, then how could they dream of catching Li Qie? Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Jian Wushuang snorted during their moment of hesitation. She prepped her bow and unleashed more arrows. Multiple formation arrows shot out and created many arrays. A rain of arrows descended and locked the armies in place. She used her own power to fight against the army, one against tens of thousands. Ah! Screams resounded left and right. The weaker disciples had no chance to combat the flurry of arrows and were instantly killed. All of the elders and high elders sent out experts in order to break through the arrow arrays and get to Jian Wuxuang. However, how could she give them this chance? Buzz! The bow lit up once more. A fighter arrow annihilated all things in its path. Treasures and even the heavenly kings themselves couldn't stop this arrow. Flesh spattered everywhere and shrill screams rang out from among this scene of carnage. At this moment, she was able to send the army into complete chaos. Since she already had a supreme Tao of archery, the addition of the bow was like giving wings to a tiger. The entire killing process became very easy. She could kill heavenly kings without breaking a sweat. The spectators shivered while watching this scene. They thought that imperial descendants were different after all. They were all kings, but the sacred demon leader and the Tomb Skull Master were simply not her match. Without an imperial weapon in this situation, no one could compete against Jian Wuxuang. The combination of her phoenix physique and the bow essentially gave her invincibility. Summon the corpse god. The Tomb Skull sect couldn't bear this any longer. The sect master shouted and immediately formed a formation with the high elders. They took out a Tao platform and spewed their longevity blood on it. With a series of profound incantations, the platform lit up. Whoosh! A cold breeze flew by. A figure appeared above the platform as an evil energy erupted right away like the arrival of an evil god. The entire battlefield turned dark as if this figure heralded the coming of hell. Everyone quivered a bit after feeling this cold breeze as if they had just seen a ghost. Damn, the Tomb Skull sect has gone crazy. They actually summoned the corpse god. Do they not know that it is easy to invite a ghost but hard to get one to leave? This type of devil will not leave until it has its fill of blood. A great powers sect master screamed in horror. The corpse god was the ultimate move of the Tomb Skull sect. Legend states that this corpse was groomed by their progenitor. It was extremely ferocious, a true monster. Normally, the sect would never dare to summon it because no one outside of a select few could control it. It was easy to summon but quite difficult to reseal. The corpse god would have its fill of blood before it would willingly return to slumber. Bang! The summoned corpse god performed a madra and instantly shattered Jian Wuxuang's arrow arrays. Despite the great quantity, the arrays were not enough to trap this terrifying monster. The alliance was finally relieved after seeing the corpse god's power. The disadvantageous situation was finally dealt with by its presence. Jian Wuxuang snorted and was unperturbed. She wanted to rush forward to fight this corpse, but Li Qie stopped her and gently shook his head. Leave this monster to me. You can't kill it for the time being. With that, death energy emerged along with the death chapter. A heavenly sun rotated and a magical sound rang. The laws from the chapter instantly soared towards the corpse. The corpse god wasn't afraid and reached out with one hand to meet it. It immediately caught the universal laws, but with a sizzling sound, the laws disappeared inside its body and it was frozen on the spot. Impossible. The Tomb Skull Master and the other elders were horrified. They didn't dare to believe their own eyes. The corpse god was something they fed with blood for generations. No outsiders could control it. Li Qie's undead manipulation art is stronger than the Tomb Skull sect's. Many experts saw this in the distance and became moved. Li Qie's ability was no secret, but people still found the sight of him easily controlling the corpse god incredible. Blood sacrifice. The Tomb Skull Master bellowed. With the cooperation of the elders, they spewed out their longevity blood as an offering to the corpse god. More noises could be heard. The corpse god's entire body radiated a bloody light. It seemed about to escape Li Qie's grasp as a terrifying red glimmer flashed across its eyes, just like a devil. Such an arrow frightened everyone. Heavenly kings like the sacred demon leader and the Tomb Skull Master felt chills throughout their bodies. Although all of them were kings, they were far from being Jian Wushuang's match. From start to finish, Jian Wushuang never used her clan's emperor laws. Just her bow alone was enough to slay a paragon. Just how horrifying was this? At this moment, a tearing sound could be heard, accompanied by a miserable cry. Everyone glanced back and saw the ancient Tree King actually tearing apart his own body in order to escape from the chains sealing him. He dragged his crippled body away, but Jian Wushuang unleashed another arrow. It was indescribably fast and immediately caught up to the king. He managed to easily block it with his shield, resulting in a loud blast. However, this was no ordinary arrow. With a strange noise, the king and his shield were instantly covered in ice. However, he was still a paragon. His blood energy rose and dispelled this layer of ice instantly. Nevertheless, this slowed him down quite a bit. Chapter 826, Diamond God. In this moment, it appeared that the sect had regained control of the corpse god. It woke up before suddenly turning around and reaching out with its evil hand. Its palm came and crushed all in its path. Shrill screams resounded as several thousand disciples of the Alliance were immediately crushed to death while spurting blood. The corpse god opened its mouth to suck in all of the blood like a siphon. This scene was completely terrifying to all the spectators, causing them to run as far away from the battlefield as possible. "What are you doing?" At this time, the sacred demon leader shouted furiously. All of the elders and experts from the coalition were glaring at the Tombskull sect. The corpse god needs to have its fill in order to become strong enough to break Li Qia's control. Sacrifices are necessary for victory. The Tombskull sect uttered coldly. The corpse god turned around with its bloody eyes and focused on Li Qia like a devil eyeing its prey. However, Li Qia only smirked. The death chapter rotated and, with a clanking sound, the laws inside the corpse's body lit up. The corpse god was immediately affected once more and its mind slowed down. Kill him. The Tombskull sect's group knew that something wasn't right. They didn't hold anything back and offered more longevity blood to the corpse so that it could kill Li Qia. They didn't want to give Li Qia the chance to control it. The corpse god came with killing intent that could shatter the world. Its evil energy swept across the land and turned everything dark. It was as if this cruel devil was the ruler of this area. Li Qia didn't even bat an eye in the face of the upcoming onslaught. The death chapter shifted once more. All of the skeletons under his control immediately rushed towards the corpse god. Several thousand of them formed a skeletal wall in an attempt to stop it. Boom! However, this bone wall could not impede the corpse god. In a brief moment, the skeletons were all crushed, causing their fragmented bones to fly everywhere. Such a scene left the Tombskull experts in great pain because these skeletons were groomed with great effort, but now they were destroyed because of Li Qia. The corpse god maintained its sky-destroying momentum and rushed towards Li Qia. Li Qia raised his brow and the chapter moved one more time like a mirror shining down on the monster. Zzz, in an instant, the death energy from the chapter engulfed the corpse god, causing it to immediately stop. Next, waves of energy entered its body, generating even more sizzling sounds. The bloody light of the corpse god was instantly absorbed by the death energy. Li Qia was controlling the chapter while the corpse god obediently stood at his side. It was completely under his control. No. The elders of the Tombskull sect cried out after losing control. Such a blow was too much for them to take. Li Qia insipidly said, "I can even control a dead phoenix, let alone this corpse." Although the Tombskull sect's undead manipulation skill was great, when compared to the death chapter from the scripture, it was only an insignificant trick. After gaining control of the corpse god, Li Qia no longer wanted to personally make a move, so he dismissively said, "They are all yours." Jian Wushuang's eyes flared up like arrows. The bow in her hand lit up and shot out, formation arrows. Once again, a rain of arrows covered the sky, causing screams to emanate everywhere. "Xing Fei, where is your hidden card? Where are the ancestors from the crystallized sea sect?" Among the pitiful cries, the sacred demon leader angrily yelled at Xing Fei. Xing Fei was also quite nervous. The crystallized sea sect had promised to help him, but they still had yet to appear. At this time, he couldn't be patient any longer and also growled, "Elder Su, your crystallized sea sect cannot forget your promise to us. What's the rush, are we not here now?" A cold voice came in response. With an explosion, one could see jade pillars descending from the sky and anchoring themselves in the ground. The gigantic pillars sealed the space around Li Qie in an instant. Endless sacred lights emerged. They were white and divine as they shrouded the entire location, giving the feeling that it was a kingdom of heaven. 5 figures appeared inside this great formation. All of them appeared to be quite holy and untouchable, capable of expelling all evil. Exorcism formation, the crystallized C5 ancestors. Someone in the distance recognized the formation along with the 5 figures inside. Crystallized sea sect? Li Qie smirked after seeing this. At this point, the spectators finally knew why the Feather Countries group dared to make a move on Li Qie. So it turned out that they had the crystallized sea sect as their backing. "Help us," screams could be heard from left and right. Under the arrow formations of Jian Wushuang, blood continued to run like rivers. The army had lost a large portion of its troops and Xing Fei was crying for help. However, the 5 ancestors simply didn't care for Xing Fei. Their only goal was Li Qie, so the well-being of these other people was not worth considering. Run! Some were aghast within the formation. They tried to run but couldn't make it very far before being killed by the chaotic arrows. In a short period of time, the coalition army was utterly routed by Jian Wushuang. They had forgotten about the creed of not running on the battlefield. Under the threat of death, no one was willing to stay to fight. All of them tried to escape from this hellhole. Exorcism formation? Li Qie leisurely smiled at this space-sealing formation. "Do all of you really think that all undead manipulation laws are evil? You can try and find out." An imposing voice like the ringing of a bell appeared. A 6th figure emerged from within the endless holy light of the formation. This was an extremely dashing old man. He stood there like a divine statue. His body emitted a golden light like a golden armor. Diamond God. This was an existence in the crystallized sea sect rumored to be unkillable by even god kings. A demon king watching in the distance yelled after seeing the old man. Experts from the previous generation were astounded to hear this name. One of them murmured, "What kind of deep hatred is this?" The crystallized sea sect actually invited their second guardian ancestor. They really are going all out. This is an unkillable existence. A grand character took a deep breath since he knew about the Diamond God's identity. For many generations, very few in the sect were able to cultivate the heavens will crystal physique successfully, and the Diamond God was one of them. He was a piece of gold ingot enlightened in the Tao and eventually became a virtuous paragon. Despite being one of the few users of this physique, he was far weaker than young noble Pei Yu. This was because Pei Yu's original form was a focused steel gem. This was very close to immortal Emperor Jing Yu's true form, thus the young noble had a matchless innate advantage. Because of this, the gold ingot form of the Diamond God couldn't compare to the young noble in this regard. However, the Diamond God's talents were supreme. During his youth, despite the skepticism of many, he actually managed to successfully cultivate the crystal physique. Of course, the young noble could last for 6 days and 6 nights while the Diamond God could only last for 1 hour. Nevertheless, the Diamond God still remained invincible. During his generation, he was once ambushed by 3 god kings but easily escaped from their ambush due to his physique. Moreover, he came out completely unscathed. From then on, he was praised as someone unkillable by even god kings. So it is that lump of gold with the crystal physique. Li Qie couldn't help but smile at the god's appearance. He knew the reason for his arrival. "Junior, hand over your secret weapon, perhaps I will spare you from death." The Diamond God's voice was quite sonorous. He leered at Li Qie with his body as mighty as a mountain. Anyone who stood before him would feel tremendous pressure. After the news of Wuxia breaking the young noble's crystal physique spread to the crystallized sea sect, none of them dared to believe it because this had remained an impossibility for eons. Their physique could be suppressed by an extremely powerful existence, but a full nullification was impossible. Thus, the elders assumed that Wuxia must have used an evil weapon capable of piercing or subduing their physique. Because of this, the sect mobilized 5 elders to use the exorcism formation. They aimed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. First, they could suppress the evil weapon capable of defeating their physique. Second, it would also suppress Wuxia's evil art that allowed him to control the undead. At the same time, they invited their second guardian ancestor, the Diamond God. Secret weapon? There is no such thing. Wuxia smiled and looked at the Diamond God. Also, do you really think the crystal physique can protect your life? Junior, even if you have your extremely evil weapon, the only fate that awaits you today is death. It doesn't matter if you are capable of killing god monarchs, you are nothing before me. The Diamond God coldly declared. At this point, the god emitted a powerful imperial aura that caused people to shiver uncontrollably. So you didn't only bring the exorcism formation to stop me, you also brought an imperial weapon. Wuxia felt the aura and smiled. The crystallized sea sect came prepared this time. They aimed to stop all of Wuxia's methods, and they brought an imperial weapon along for the cause. Even if Wuxia could break the crystal physique, the Diamond God was confident that the weapon left behind by their emperor would be able to stop Wuxia's evil weapon. Chapter 827, Transformation of the Corpse God. In existence like the Diamond God with a boundless imperial aura from his weapon would be scary to anyone outside of God Kings. Even legendary masters and eternal existences would be wary of him. Wuxia glanced over the exorcism formation then back at the Diamond God. He was still smiling and as carefree as ever. Since you are so confident, then let us begin. Show me what you got. Attack. The Diamond God commanded with a cold glint in his eyes. The 5 ancestors immediately activated the exorcism formation. The endless sacred light condensed into a ball of radiance that flew straight towards Wuxia's death chapter. The Diamond God wanted to capture Wuxia alive to find out the secrets behind his ability to break their crystal physique. Wuxia's powerful undead manipulation was known to everyone, thus the sect wanted to stop this evil art first. Without it, Wuxia would be nothing before the Diamond God. This exorcism formation from the crystallized sea sect was very famous. It was created by immortal Emperor Jingyu and capable of repelling all evil. Even a devil from hell would be blown into smithereens within this formation. However, no matter how bright and holy the light inside the formation was or that it was strengthened by an immortal emperor, there was no effect as it shone on Wuxia's death chapter. What? Impossible. The 5 ancestors were astounded with disbelief. Everyone knew that undead manipulation arts were definitely evil by nature. Even if it wasn't evil, it would still be suppressed by the exorcism formation. However, Wuxia's chapter was unperturbed. If this art of mine is evil, then your immortal emperor's laws are unorthodox and unrighteous. Wuxia's chapter withstood the baptism of the holy light. It essentially had no effect on him. At this second, the chapter began to rotate. The corpse god took 1 step forward, causing the space beneath his feet to shatter. The entire exorcism formation shook, causing a majority of the holy light to sway. Suppress it. The Diamond God's expression sank after seeing the corpse god moving. He commanded the 5 ancestors. The corpse god was the ultimate treasure of the Tombskull sect, a terrifying monster with frightful power. Even an existence like the Diamond God was quite wary of this creature. The 5 ancestors strengthened the exorcism formation. In the blink of an eye, the holy light engulfed the corpse god like a surging river. One could hear sizzling sounds at the moment of contact. Green smoke rose from its body. Under the suppression of the holy light, the corpse couldn't move and even growled from time to time. This growl seemed to come from a devil of hell, instilling chills in everyone. As the light from the formation was purifying the corpse god, the devil seemed to have turned into a vampire. Smoke rose from its body wherever the light touched. Its dense evil energy was being cleansed by the light. The diamond god snorted after seeing the successful containment of the corpse god. His sharp eyes glared at Wuxia. Without the corpse god and other undead under his control, Wuxia was only an ant in his eyes. However, Wuxia didn't care at all about the well-being of the corpse. He ignored the corpse god being suppressed by the formation. Many experts from afar were startled by this scene. Wuxia's powerful evil art was finally suppressed. This exorcism formation was indeed unfathomable. Worthy of being an imperial lineage. This great formation can contain all evil so easily. One person murmured. On the other side, Jian Wushuang was carrying out a massacre. The alliance was in complete disarray as they were being hunted by her. With the 9 words true Bao in her hand, it would be simple for her to kill even from 1,000 miles away. Ah! Amidst the sea of screams, Xing Fei, who started this storm, couldn't escape death. He was eventually killed by Jian Wushuang's arrows. His body fell down from high above, causing blood to splash everywhere. Jian Wushuang now resembled a death goddess. Her state had reached its peak. She could meet God, slay God, meet devil, slay devil. Anyone would take the long route around her at this moment, for they were full of dread. Roar! The corpse god screamed under the baptism of holy light as if it was in great pain. The diamond god saw this and glared at Wuxia before laughing. This is your ace? Surrender now and reveal your secrets, then our sect might spare you. Wuxia smiled and pointed with his chin while slowly stating, isn't it a bit too early to be excited? Look again. Boom! There was a sudden turn of events. The corpse god suddenly erupted with a blinding light. An endless sacred light soared all the way up into the sky. What, after the sudden development, the cultivators outside, the 5 ancestors, and the diamond god were all shocked. The corpse god was an evil monster, so how could it emit such a powerful sacred light? At this moment, something incredible happened. The sacred light up high in the sky turned into a gigantic vortex. With a series of loud explosions, this vortex became an all-devouring black hole and sucked in all the holy light within the formation. The 5 ancestors were aghast. The formation was no longer under their control as its holy light was absorbed by the corpse god. Boom! The divine pillars shouldering the exorcism formation were shattered. The formation soon followed suit after its holy light was stolen. At this time, the sacred light dispersed along with the evil energy. The corpse god revealed its true appearance. This was a scholarly middle-aged man with an elegant and noble appearance. No one would be able to connect him and the corpse god that was emitting evil energy earlier. Most people would imagine the corpse having yellow fangs and green skin. Who would have thought that it had such a gentlemanly appearance? However, this man had no trace of life. It was still a corpse after all. Many people, including the 5 ancestors, were stunned after seeing the true appearance of the corpse god. The diamond god recognized the corpse's identity and exclaimed in shock, Isn't that the son of the Tombskull progenitor? The crowd was astounded by this revelation. The corpse was the Tombskull progenitor's son. No one would believe such news, not even the Tombskull sect itself. Its progenitor actually turned his own son into the corpse god. Just how terrifying was this matter? As for the reason why, maybe no one knew. The Tombskull sect embarked on an evil path. Such a good corpse was ruined by the gestation of blood. Wuxia was very pleased with this result as he smiled leisurely. Just in time though, your exorcism formation carried a powerful holy power. This kind of force is perfect for expelling the evil blood energy from its body. I should be thanking all of you. Without the formation, I would have had to spend a lot of effort to rid it of its evil. These words left the diamond god and the 5 ancestors with extremely unsightly expressions. So it turned out that Wuxia was only using them. This brat is too devilish. Many people were astonished after hearing this. At first, people thought that the exorcism formation was suppressing the corpse god. Who would have thought that Li Qie was taking advantage of the formation? This was the same as giving up one's wife and losing an army as well. My turn. Li Qie smiled at the 5 ancestors. His chapter rotated once more as death energy filled his body. Boom! With a loud explosion, the corpse god attacked. His body turned into a ray of light, and in the next moment, screams accompanied the splattering of blood. The 5 ancestors were instantly killed with their blood spurting like springs. Little animal, you want to die. A junior killing his descendants right in front of his nose made the diamond god livid. He went straight for Li Qie. However, before he could reach his goal, the corpse god appeared before Li Qie and easily stopped his attack. Li Qie stood right there and leisurely commented, "You are so far from being a god monarch that you can't compare to this corpse god at all." Good, let me check out this peerless genius of the past then. The diamond god had a twisted expression. He couldn't catch Li Qie without killing the corpse that protected him. Without an imperial weapon or the crystal physique, you are no match for it. Li Qie chuckled and channeled his death chapter, letting its energy surge once more. Boom! The tyrannical corpse god stomped at the diamond god. The god was furious from being looked down upon like this and rushed to meet it head-on. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the diamond god and the corpse god had exchanged 5 blows in the sky, causing widespread destruction. Boom! The diamond god was blown away by the corpse while spewing out a mouthful of blood. Die! The maddened diamond god finally attacked with his imperial weapon. It crossed the sky and suppressed the heavens. On the other hand, the corpse god soared in patterns as if it was dancing, like a flood dragon against the oncoming imperial weapon. Bang! In an instant, the battle waged on, causing the sun and the moon to lose their brilliance. Countless people were tense from fear due to this terrifying battle. The diamond god indeed became a lot more powerful with an imperial weapon in hand. Even a god monarch might have to retreat in the face of this combination. However, the corpse god's power was far beyond imagination, especially after being purified by the exorcism formation. It became even mightier, as if this was its true power. Chapter 828, Jian Wushuang breaking the crystal physique. It kept on altering its flying pattern. Sometimes it resembled a phoenix while at others, a dragon. With this, it was able to contest the diamond god with his imperial weapon. Each of its moves had an indescribable profundity and unspeakable brilliance, a flawless style. Amazing. Anyone would be stunned to see the corpse god moving so freely under the barrage of the diamond god's imperial weapon. A demon king from the previous generation had heard legends about the corpse god and exclaimed in admiration, "This is a supreme genius from the legends, how incredible." The corpse god was the tomb skull progenitor's son. The tales told that when he was younger, he was a brilliant prodigy with no peers. Some held him in high regard to the point where they thought that he would become an immortal emperor. Later on, he suddenly disappeared and no one knew the reason why. Who would have thought that he was refined into a corpse by his own father? This secret wasn't even known to the future generations of the Tombskull sect. Rumble. The world shattered and the stars fell under the imperial shockwaves. Although the corpse god was quite extraordinary, it couldn't harm the diamond god. Nevertheless, the diamond god was also being driven insane. Although his weapon was mighty and he managed to injure the corpse god several times, he couldn't manage to kill the corpse. If it was a living being, then it would have died to the same injuries. However, the corpse god was an undead after all. Even if his body was blown into tiny pieces, he still wouldn't feel anything. Moreover, after each injury, Li Qie would use his massive amount of death energy to channel the laws and repair the battered corpse at an astonishing rate. At the same time, the corpse also had self-healing capabilities due to the holy energy it absorbed from the exorcism formation. A grievous wound would result in a surge of holy energy from within the corpse's body closing the wound. The diamond god was exasperated by this situation. With the imperial weapon, he was strong enough to kill even god monarchs. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything against this undead. Ah, the screams slowly stopped. After Jian Wushuang's continuous onslaught, the coalition from the Sacred Demon Tribe and Tombskull sect were finally annihilated. Not many were able to escape the battlefield alive. The entire Heavenly Flame County was stained red after this massacre. The stench of blood filled the air and wouldn't disperse due to the corpses piling up into mountains underneath. The coalition came ready for victory. They didn't expect to be completely destroyed without even managing to touch Li Qia's sleeve. Jian Wushuang didn't bother chasing after the lucky survivors. She flew back with her always aggressive and arrogant atmosphere. Open. At last, in the midst of this stalemate, the furious diamond god emitted a blinding light. His body that was seemingly cast from gold turned crystal clear. Boom! At the same time, the corpse god unleashed an earth-shattering attack. The diamond god chose not to evade since the attack was completely ineffective on his body. Heavens will crystal physique. A cultivator in the distant horizon murmured in astonishment after seeing this scene. Time to end this. The diamond god cried out. He no longer cared for the attacks from the corpse god and channeled his energy into his imperial weapon. A powerful blast was unleashed that blew away the corpse god and tore apart its body. However, the death energy and the laws from the chapter rebuilt the broken body instantly. Die. While relying on the crystal physique, the diamond god launched a series of heavy blows onto the corpse god, which was finally at a disadvantage. The crystal physique could ignore all harm, so the diamond god could act recklessly. The corpse god's attacks were all nullified, thus it became open to the onslaught of the imperial weapon. In just a moment, the corpse god was torn into little pieces. Even though the chapter could heal its body, the healing process grew increasingly slower after being crushed over and over again. This crystal physique, one cannot lose with it active. Anyone would lament after seeing the corpse god being destroyed. The crystal physique was an unbreakable defense, the strongest in this world. Immortal Emperor Jingyu was not too spectacular compared to his peers. However, after creating this crystal physique, he became very well known. Some people even stated that due to the crystal physique, Immortal Emperor Jingyu could be ranked among the top 10 emperors of all time. The Diamond God, right now, wanted to win as fast as possible by destroying the corpse god because he only had 1 hour. After this time period was over, his physique would disappear. Throughout the history of the crystallized sea sect, the other geniuses who could use this physique couldn't last 1 hour like the Diamond King, with the exception of young noble Pei Yu. Of course, an existence like Pei Yu who could last 6 days and 6 nights was a miraculous wonder. Only 2 other people outside of Immortal Emperor Jingyu were capable of accomplishing this. This was the weakness of the crystal physique. One couldn't use it continuously, and it required a long time to recharge. Of course, there were also legends of Immortal Emperor Jingyu being able to use it perpetually back at his peak, so he was forever unbeatable. Alas, this was only a legend, something only Immortal Emperor Jingyu could do. No other geniuses of the sect could reach this level. After some in-depth research, the sect believed that the reason why the emperor could use it forever was due to his heaven's will. Although the Diamond God became renowned in the world due to this physique as an existence unkillable by even god kings, he wouldn't use it unless there was no other choice. If he couldn't kill his enemy, then he would use the physique to find a chance to flee. Back then when he was ambushed by 3 god kings, he had no other choice but to use his crystal physique. He couldn't kill the god kings and could only escape. After seeing the corpse god being destroyed over and over again by the imperial weapon, Li Qia commanded Jian Wushuang, "Go, kill him." She was stunned after hearing this. She had always been confident, but she couldn't do anything against the crystal physique. This was an unbreakable emperor law. "I'm not telling you to break the crystal physique." Li Qia continued, "I'm telling you to kill him. Yes, you cannot break the crystal physique with your current abilities, but you can suppress it, understand? The 9 words true Bao is in your hands. As for how to kill him, think about it." He nodded after stating this. Jian Wushuang was slightly dazed, but she was still a genius after all. She eventually composed herself and took a deep breath. With a buzzing sound, her life will appeared. Under its empowerment, her blood energy surged like a tidal wave all the way to the sky. She opened her fate palace and her newly refined true fate weapon emerged from within. This weapon resembled a moon. It lit up upon activation as if time itself was sucked inside. Temporal Bright Moon was the name given to this new true fate weapon. Another buzz resounded. Jian Wushuang wielded the bow in her hand as it radiated a blinding light. The word arrange was pulled back on the bowstring. At the same time, her temporal bright moon poured down a clear, temporal light that blessed this arrow. Whoosh! This arrow was just too fast and went beyond visual perception. The word arrange was not usually this fast, but due to the temporal bright moon's blessing, time quickly passed by at the moment the string was released, allowing the arrow to reach a supreme speed. This was the reason why Li Qie wanted her to change her true fate weapon. After Jian Wushuang reached the peak, she could fire the fastest arrows capable of surpassing time itself due to this treasure, allowing her to kill any existence. Whoosh! This arrow struck the diamond god. Right when everyone thought that this arrow would be ineffective, another buzzing sound rang. The diamond god immediately disappeared without a trace. What happened just now? The sudden disappearance of the diamond god left many spectators confused and lost about the current situation. A knowledgeable demon king saw through the clues and murmured, "This is an exile, a temporal exile." This arranged arrow was about expulsion. The arrow opened up a temporal distortion. This wouldn't harm anyone, but they would be banished to this new space-time. If one couldn't make their way back from this space, then they would die inside. Jian Wushuang's life wheel was very bright at this moment. All of her blood energy was fueling the temporal bright moon, causing it to light up and indirectly increasing the temporal flow to the extreme. Jian Wushuang pulled her bowstring all the way back again with another arranged arrow and the true fate weapon empowering it. Time passed by and eventually, the diamond god with his incredible imperial weapon made his way back from the temporal distortion. The void was shattered as he emerged. Pop! He couldn't escape after making his way back. The arranged arrow instantly struck him once more. He tried to evade it, but the passage of time was too quick, making this arrow undodgeable, especially after his recent emergence from the other space. He was once again exiled and disappeared before everyone's sight. Although there is no way to break the crystal physique, one can still suppress or banish it. There are stories about an invincible existence dealing with the crystal physique in this manner. A spectator understood Jian Wushuang's intention after seeing this. Pop! The diamond god made his way back again. He was truly powerful with the crystal physique and the imperial weapon. The temporal distortion couldn't trap him. However, he could only be struck again and exiled once more when he made it back to this space. After being exiled 5 times, Li Qie slowly uttered when it was about time for the 6th, "It is time for you to kill him." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. She withdrew her temporal bright moon and gathered all of her blood energy in the 9 words true bow. Once she pulled the string back, the bow became as bright as 9 slowly rising suns. No one could see its appearance or the arrow that was about to be unleashed. Pop! Eventually, the diamond god once again ripped open the void and came back. This time, he was bloodied and tattered. His crystal physique finally disappeared since the hour was over. At this moment, time seemed to stagnate, the world growing still as Jian Wushuang released her arrow. It kept on altering its flying pattern. Sometimes it resembled a phoenix while at others, a dragon. With this, it was able to contest the diamond god with his imperial weapon. Each of its moves had an indescribable profundity and unspeakable brilliance, a flawless style. Amazing. Anyone would be stunned to see the corpse god moving so freely under the barrage of the diamond god's imperial weapon. A demon king from the previous generation had heard of the legends about the corpse god and exclaimed in admiration, "This is a supreme genius in the legends, how incredible." The corpse god was the tomb skull progenitor's son. The tales told that when he was younger, he was a brilliant prodigy with no peers. Some held him in high regard to the point where they thought that he would become an immortal emperor. Later on, he suddenly disappeared and no one knew the reason why. Who would have thought that eventually, he was refined into a corpse by his own father? This secret wasn't known to the future generations of the Tombskull sect either. Rumble. The world shattered and the stars fell under the imperial shockwaves. Although the corpse god was quite extraordinary, it couldn't harm the diamond god. Chapter 829, Destroying the Three Sects. This arrow was invincible. All eons returned to the primal source due to this arrow. It seemed that space and time disappeared and only this single arrow existed in all eternity. Everything stopped with this arrow, causing everyone's minds to be lost. By the time their thoughts returned, they could only hear a piercing sound. A stream of blood jetted upward. This arrow pierced the diamond god's head. His eyes were still wide open despite not being able to see what kind of arrow this was. It was much faster than his perception. His stalwart figure fell down from up high and heavily slammed into the ground. Soldiers and fighters, descend and arrange yourselves in front of me. All 9 words in one arrow. This was the ultimate arrow from the 9 words true Biyao, an arrow that consisted of its entire mantra. This arrow had supreme speed, lethality, and destruction. If Jian Wushuang shot out a soldier or fighter arrow against someone as strong as the diamond god, then it would be difficult to kill him. However, he had just escaped from the temporal distortion and wasn't given the chance to dodge this full mantra arrow. It could be said that he didn't even have the chance to look at it. By taking speed, lethality, and power to the extreme, it was not difficult for this arrow to kill virtuous paragons. In just an instant, the entire scene was eerily quiet. Everyone felt their bodies shivering. Although the diamond god was not a god monarch, he was at least a legendary master or even an eternal existence. Such a paragon with the unbreakable crystal physique and immortal Emperor Jing Yu's weapon was still killed by a heavenly king Jr. This was quite an astonishing event. Anyone would quiver after seeing the impossible happen. The diamond god, who was deemed unkillable even by god kings, had died miserably to Jian Wushuang. At this time, his weapon was floating in the air. Jian Wushuang snorted and wanted to seize it. However, she was not a disciple from the Sea sect. The weapon buzzed then instantly escaped without a trace. She could only sigh. Of course, she understood that it wasn't so easy to seize an imperial weapon from a lineage. It required both luck and skill. Extraordinary, this is the perfect Tao of archery. Eventually, someone calmed down and murmured in astonishment. A big shot from the previous generation commented with emotion, the limit of the bow and arrow. I'm afraid she will be able to compete against Yi Qingqing in the future. Just as the saying goes, it is better to be perfect at one art than to know 100 techniques. The Jian Princess archery is at the limit and she will be the strongest emperor candidate in the near future. Jian Wushuang had always been in the spotlight as the main descendant of the Jian clan. However, there was still a certain gap between her and existences like Yi Qingqing. But today, she showed her brilliance with action, so many had a new opinion of her. Her basic archery mastery was already great. Now, she had the true Biyao as well as Li Qi's tutelage and refinement, making her even more unfathomable. In fact, the moment she obtained the true Biyao was when she decided to fully specialize in the Tao of archery. She even made herself forget about the other merit laws and only left archery in her heart. From then on, she had a major breakthrough as well as a deeper understanding of cultivation. The carnage was finally over, but the stench of blood remained. The distant spectators had yet to leave. They watched over the messy battlefield and continued to get chills. Since everyone is still here, all of you can pass on a message for me. After seeing the lingering crowd, Li Qie smiled and leisurely said, "Some people at the beast realm think that they can challenge my prestige. Very well, let them witness my might. Let the world know that I, Li Qie, have a myriad life medicine. Even a god king, no matter how many longevity medicines or immortal roots they had previously consumed, would definitely gain 3 to 5 years of life after using my batch, Wuxia continued. No matter the sect or existence, as long as they destroy the sacred demon tribe, the Tombskull sect, and the Feather Country, I shall give this batch of myriad life medicine to them. What, myriad life medicine? Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Someone gasped then murmured, 3 to 5 years even for a god king. Is he already an alchemy emperor? Even an experienced alchemist was horrified after hearing this. However, no one questioned Wuxia's alchemy ability. He had already competed against the white-hair alchemist back at the alchemy realm. This had already proved that he was the #1 alchemist among the younger generation in the stone medicine world. Even Jian Wushuang was moved after hearing this. 3 to 5 years. Even god kings from their Jian clan would be willing to take action for this type of medicine. After taking this medicine and sealing themselves again, they would be able to live for much longer. 3.5 years of life meant that they could withstand the erosion of time for more than 100,000 years underground, maybe even longer. For the young cultivators, 3.5 years might not mean anything. However, for a near-death god king, this was an invaluable amount of time. This news erupted across the entire world in almost no time at all, like a storm. The world was astonished after hearing this. Some powerful existences buried in the depths of the earth opened their eyes. Rumble. Not half a day after Wuxia released this message, the sacred demon tribe in the southern region suffered a calamity. An invincible existence accompanied by several hundred masters descended from the sky. They entered the tribe and in just a moment, screams and blood filled the atmosphere. Boom! Boom! In a short time, this invincible existence swept through the Tombskull sect and the Feather Country. The sacred demon tribe, the Tombskull sect, and the Feather Country were all annihilated. There are very few survivors. This event shocked the entire beast realm and the stone medicine world in just one day. 3 great powers were destroyed overnight. Their ancestral grounds were assaulted and their elders, high elders, and even guardian protectors were killed. The most astonishing part was that no one knew who took action. The people from start to finish never showed themselves and hid in a mist as they swept through these 3 southern powers like a tornado. They came quickly but also left just as quickly. The leader was a god king with an imperial aura. Someone saw the scene of destruction at the sacred demon tribe with their own eyes and discussed it with other people. It was definitely an imperial lineage taking action. Some talked about this matter in private. Numerous people quivered after finding out that it was a god king from an imperial lineage who did this. Although the 3 great powers were strong first-rate sects, it wasn't difficult for a god king, especially one that came from an imperial lineage, to destroy all 3 sections. No one dared to bring this matter up in public. However, in their secret chambers, there were those who thought that it was the Heavenhoof Ravine. Others said that it was the Beastmaster Citadel since they were the most powerful imperial lineage in the beast realm with 2 emperors. Some also argued that it was not an imperial lineage from the beast realm. It could have been the alchemy realm's Jian clan or the stone realm's Jianlong clan. All in all, one thing was certain, the culprit was an imperial lineage. But as for which one, this remained a mystery and a taboo subject. Wuxia also didn't reveal the assailants. Later on, news came out that the group had received the myriad life medicine from Wuxia, fulfilling his end of the bargain. A few sects and god monarchs with sufficient strength bitterly exclaimed after hearing this, "My myriad life medicine. Damn it, one step too late." In fact, after Wuxia released his intentions, some god monarchs came out immediately. There was even a god king from an imperial lineage who crawled out of the ground. Unfortunately, they were one step too late compared to the mysterious god king. Many sects and cultivators turned completely silent overnight. No one dared to mess with Wuxia. They needed to gauge their own abilities before even considering it. Even if Wuxia didn't take action personally, his supreme Tao of alchemy was enough for not just paragons but even god kings to work for him and massacre those who stood in his path. After an alchemist reaches this level, he can do as he pleases. To call for storms and rains across the world, isn't this the style of an alchemy emperor? Many alchemists were both envious and full of admiration after Wuxia destroyed 3 sects by just opening his mouth. This was their dream and aspiration, to become an alchemy emperor one day. At that time, they would even be considered esteemed guests by immortal emperors. After hearing about the extermination of the 3 sects, Ox King Su Mingchen was scared silly. His legs turned weak as he dropped straight to the ground while drenched in cold sweat. Keep in mind that Wuxia was staying at his country. If Wuxia wished to destroy it, he only needed to say one word and countless ravenous virtuous paragons would come running to tear the oxherder country into pieces. So lucky that I didn't offend this ancestor. The Ox King was too scared to stand back up. He wiped away his cold sweat and praised his own good fortune. Chapter 830, Mysterious Girl. After the slaughter and destruction of 3 sects with one phrase, the heavenly flame county turned even quieter than before. It could even be said that no cultivators dared to set foot inside this county. Many couldn't help but shiver after thinking about how fierce Wuxia was. The one who was most excited after the battle was the old turtle. In the past few days, he always had a beaming expression. The reason was very simple. Wuxia ordered him to bury the corpses in the county. For a vagrant cultivator like him, the wealth of the dead was not to be given up. He received a lot of items while burying the dead. Some were not bad at all. It was no wonder why he was smiling the entire time. Wuxia didn't have time to care for this garbage collecting matter, and the same went for Jian Wuxuang. The 4-eyed basilisk came from the basilisk tribe, so he also wasn't interested in such trivial treasures. Only someone like the old turtle was willing to pick up the trash. Such items were very lucrative in his eyes. Wuxia continued to chant to the Tai clan's stone tablet. Such a tedious chore was relished by Wuxia. The initially arrogant Tai Lan became even quieter after the battle. No one knew what she was thinking. She knew very well just how powerful Wuxia was, but she didn't ask him for cultivation advice. Wuxia didn't pay her too much attention either. If Tai Lan wanted to reach the Tao and humbly ask him for help, then he would help her out of consideration for the heavenly flame goddess. He would even teach her 1 or 2 merit laws. However, she didn't want to ask. On this day, Wuxia continued to chant in front of the tablet. After a long time, he finally finished with a long and complicated scripture. "Hey, what are you trying to do by preaching to that rock?" A pleasant voice rang next to Wuxia. Unknowingly, a supreme beauty could be found standing next to Wuxia. This lady had golden hair as smooth as a waterfall and basked in the sunlight. Her beautiful, slender, and tall figure could captivate others, while her plentiful breasts, thin waist, and flawless features were all extraordinary. Kingdom toppling was not a mere figure of speech but a reality when it came to this girl. Wuxia chuckled and looked at her. "Since you are so smart, can you guess what I am doing?" This supreme beauty was the mysterious girl that Wuxia met back at Alpine Mountain. She took a careful look at the tablet and then back at Wuxia to answer, "There must be something hidden here, but I can't tell what it is." "You are indeed capable." Wuxia nodded and smiled. "You're quite amazing to already figure out that much." "Humph, you should stop looking down on people." The mysterious girl was also a prideful person. She snorted and said, "I'll try as well." With that, she sat down in a meditative pose just like Wuxia and began to preach. This girl was indeed unfathomable. Her incantation was exactly the same as Wuxia's. Jian Wuxuang had exceedingly high aptitudes, but even she had no way to duplicate the incantation after just listening to it once. A little interesting. Such talents can be called peerless throughout the eras. Wuxia had to praise after witnessing this feat. However, after the girl finished reciting her scripture, she couldn't help but look at Wuxia. "This makes no sense. Your incantation created a fluctuation within the tablet, but I didn't receive the slightest response." "Not bad at all to be able to detect that." Worthy of the old heaven's adoration for you. Li Chia praised. The mysterious girl scowled, then looked at Li Chia. What is so special about this? The girl was very straightforward and stated in a proud and candid manner, "Hey, tell me the secret about this tablet. There are very few things that I can't see through in this world, and this is one of them." Li Chia leisurely smiled and answered, "My name is not Hey, it is Li Chia. If you call me young master or boss, then maybe I will think about telling you the secrets of this matter." I know that your name is Li Chia." The girl glared at Li Chia with an indescribable charm. She scowled, "What's the big deal? I don't care anyway. Don't even think about getting me to call you young master. But you can call me young lady though." Li Chia only smiled and didn't say anything else. He stood up to walk inside the mansion. The mysterious girl also stood up and followed right behind him. "Oh wow, boss, where did you go to find such a hot lady?" The four-eyed basilisk exclaimed after seeing the girl behind Li Chia. "Bah, where did this four-eyed basilisk come from?" The girl glanced over towards the basilisk and snorted. The basilisk wasn't happy with the girl's attitude. He arched his chest and assumed a heroic pose as he shouted, "Don't look down on me, I am the most handsome and unique four-eyed basilisk in all the ages. You can brag for half a day, but in the end, you are still only a chicken demon." The mysterious girl didn't give him any face and burst out in laughter as her chest swayed back and forth. The basilisk had to take several steps back as he looked at the girl in horror. Though many cultivators had stolen others' merit laws in this world, most of them only managed to steal the outer layer. However, their basilisk tribe's petrification was completely different since it was an innate ability, something that others couldn't steal. But this girl ahead managed to do so after just 3 moves. This was too terrifying. In this world, was there something secret to her? The girl narcissistically replied, "Are there any devils as pretty as I am in this world?" At this time, Jian Wushuang came out from inside. Her gaze focused on the mysterious girl the moment she arrived. The room turned a lot brighter when the two were together. Tai Lon gently sighed. No matter how pretty a girl might be, they would feel insecure when standing before Jian Wushuang and this mysterious girl. Both were like jewels illuminating the entire room like a beautiful painting. Each of them had their own unique style. Jian Wushuang was also a supreme beauty. In terms of looks, she was not any less than the mysterious girl and could even be considered a bit superior. However, her figure was not the mysterious girl's match. This girl's figure was fatally charming and exuded boundless temptation. Among the women at Li Chia's side, only Chen Baojiao could compete with this mysterious girl. The mysterious girl laughed after seeing Jian Wushuang and said, "Haha, Jian Wushuang, you are also here. Just in time, I want to have an archery contest with you." Jian Wushuang's arrogance did not falter in the face of this girl who was comparable to her in all aspects. She coldly glared at her and snorted, "Long Jingxian, who wants to compete with you? Shouldn't you be stuck in your house studying to be more feminine? How did you sneak outside?" Who says I have to learn how to be feminine? I am always gentle and caring." The mysterious girl's attitude seemed to change after saying this. It was as if she had become a completely different person. "Jian Wushuang, you are mistaken about me escaping from home. I only came out for a break." The girl was no longer hot-headed. Her overbearing attitude suddenly became gentle as if she was an entirely different person. She was now elegant and demure like a noble princess. This elegance was beyond words. Her bright eyes became even more enchanting and were capable of stealing the souls of spectators. Anyone would be melted by her eyes without exception. Chapter 831, Long Jingxian. Both the basilisk and Tai Lon were dumbfounded after seeing this. The girl ahead, Long Jingxian, transformed too quickly. This was simply a different person. Jian Wushuang was a bit speechless after seeing Long Jingxian's appearance as well. She coldly gazed at her, "Long Jingxian, who doesn't know that you have a bad temper? Stop pretending to be gentle in front of me." Jian Wushuang, that's none of your business. Plus, even if I have a bad temper, it is still better than you pretending to be a phoenix. Long Jingxian, at this time, had reverted back to her feisty demeanor from earlier. This shift in character and acting were astonishing. Pretending? Jian Wushuang snorted, come try me then. Let's see whether I am a real phoenix or just pretending to be one. Without an alchemy emperor, you wouldn't have survived until now. How do you know this? Did you spy on my Beastmaster citadel? Long Jingxian was startled and glared at Li Qie. Fewer than few people in this world knew about her immortal fate, including the inhabitants of her citadel. Although she was the citadel's golden daughter, her existence wasn't well known in the stone medicine world. Just as Li Qie had said, her immortal fate was a miracle even for the citadel, since this was something that should have been predestined for death. The citadel utilized countless treasures to keep her alive. They even used immortal emperor longevity blood and bought all the immortal medicines that were available in the stone medicine world. Ultimately, due to their utmost effort and paying a great price to invite the 100-life alchemy emperor, they were able to save Long Jingxian's life with the help of many ancestors. Their success in this regard was nothing short of an extraordinary miracle. This was contending for fate against the high heavens. If Long Jingxian didn't come from the citadel and if the citadel didn't try its best, there would be no way for her to have survived. The citadel believed that this was worth it. After surviving with an immortal fate, Long Jingxian was able to learn any merit law after seeing it once, including emperor's laws from the other lineages. Although she couldn't steal the core essence of these imperial laws quickly, she could grasp 60% of their profundities. This was her most remarkable trait. As Li Qie said before, no one could match her in the entire stone medicine world regarding talent. Li Qie smiled and replied to her allegation, "It is no big deal, why would I need to spy on your citadel? I can just calculate it with my fingers. Please, Master Li, no need to act all mysterious in front of me." Long Jingxian angrily glared at him, "If you already know I have an immortal fate, you should also know that very few things can elude my eyes." Li Qie laughed and shook his head after seeing her confidence. "Little girl, these words are too presumptuous. Talents aren't everything on the long path towards the Tao. For ages now, there had been many brilliant geniuses. Even you might not be able to surpass your citadel's immortal emperors in the future despite having an immortal fate. To reach invincibility is not reliant on talents, but rather the Tao heart." Talent-wise, Empress Hong Tian was far weaker than the other geniuses during that generation, but what was the outcome? She eventually suppressed everyone. Those geniuses only became corpses that paved her path towards immortal emperor. Li Qie smilingly shook his head and went on, "Little girl, your immortal fate is indeed extraordinary, but in my eyes, it is nothing more than a lucky innate disposition. If you don't keep trying, you will only become a useless person and waste your extraordinary immortal fate." No need to lecture me. Long Jingxian snapped, "Who says I want to become invincible? I don't need to become an immortal emperor to have an interesting life. I will do whatever I want." These words make some sense. Li Qie smiled, "Well, it's not my business. I am not from your citadel, so there is no need for me to worry." Both the basilisk and Tai Lon were dumbfounded after seeing this. The girl ahead, or Long Jingxian, transformed too quickly. This was simply a different person. Jian Wushuang was a bit speechless after seeing Long Jingxian's appearance as well. She coldly gazed at her. "Long Jingxian, who doesn't know that you have a bad temper? Stop pretending to be gentle before me." Jian Wushuang, that's none of your business. Plus, even if I have a bad temper, it is still better than you pretending to be a phoenix. Long Jingxian, at this time, had reverted back to her feisty demeanor from earlier. This shift in character and acting were astonishing. Pretending? Jian Wushuang snorted, "Come try me then. Let's see whether I am a real phoenix or just pretending to be one." What's the big deal? Come then, it is not like I haven't seen your archery before. Long Jingxian immediately retorted with haste. Chapter 832, Dragon Tiger Monarch. After arriving at the Tai clan, Long Jingxian continued to stay on the site. The mansion was large, so it wasn't a problem to accommodate her. The issue was that she and Jian Wushuang didn't get along. They were just like fire and water. They would argue whenever they met, causing the deserted Tai clan to become much livelier. Li Qie didn't think much of their quarrel. As for the basilisk and the old turtle, they quickly ran away. The two girls weren't people they could afford to mess with. It hadn't been 2 days since her arrival before a big character came to visit the Tai clan. The moment he set foot inside the Heavenly Flame County, others could feel the air changing. Someone is here. The basilisk also felt this presence and looked towards the horizon. Long Jingxian's expression changed the moment this aura appeared. She tried to flee, but she didn't even manage to make it out of the door as someone was already standing there, blocking the way. A middle-aged man blocked her escape. He wore a robe decorated with dragons and tigers. Although his clothing was simple, no one would dare to hold him in disdain. He emitted a grand noble aura as if he was a tyrant up high above. Moreover, faint roars of dragons and tigers quietly came from within his body as if there was a true dragon coiling around him as well as an accompanying white tiger. Anyone would become nervous in his presence due to the auras of these beasts. Dragon Tiger Monarch. The basilisk exclaimed in shock after seeing the middle-aged man by the door. Beastmaster Lord. The old turtle quivered in fear while hiding in his shell after hearing the name, Dragon Tiger Monarch. Xieni, where are you running off to? The middle-aged man stopped Long Jingxian and smiled with a doting expression. Long Jingxian's attitude changed very quickly. Her previously lively countenance turned pitiful in the blink of an eye. This has nothing to do with me. At this time, Li Qie raised both of his hands and cheerfully smiled. I am only a passerby, don't drag me into this. Damn you, Li Qie, you dare to ruin my plan? Long Jingxian immediately glared at him and exploded. Is there something wrong with me? Regarding both talents and beauty, who in this world is better than me? Her fiery eyes gazed at Li Qie then fell on Jian Wushuang for a bit before she commented, Hey, you're not really together with the Jian brat, are you? Stop, how can the Jian brat be better than me? Are you looking for a beating? Jian Wushuang snorted and harshly said, You can go crazy all you want, but don't bring me into it. Humph, then let's fight. Long Jingxian snorted as well, Your archery is no big deal either. If you are so amazing, then make a bet with me. If you lose, Li Qie will belong to me. The group of the old turtle nearby was left breathless by Long Jingxian's boldness. This girl was too scary. Okay, Xieni, stop causing trouble. The monarch told his daughter, It's not like I don't know your little tricks. The monarch then looked at Li Qie and cupped his hands together. You must be the illustrious young noble Li. I have heard of your great prestige. Li Qie smiled and nodded his head towards the monarch. Before he could speak, the cheerful Long Jingxian immediately interjected, Father, your daughter's eyes aren't bad, right? He is absolutely worthy of being the son-in-law of the Beastmaster Citadel. The monarch didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his daughter. He shook his head instead, Little brat, stop acting crazy. Even if you like someone, they might not necessarily like you back. Long Jingxian immediately erupted after hearing this and let go of her gentle pretense. She posed with both hands on her waist right in front of Li Qie and glared at him. You dare to not like me? I am someone who is adored by all. Flowers would bloom in my presence. Look at my amazing figure. Tell me, what is so bad about me? Li Qie nonchalantly responded to her angry comment. I like gentle and caring girls. As for tigerish and forceful girls, zero interest. Her pretty eyes that were fixated on Li Qie suddenly turned dark as if she wanted to give him a good beating. However, she rolled her eyes and smiled gently. As the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, then follow the dog. If husband likes someone who is gentle and considerate, then I will become more gentle in the future. With that, she hugged his arm again like a little pet playing with its master. Li Qia almost vomited blood after hearing this. This little girl was too difficult to deal with. Li Qia looked at the monarch and smiled. Monarch, I think you better take your baby girl back. I don't want any more trouble from her. Long Jingxian looked up after hearing this and was about to explode. However, she quickly cast her gaze downward and pitifully said, Husband's words are very hurtful to me. Chapter 833, Crazy Girl. The monarch looked at the two of them and smiled mysteriously. Since my daughter is so in love, what else can I do? Xieni, you can stay here. Just know that you can't run away, you have to follow young Nobly wherever he goes. I don't want to be your Beastmaster Citadel's babysitter. Li Qia immediately rejected this idea. The monarch smiled mysteriously in response. My daughter isn't bad at all. If you keep her around, she will be a lot of help in the future. Okay, young Nobly, I'll be leaving my daughter in your care. Having said that, the monarch immediately left while Long Jingxian stayed behind. His actions left the basilisk's group astounded. This was quite unthinkable. Not to mention Long Jingxian was the Citadel's golden daughter, just her looks and unique talents alone won her many suitors across the stone medicine world. They could form a line from the south all the way to the north of the beast realm. But at this moment, the monarch left his beloved daughter to Li Qia. This was the same as having a beautiful bride falling out of the sky. It was even more unbelievable than a free meal. Is he really leaving and not just hiding somewhere to ambush me when I am careless to take me back to the citadel? Even Long Jingxian was doubtful. She looked around discreetly just like a thief. After assuring herself that her father really was gone, she became thrilled and jumped up to say, Hooray! I'm finally free. I can go wherever I want now. Jian Wushuang stared at her and quipped, Crazy girl. Long Jingxian immediately turned around to look at her and countered, Oh, are you unhappy? You must be afraid that I will steal your thunder, so you want me to leave, right? Jian Wushuang met her glare and harshly said, Afraid of a crazy girl like you? I don't have time for that. Just like before, the basilisk's group quickly fled in order to avoid the crossfire. Humph, I'm the one who doesn't care to compete with you. Long Jingxian raised her head higher in order to look down on Jian Wushuang. Okay, you can stop acting so outrageously from now on. Li Qia said, You have to listen to me if you want to stay, or else I'll throw you back to the citadel. Humph, who says I have to listen to you? Long Jingxian snorted, I'm not going with you. I would rather travel around the world instead. Little girl, I don't have time for your nonsense. Li Qia looked at her and dismissively said, If you keep on disobeying me, I really will tie you up and take you back home. This is my area of expertise. Jian Wushuang immediately backed up Li Qia and posed for battle. Jian Wushuang, you alone won't be able to do anything to me. Long Jingxian wasn't afraid of Jian Wushuang and provoked her. Li Qia interrupted her with a wave of his sleeve, Wushuang might not be able to capture you, but I won't be so polite. Your two options are to either obediently follow me or get thrown back to the citadel. Long Jingxian looked at Li Qia and revealed an amorous smile that would drive people crazy. She pulled on Li Qia's arm once more and cheerfully said, I am a cute and meek girl, I'll just listen to husband then. She continued on while looking at Jian Wushuang. Husband, Jian Wushuang must be working for you. I will help you in the future, so let me be in charge of her, okay? Jian Wushuang arrogantly stared at her and coldly stated, Are you dreaming? Li Qia looked at Long Jingxian with one eye. Little girl, there's no need to play around with me as you won't be able to bear defeat. First, I don't want to marry you. Second, even if I do take you as my wife, it still wouldn't be your turn to control those on my side. Also, Wushuang came before you, so in terms of status, you have to call Wushuang big sister. Bah, I won't call her big sister, she shouldn't even think about it. Long Jingxian immediately rejected this idea. Come, call me big sister and maybe I'll treat you well in the future. Jian Wushuang put on a big sister act. Nice try. Long Jingxian coldly responded, come fight me then. The loser will have to call the winner big sister. You think I'm afraid of you? I don't put someone who has a disorganized mess of unrefined merit laws in my eyes at all. Jian Wushuang sneered. The two of them would instantly argue after a few verbal exchanges as if they were born to fight each other. There's no need to waste time here. Li Qie interrupted their fight and commanded, Wushuang, you have other things to tend to such as training. As for you, if you want to be the big sister, then it won't be difficult at all. Listen to me well and train right now so as to not waste your talents. Who says I want to train? Long Jingxian angrily glared at Li Qie. Cultivation was her least favorite activity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have escaped from the citadel. Oh. Li Qie gave her a look. You don't want to run around everywhere and broaden your horizons at the Bian Beast World? Bian Beast World. Her eyes lit up in excitement after hearing this. Li Qie nonchalantly said, if you want to go, then you have to listen to me. Look at your current cultivation right now. A natural immortal fate with such a cultivation. Your level is simply an affront to your gift. If I had an immortal fate, I would have already become an immortal emperor by now. I'm not a half-hearted person like you. Who says my level isn't good enough? Long Jingxian wasn't convinced. Even if Yi Qingqing was here, I can still compete against him. Li Qie coldly glared at her, don't be unconvinced. Although you have many emperor laws, they aren't refined so you can't unleash their ultimate power. At your level, I just need to show my immortal physique to completely suppress you. As for Yi Qingqing, he isn't worthy of consideration. Li Qie continued with harsh words, you have an immortal fate, so do not compare yourself to nobodies. If you want to compare yourself to someone, then it has to be people like Empress Hong Tian or Immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Their talents were much worse than yours, but at your age, they were already looking down on the world after experiencing many bloody battles. Long Jingxian was arrogant, but that arrogance melted away after Empress Hong Tian was brought up. In fact, even other emperors couldn't act arrogant when an existence like Empress Hong Tian was the topic of discussion. Practice your most basic merit law to not waste your immortal fate. Li Qie commanded, even Wushuang has now surpassed you. She has her own Tao of archery, what about you? I know that you are proud, but if you didn't have an immortal fate, you would have nothing. Not to mention competing with Wushuang, even ordinary cultivators would easily defeat you given your mentality. Li Qie scolded her like a strict teacher. She was the jewel princess at the citadel. From top to bottom, everyone there pampered her to no end. Plus, due to her heaven-shattering talents and ability to learn from just a single glance, even if the elders wanted to yell at her, they didn't know where to start. Thus, she enjoyed nothing but adoration. Now, the proud Long Jingxian had no response to Li Qie's criticism. She grew quiet and didn't say anything for a long time. Li Qie looked at her and continued on, from now on, you will begin your training. You can play around with the other emperor laws, but the focus will be on your basic foundation law. Li Qie dismissively said, why do you think your father casually left you here? He had a good reason for doing so. If it wasn't for him showing some respect, I would have been too lazy to keep you here. Stay here and practice well. When it is time to play, I will take you along. After a while, Long Jingxian raised her head to look at Li Qie. She didn't seem to be angry as she intimately pulled on his arm again and smiled, okay, I'll practice just as you want then. However, if I am to try hard, you will have to make Jian Wushuang call me big sister. Li Qie looked at her in response, if you want to bargain, wait until you can surpass Wushuang, then ask again. Humph, what's the big deal? I can definitely surpass her. Long Jingxian was full of confidence as she provoked Jian Wushuang, I'm going to go train now. Get ready to call me big sister. She smirked before leaving. After she left, Jian Wushuang glared at Li Qie, who says I want to call her big sister. Li Qie smiled, is our proud Wushuang not confident? Are you afraid of losing to her? Although that brat's immortal fate is incredible, it is a shame that she likes to play around so much and has forfeited the best opportunities. If she had opened 12 palaces prior to this, then it would truly be difficult for you to catch up to her. Alas, she lost the chance. Now, you just need to wholeheartedly embark on your Tao of archery, then she might not be able to surpass you even in the future. Who says I'm afraid of her surpassing me? Jian Wushuang proudly declared, this lady is not afraid of anyone. I like your style. Li Qiye nodded with a smile, your goal is not this brat. You just need to keep following your own path, the extreme with the bow and a mind aiming for the Tao. Just like that, you shall be you, just like your name. A peerless Tao of archery unique across all the eons, got it? The achievements of others are not important. The only thing that matters is that you shall be unique. Jian Wushuang paused for a moment before gently nodding. Chapter 834, Miao Chan's Wisdom. Meanwhile, in a palace in the Heaven Hoof Ravine, the presence of all the elders created a tense atmosphere. An elder slammed the table and angrily shouted, this Li Qiye is pushing us too far. Xing Fei's master also added with hatred, this Li Qiye is too arrogant. He's killing our disciples and doing as he pleases within our territory as if we aren't here. We cannot sit idly by and do nothing. Elders, don't be impatient. Miao Chan calmly spoke amidst the furious elders, this might not necessarily be a bad thing for our ravine. But Li Qiye killed our disciples. Xing Fei's master had to bring up this fact. Miao Chan nodded in response, I can understand elders' frustration. But remember that we have 100,000 disciples and countless outer sect members. If we have to maneuver each time a disciple is killed, then how will we ever have time for growth? Just the wars alone would drag us down. Moreover, Jian Wushuang didn't assassinate or use a despicable method to kill Xing Fei. It was on the battlefield, so his death could only be attributed to his lack of skill. Miao Chan said. Then is his death meaningless? Xing Fei's master was a bit unhappy and stated his question. Miao Chan solemnly said, Elder, I know you aren't happy, but I am only stating my take on this matter. All the elders are here, and I trust that all of us know the right course of action. Take you, for example, you have 10 disciples under you. Our ravine has more than 10 elders, not to mention the high elders and protectors. If we have to take revenge each time, then what else will we have time to do outside of exacting one vengeance after another? I understand backing our own people. This is necessary for a great power so that others will know that our ravine isn't easily bullied. She spoke while looking at the elders, then raised her voice. However, this also depends on the situation. If Xing Fei died while carrying out a task from the sect, then we should carry out retribution. However, elders should know that Xing Fei's actions were encouraged by someone else. Without permission from the sect, he gathered the great powers of his own accord for his own gain. He should be held accountable for these actions. Another elder gravely responded, My niece, Li Qiye is currently looming over our heads, so we can't sit back and do nothing. I am not saying that we will let Li Qiye off. Miao Chan gently shook her head, our feud with him will eventually be settled. However, now is not the right time. She glanced at the elders, he is not someone easy to deal with. As an imperial lineage, many sects and masters are afraid of our prestige, but this does not include everyone. Right now, a single word from Li Qiye will rally many dying paragons and god monarchs. Every elder here has weathered many storms and should be aware that although our prestige is great right now, our situation is not that optimistic. Behemoths like the Alchemy Kingdom chose to hide, so we have become the biggest target in the stone medicine world. Miao Chan explained. Even so, our ravine has never been afraid of anyone. We are still left standing strong after the countless trials throughout millions of years. Xing Fei's master added. These words are too prideful. Miao Chao shook her head gently. In fact, we have been too conspicuous for the last few generations. We should be hiding instead. It is not a bad thing at all. Many imperial lineages have fallen in the past few millions of years. Even the matchless divine beast realm collapsed and was completely destroyed. Aren't we nothing compared to the beast realm? The elders turned quiet after the beast realm was brought up. Their sect hadn't even been established back when this realm existed. Thus, its destruction was also a warning to many imperial lineages. This generation of ours can be described as a time of turmoil, and our situation is not optimistic either. We all know that our hope of having an immortal emperor is just a forlorn wish. The Alchemy Kingdom's Ming Yeshua, the Jianlong clan's Mei Aonan, and the Stony Edge's Yi Qingsheng are all at the peak in the current generation. Miao Chan said. One elder was about to say something, but he managed to hold it in. The Golden Prince indeed was talented with very few peers, but some elders here also understood that he was a bit lacking compared to Yi Qingsheng. They valued Miao Chan more, but she didn't want to replace the prince. Moreover, the Golden Crow tribe was very important in the ravine. Getting Miao Chan to replace the prince would result in chaos within the ravine. We are not afraid of others. Miao Chan told the elders, however, we should still keep a low profile. Although many elders here have disciples that get along with Yi Qingsheng, I still need to say something. He is not our friend. At the very least while I'm still in charge, I do not hope for our ravine to have too many ties with him. He wishes to become the immortal emperor, thus he needs scapegoats along with stepping stones. If he wants to rule the 9 worlds, dealing with our ravine would be his best option. If we fall, who else would dare to oppose his path? Miao Chan spoke gravely. My niece, don't forget that nephew Golden Crow is a sworn brother of Yi Qingsheng. An elder reminded Miao Chan in a quiet tone. I know. Miao Chan spoke solemnly, that is why I specifically brought this up. Even if junior brother and Yi Qingsheng are brothers, I hope that our ravine will not be friends with Yi Qingsheng. She secretly sighed at this point. In fact, she had brought this up more than just once with the Golden Crow Prince. However, he didn't listen to her at all. In her opinion, the prince was not Yi Qingsheng's match regarding schemes and wits, so he would only be used as a weapon in the end. The elders didn't say anything. In fact, a lot of their disciples had good ties with Yi Qingsheng. Some of them thought that Miao Chan was overthinking things. After all, the ravine and the Stony Edge Kingdom had a good relationship. The two of them even formed an alliance in the past. We should be discussing something else today. Miao Chan returned from her thoughts and looked at the elders. Although Li Qie destroyed the Feather Country and the others, from another perspective, this is not a bad thing to us. At the moment, there is chaos in the territories of the destroyed countries. For the peace of the southern region, Elder Shi will take over the Sacred Demon Tribe's territory, Elder Wang will take over the Tombskull sect's land, and Elder Sun will rule over the Feather Country's region, Miao Chan commanded. This was good for the ravine because they could use this chance to recall these territories without losing a single soldier. Although many elders didn't agree with the topic about Yi Qingsheng, many of them were in accordance with Miao Chan's decision. Thus, this next course of action was unanimously agreed upon. Nephew is about to leave his training, should we avoid letting him know that Jian Wushuang is at the Beast Realm right now? An elder voiced a reminder. Many elders glanced at each other after hearing this. They were not willing to touch on this subject. For the elders and ancestors of the ravine, they would be happy to see Miao Chan and the prince together. However, the prince had always been distant towards Miao Chan since he liked Jian Wushuang. The prince had wasted a lot of time in the alchemy realm in order to court Jian Wushuang back then. Alas, Jian Wushuang was very arrogant and had no interest in the prince. There's no need to hide this since we can't keep it hidden forever. He'll find out eventually, so just tell him outright. Miao Chan secretly lamented while carrying a sense of loss. The elders didn't say anything either. They all knew that Miao Chan had given up a lot for the prince. She backed out of the descendant position and chose to hide behind the curtains, so the world thought that the prince was the best in the ravine. Otherwise, Miao Chan would have been terrorizing the world with great fame. She might even have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mei Aonan and Yi Qingsheng. Back in the Heavenly Flame County, Li Qie continued to chant to the stone tablet each day. Under his persistence, there was finally some results. After finishing his last chant of the day, the tablet finally lit up with a buzzing sound. Is there actually a treasure? The group gathered around. Even Tai Lon, who had always been apathetic, came over. Runes emerged on top of the tablet as Li Qie resumed his chanting. This time, the contents of his incantation were different from before. These runes combined with intersecting lines. In the blink of an eye, these magical runes finally turned into a book. Incredible, such a method must be at the level of immortal emperor. Long Jingxian emotionally commented after seeing the book formed from the runes. Li Qie slowly flipped through the book before eventually stopping on a particular page. His mind opened up, revealing various runes. They flew out and fell onto this page. At the moment of contact, these runes turned into a blinding mantra. The book suddenly disappeared as a small portal emerged on the stone tablet. This little portal looked just like a window. Chapter 835, Treasure from the Rock Open. A universal law in the form of a key flew out from Li Qie's sea of memories. It instantly disappeared the moment it touched the portal on the stone tablet. Buzz. The portal opened, allowing a brilliance to shine on the grounds as if a treasure was about to appear. This is the treasury. Tai Lon couldn't believe her own eyes because she assumed that their Tai clan truly had nothing precious left, let alone a treasure trove. Everyone at this time finally saw the two items floating inside the light. One of them looked like a rod, but wasn't. It was made from an unknown material and had an indescribable divine light coursing through it. The other item was a box. This box was quite large and had an archaic style as if it had been passed down from a distant era. Li Qie took out the two items. He didn't look twice at the old box, but he carefully stroked the rod-like item while nodding his head and murmuring, "Good, good, there is no problem after all." What is this indiscernible item? It is neither a weapon nor a treasure. Long Jingxian had an immortal fate, so very few things could fool her eyes. However, she still couldn't see through this rod-like item. If you could see through it, then I wouldn't have needed to spend so much time. Li Qie chuckled and signaled with his finger at Tai Lon, "Come here." Tai Lon slowly walked over in front of Li Qie. He handed her the old box and insipidly said, "This is the item left behind by your clan's ancestor. Treat it well. If you want to revive the clan, then use the things inside." Tai Lon was startled after hearing this. She held the box while standing there looking silly. Li Qie didn't say anything else. He pointed with his finger and different waves of laws appeared. These laws came together to form a book. Next, his finger touched Tai Lan's forehead to engrave this book in her mind. "I have refined the corpse god one more time. From now on, he will be your Tao protector." Li Qie commanded, "Starting tomorrow, you will leave the Tai clan, and the corpse will take you to a different place. If you wish to revive the clan, then cultivate at that place. Once you have some achievements in the future, you can come back." Tai Lon was stunned on the spot and couldn't calm down. Such a thing was too sudden for her. The old turtle was very envious of Li Qie's treatment towards Tai Lon. This was indeed an extraordinary fortune. Li Qie didn't say anything else after his comment. Back then, he left an item at the Tai clan while the goddess also stored her treasures in the same place. She hoped that if Li Qie ever came back for that item and if her clan had fallen, then he would be able to help at once. The stubborn and unsocial Tai Lon didn't ask Li Qie for help, and Li Qie didn't bother teaching her either. However, because of the goddess, he left the corpse god behind. This was more than considerate enough for Tai Lon. "We will leave tomorrow," Li Qie told the group. Long Jingxian was the most excited upon hearing this. She clapped and said, "Yes. I'm so bored of this place, this is long overdue." "Huh, where does boss want to go?" "I will go with you to see the world." The four-eyed basilisk echoed the sentiment. Li Qie glanced at him, "You're sneaking out of your tribe?" "Boss, no, no." The basilisk flatly denied. He patted his chest with a bullish appearance and said, "This handsome one is the basilisk tribe's master." The tribe is under my command, so why do I need to sneak outside? Really now? Jian Wushuang sneered. I heard your sister, the venerable basilisk, is the current master of the tribe. The basilisk coughed as his 4 eyes rolled around and said, my sister is not in the tribe. Without her, I am in charge. Li Qiye ignored the boasting basilisk and asked the old turtle, are you going back to Quicksand River, or are you coming with me? The old turtle hesitated for a moment. He rarely left his river. In his opinion, hiding in the river was the safest choice. He had been gone for so long, so he really wanted to go back. However, somewhere in his heart was a desire to go out and see the world, especially with Li Qiye. He knew there were great benefits in this. Even though Li Qiye hadn't yet taught him any merit laws, just a simple instruction or pointer would be more than enough. This lowly one is willing to go see the world with great immortal. After a moment of hesitation, the old turtle finally made his decision. Very well, prepare for the departure tomorrow. Li Qiye gently nodded after hearing the turtle's answer. The jubilant Long Jingxian excitedly asked, where are we going? It is best to go somewhere dangerous to play around. Li Qiye smiled, you will find out then. It is definitely a fun place. 2 people were sitting on a towering peak with pine trees as majestic as dragons and lofty waterfalls inhabited by rare birds and happy auspicious beasts among the quiet scenery. Both of them were young. Their radiance caused the world to lose its colors and also overshadowed the celestials. All things became insignificant under their supreme grace. They were 2 famous geniuses of this world, and all eyes were on them. Their momentum while just sitting there was enough to shake the entire world. The Golden Crow Prince and Yi Qingqing met on this beautiful landmark and happily raised their cups in laughter. The prince's body was glittering with a golden glow as if there was a sun rising within him. No one could look straight at him. His hair was blonde and exuded radiant rays as if cast from gold. He had a pair of sharp eyes that could lock onto any prey without fail. There was a proud temperament like a sun god, giving off the sensation that he was the master of all. Yi Qingqing was also unfathomable. He emitted a divine ray. It seemed that wherever he went, the sages and deities were there to bless him. Even in his moment of tranquility, myriad realms would still change. He would forever be the focus of all gazes due to his impressive nature. He was the embodiment of balance. Others would feel that each of his actions were one with the heaven and earth as he resonated with the Tao. He had a pair of spirited and wise eyes as if he could see through all things, nothing could elude his gaze. The prince poured fine wine into Yi Qingqing's goblet and smilingly said, Brother Yi came to celebrate with me right after my reclusive cultivation session. I appreciate this gesture very much. When Yi Qingqing smiled back, it seemed that a new spring was coming. A transcendent and carefree aura was encompassed in his response. Brother, when you put it that way, you make it sound like I am an outsider. I came to the beast realm this time to see you. It seems that your cultivation has allowed you to overcome the lackings of immortal Emperor Jin Shi's law as well as your Golden Crow tribe's defining art. This is a brilliant achievement no different than embarking on a new supreme grand Tao. I am very happy for your incomparable achievements among the younger generation. Yi Qingqing raised his goblet and smiled, here, to you. In terms of achievements, I can't compare to Brother Yi. The prince laughed and drank it all in one gulp. The 2 looked at each other and happily laughed freely. The 2 of them were peerless geniuses in this generation, so many people would be very envious of their relationship. To be honest, I am very envious of you. Yi Qingqing spoke, you are not only famous in this world with complete support from your sect, you also have the support of a genius like Fairy Miao Chan. This is the perfect combination. The prince's expression froze a bit after hearing this, but he still laughed in response. Brother Yi, please don't tease me. Who could compare to you right now? Your camp has so many talents. The prince always felt uncomfortable whenever Miao Chan was brought up. He himself didn't want to talk about her. Outsiders knew him as the number 1 in the ravine. Just think about it, how illustrious was it to be the main descendant of a lineage with 2 emperors? he garnered a lot of attention and envy. However, the truth was that the real genius of the ravine was not him. Miao Chan was the true talent. They were childhood sweethearts and got along very well. When he was younger, he respected her as a senior sister. However, their current situation was very strange. Although Miao Chan showed complete support for him, he had always felt conflicted about this. He knew better than anyone else that his fame of being number one was just in name. Although Miao Chan was happy to hide behind the curtains, he actually didn't want to compete with her for the top position. To sum it up, this had always been an annoyance in his mind. Furthermore, back at the main descendant selection, Miao Chan made a sacrifice. Although his Golden Crow tribe had a pivotal position in the ravine and could be said to have the power to control the sect, Miao Chan's influence back then was simply incredible. Outside of the ancestors from his tribe, all the other elders valued Miao Chan. She was both powerful and smart, impeccable in all features, and completely eclipsed the prince. In the end, she conceded to him, so he easily became the main descendant. From then on, he always had an unspeakable feeling as if he owed her. This was especially true in the minds of the elders. Although Miao Chan never stated that she wanted to marry the prince, all the elders knew what was on her mind. The issue arose from this. If the prince didn't marry her after such a big sacrifice, it would seem as if he had wronged her. This matter made the prince very uncomfortable, even though he knew that Miao Chan had done many things for him, such as watching over the ravine and strategizing for him. Thus, he really didn't want to talk about Miao Chan and even purposely avoided her. Open. A universal law in the form of a key flew out from Li Qia's sea of memories. It instantly disappeared the moment it touched the portal on the stone tablet. Buzz. The portal opened, allowing a brilliance to shine on the grounds as if a treasure was about to appear. This is the treasury. Tai Lon couldn't believe her own eyes because she assumed that their Tai clan truly had nothing precious left, let alone a treasure trove. Everyone at this time finally saw the two items floating inside the light. One of them looked like a rod, but it wasn't one in actuality. It was made from an unknown material and had an indescribable divine light coursing through it. The other item was a box. This box was quite large and had an archaic style, as if it had been passed down from a distant era. Li Qia took out the two items. He didn't look twice at the old box, but he carefully stroked the rod-like item while nodding his head and murmuring, "Good, good, there is no problem after all." What is this indiscernible item? It is neither a weapon nor a treasure. Long Jingxian had an immortal fate, so very few things could fool her eyes. However, she still couldn't see through this rod-like item. Chapter 836, Ruins of the Celestial Realms. So at this moment when Yi Qingqing brought up Miao Chan, although the prince was still laughing and drinking, his mind felt somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing didn't bring her up again. The two of them continued to feast and talk about many things. After having his fill of wine, Yi Qingqing smiled and said, "I heard the golden daughter of the Jian clan also came to the beast realm. I have heard some rumors that she is together with Li Qia." The prince's eyes turned cold after stating this. Although Miao Chan was head over heels for him, he wanted to run away from her since he liked Jian Wushuang, who was as proud as a phoenix. Yi Qingqing shook his head and smiled. Jian Wushuang can be a bit immature and cannot see through people. She has only temporarily been charmed by Li Qia. Brother Golden Crow, there's no need to worry. With enough time, she will find out that someone like Li Qia is not worthy of her. Only a genius like you can be her real home. Although Yi Qingqing was trying to console him, the prince was very displeased after hearing this. Jian Wushuang had always been very arrogant. He stayed at the alchemy realm for a very long time to court her. In order to please her, he tried everything within his power, but she remained distant towards him. But now, how could he feel at ease when she was together with Li Qia? Because of this, Yi Qingqing's words made him even more uncomfortable. It sounded as if their pairing had become a fact. An ignorant brat like him dares to call himself fierce? He doesn't know his own worth. The prince was unhappy due to Miao Chan being brought up earlier, and now he was even angrier after hearing about Jian Wushuang. Since he had a few cups already, he couldn't suppress his anger any longer. The noble blood of the demon god flows in your body, Li Qie is just a nobody. Yi Qingxing smiled, so there is no need to pay any mind to this matter. A girl can be confused at times. Wait until she realizes it, she'll know where her home truly is. Just be patient. Someone as brilliant as you will be able to step into the heavenly Tao in the future to threaten the 9 worlds. Li Qie will be eclipsed while Jian Wushuang will swoon over your invincible presence and fall into your embrace. Yi Qingxing comforted the prince. Due to the influence of the wine, the prince's pride came out as he sneered, "Brother Yi, you think too highly of Li Qie. Why the need to wait for the future against someone like him? I can teach him a lesson right now." Yi Qingxing gently shook his head in response, "Brother Golden Crow, it is not that I am lacking confidence in you. You are versed in 2 different styles, so you are peerless in the contemporary times, but this Li Qie is full of wily schemes. I'm afraid you will fall into his trap. Don't worry, I will only go see him. It is not like I will go there to fight and kill. There's no need to be so cautious about a trap or anything." The prince responded with a smile. "Not true." Yi Qingxing tried to persuade him, "It is best to always be cautious of people. In my opinion, you should let Fairy Miao Chan go with you. With her around, Li Qie will only be displaying his slight skill before an expert with his schemes. Brother Ye's words are too much." The prince waved his sleeve and smiled, "If I truly wanted to defeat Li Qie, there wouldn't be a need for junior sister's help. I can do it by myself. In that case, we don't have to talk about this anymore. Come, drink more." They raised their cups and drank more. Eventually, the prince left while feeling a bit drunk. Yi Qingxing smirked after watching the prince walking away. He told a nearby confidant, "Tell the cloud-soaring venerable to watch the ravine's moves. When the prince goes to find Li Qie, tell the venerable to fan the flames if possible." The confidant passed on this command, then curiously asked, "Young noble, the Golden Crow Prince has Miao Chan as his strategist. I'm afraid he will not go to Li Qie to cause trouble so carelessly." "No need to worry. If he wants to go find Li Qie, he absolutely won't talk it over with Miao Chan." Yi Qingxing chuckled, "How can I not know what he is thinking? The more I bring up Miao Chan, the less he wants to talk it over with her." Yi Qingxing aimed to drive a wolf to attack a tiger. To him, the prince was a possible option. He also knew that Miao Chan was wise, and with her planning, both the ravine and the prince wouldn't become his pawns. Thus, he purposely made the prince steer away from Miao Chan. The more distant the two became, the better it was for him. There were some particular ruins in the beast realm. They were even more massive than a great country. Its vastness made it seem like it was an independent world. Not only were there broken walls and bricks, there were also countless shattered mountains. There were rivers boiled dry with the land torn asunder. The void was crushed into pieces, leaving behind eternal black holes. This was also a very dangerous location due to the scattered land. One misstep would result in dying instantly from being torn apart by the residual forces. Any cultivator would know at first glance that an unbelievable war took place here. The void shattered into pieces, the realms were torn asunder, and all the laws moldered. These are the ruins of the heavenly realm. The 4-eyed basilisk exclaimed after Li Qie took them to these vast ruins. "Yes, we are going to the heavenly ruins." Li Qie smiled and looked at this vast ruins ahead. He gently sighed in his mind. In the past, blood stained this entire place. "I know about these heavenly ruins." Long Jingxian spoke with a tinge of surprise. "I heard that these ruins used to be the territory of the divine beast realm. Later on, they provoked Empress Hong Tian, so the Empress brought her invincible army to massacre them. Rumor has it that the beast realm used to be a drifting continent in the sky. It was eventually dragged down from the sky by the Empress." Long Jingxian recalled the war in the past. Recalling this tale filled her with excitement. There's far more than just that. That war was one where blood ran like rivers and corpses were piled as high as mountains. The divine beast realm that had ruled over the stone medicine world for many years was annihilated overnight. The entire world drowned in fear when that happened, and no one dared to come out. The basilisk quivered after bringing this up. He had heard his elders talk about it when he was a child. Your basilisk tribe was smart, so it was able to avoid the calamity. Li Chia smilingly said. The basilisk felt a chill when he thought about this topic. He coughed and said, "Boss, please stop joking around." In fact, before the start of this war, our tribe had already drawn a line with the divine beast realm. Although it is said that we came from the beast realm, our relationship was as distant as could be. Jian Wushuang coldly stared at the basilisk and said, "Nevertheless, your ancestors indeed came from the basilisk tribe. The beast realm is known as the dwelling place of divine beasts like true dragons and divine phoenixes. Your basilisk tribe has the bloodline of true dragons." No, Miss Jian, you cannot make such a statement. The basilisk was frightened and exclaimed, "That was a matter of a very distant past. Although our ancestors came from the beast realm, that was back in the desolate era. At that time, the divine beast realm didn't recognize a side branch like our basilisk tribe. It is all in the past, just old memories, nothing more." Li Chia smiled after seeing the alarmed basilisk. The basilisk quickly added, "Boss is right. This was all in the past, the divine beast realm has already become history." Long Jingxian glanced over at the basilisk and inquired, "Oh? Aren't you always very arrogant and untethered? What are you afraid of? My little ancestor, you cannot just blather on." The basilisk jumped from fear. He looked around with a shocked expression and whispered, "We cannot talk about this matter carelessly. It involves an earth-shattering secret hidden behind the dark curtains, so it is very taboo." Dark curtains? The least knowledgeable in this crowd was the old turtle. He asked with surprise after seeing the bullish basilisk being so nervous. "I actually have heard about this before." Long Jingxian, on the other hand, wasn't afraid at all compared to the frightened basilisk. The legend states that it wasn't only Empress Hong Tian who was involved in the destruction of the beast realm back then. There was a dark hand that massacred them all. The rumor even goes further to say that this dark hand had always been controlling the state of the 9 worlds for millions of years. Shoo! My little ancestor, this is a forbidden topic. You cannot talk about it carelessly or it will attract a calamity. Even a lineage or existence more powerful than the current powers will still be annihilated." The frightened basilisk hurriedly whispered. "Bah, coward." Long Jingxian looked at the basilisk in response, "I don't believe this taboo matter. There is no one else here, even if we talk about this forbidden topic, no one will know. This has nothing to do with me." The basilisk's neck shrunk a bit and told Li Chia, "Boss, the little ancestor is the one who said it. I didn't say anything, right?" Li Chia couldn't help but smile. The four-eyed basilisk didn't know the real story and had only speculated some of it. Chapter 837, Legend of the Dark Hand Behind the Curtain. As for the old turtle, even though he had lived for a very long time, he spent the majority of his time hiding at the base of Quicksand River, so he was unaware of many rumors. He curiously asked after seeing the scared basilisk, "Is the legendary dark hand behind the curtains that powerful? How is the person compared to an immortal emperor?" Difficult to say. The always arrogant Jian Wushuang turned serious when they mentioned the legendary taboo existence. This dark hand behind the curtains has been a mystery for millions of years. Some say that it is a person while others claim that it is a demon. Maybe it's neither. No one in this world knows just how powerful this existence is. I don't believe that he is really that strong." Long Jingxian snorted in defiance. Jian Wushuang glanced at her and sneered, "If he isn't powerful, then would your Beastmaster Citadel hide for so long after the destruction of the divine beast realm? To be frank, isn't this because of fear?" "Oh. You are speaking as if your Jian clan isn't afraid of this dark hand either." If your clan is so mighty, why don't you go challenge this existence then? Long Jingxian immediately countered. Jian Wushuang coldly responded, what do we have to be afraid of? The destructive war in the past had nothing to do with our clan. Even if this dark hand is still alive, we have no feud with him. Please, all of this talk can be boiled down to your clan being afraid of him, afraid that he will start killing in the stone medicine world again just like in the past. Long Jingxian snorted. The two of them always started fighting when they were together. The truth is that this dark hand behind the curtains didn't only massacre the stone medicine world once. Rumor has it that it happened at least twice. Outside of the divine beast realm, I heard that he once massacred the entire alchemy realm, and it even spread to the beast and stone realms. I think the massacre that time had something to do with a dark race. The basilisk couldn't keep himself from contributing. How many people could imagine how cruel and grand the battle was back then just by looking at the current ruins? The divine beast realm had an unbelievable origin. Although they called themselves the dwelling of divine beasts, they were not true divine beasts. However, their bloodlines proved that they were indeed the descendants of these beasts. In that era, they were considered the most powerful lineage of the demon race and dominated the stone medicine world for a long time. In later generations, some people considered this sect to have 4 emperors, but this was not the case. It had 3 immortal emperors as well as 4 alchemy emperors. The last descendant of the realm was recognized by the heavens will and became one of the most powerful emperor candidates in his time. However, he still lost to Empress Hong Tian and couldn't become an emperor. Even the alchemy kingdom back then was wary of the beast realm due to their powerful bloodline. Without that battle, perhaps the beast realm would still be ruling the stone medicine world today. The beast realm wasn't convinced back when their descendant lost to the empress. They encouraged all the sects in the stone medicine world to ambush the empress who had yet to ascend. All the most powerful lineages in this world were involved in this terrible ambush, including the alchemy kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel as well as other imperial sections. Before the attack, the 100-life alchemy emperor strongly opposed the kingdom's participation. Alas, there were many powerful ancestors in the kingdom back then, so his opinion was dismissed. This ambush enraged Li Qia, who was still the Dark Crow. In his wrath, he sent his army of millions to enter the stone medicine world. The empress took the vanguard to attack the divine beast realm. The entire stone medicine world was full of howls during that battle as the land was drowned by darkness and a downpour of blood. Li Qia's invincible cavalry swept through the stone medicine world's alliance and laid siege to the beast realm. Eventually, this realm that flew in the sky was forcefully dragged to the earth by the empress and completely collapsed. Right afterward, the 100-life alchemy emperor brought the elders of the kingdom to surrender. Under the emperor's pleas, Li Qia forgave the kingdom due to their past friendship. These great powers made a blood oath to Li Qia to never show themselves in the world again. Later on, Empress Hong Tian formally ascended and laid her suppressions on these powers' ancestral lands. From then on, these behemoths laid low in reclusion. As for the old turtle, even though he had lived for a very long time, he spent the majority of the time hiding at the base of Quicksand River, so he was unaware of many anecdotes. He curiously asked after seeing the scared basilisk, "Is the legendary dark hand behind the curtains that powerful? How is the person compared to an immortal emperor?" Difficult to say. The always arrogant Jian Wushuang turned serious when they mentioned the taboo existence in the legends. This dark hand behind the curtains had always been a mystery for millions of years. Some say that it is a person while others claim that it is a demon. Maybe it's neither. No one in this world knows just how powerful this existence is. I don't believe that he is really that strong. Long Jingxian snorted in defiance. Jian Wushuang glanced at her and sneered, "If he isn't powerful, then would your Beastmaster Citadel hide for so long after the destruction of the divine beast realm? To be frank, isn't this because of fear?" "Oh. You are speaking as if your Jian clan isn't afraid of this dark hand either. If your clan is so mighty, why don't you go challenge this existence then?" Long Jingxian countered immediately. Chapter 838, Flirtatious Banter. After stepping inside the ruins, Long Jingxian strutted around like an extremely excited mad woman. The old turtle felt that there was something strange about the ruins and anxiously stated, There is a very strong murderous air here. Li Chia chuckled. Blood ran like rivers back then. Countless experts of the stone medicine world lost their lives in this place, more than 1,000 ancestors in fact. These ruins were stained by blood, so of course the air here would be like this. The old turtle felt chills after hearing this. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could already imagine just how thrilling and devastating that battle was. I heard the beast realm had the biggest treasury in the stone medicine world. I'm sure every inch of this land is full of treasures. Should we excavate it? Long Jingxian happily ran back and laughed. Jian Wushuang snorted. The beast realm was destroyed millions of years ago. This land has been dug by people in its entirety. It is too late for your turn. Forget it, what do you know? Long Jingxian glared at Jian Wushuang in response. If a treasure could be found so easily, then it would no longer be a treasure. I am supreme in this world. The treasures not found by others shall be revealed by me alone. She raised her head in an arrogant pose after declaring this. However, her arrogant aura was not as strong as Jian Wushuang's. She had a lively and noble aura, but her aggressiveness was truly lacking. Immortal emperors have been here before, do you think you can compare to them? Jian Wushuang snorted. Long Jingxian wasn't convinced and proudly said, So what if they are immortal emperors? As long as I try a bit more, I can become one as well. Are emperors more brilliant than me? Plus, even if they have been here before, there is a rumor about a secret treasury in the beast realm that has yet to be found. This clearly shows that even immortal emperors couldn't find it. But I am here now, and I'll definitely figure it out. These words were quite arrogant and exuded boundless confidence. However, she indeed had the ability to declare this. A natural-born immortal fate was destined for greatness. Alas, she liked to play around too much and didn't train in earnest. Otherwise, she would have reigned over the world and the title of number one wouldn't belong to Yi Qingcheng. Li Chia gently shook his head. Wushuang is right about this. These ruins have been completely rummaged through by others. It's not just limited to this world, many paragons from the 9 worlds have come here before, and a few immortal emperors were among them as well. If there is a secret treasury, then people would have found it long ago. Long Jingxian stared at Li Chia and stated, Don't try to trick me. Our Beastmaster Citadel has a deep understanding of the beast realm. I have read many ancient scrolls about it, and there is definitely a secret treasure trove. Li Chia laughed in response. Oh? Then those records must be erroneous. Naturally, he clearly knew whether there was a secret treasury here or not. Nevertheless, Long Jingxian was right about a few things. The Beastmaster Citadel indeed knew the beast realm very well due to their deep past ties. I know that you are aware of this secret. Her natural-born immortal fate made her very keen. She stared at him for a long time and began to act coquettishly. Li Chia only smiled. He naturally wouldn't reveal this secret to an outsider so easily. Husband, everyone says that there are no secrets between husband and wife, right? Long Jingxian immediately pulled on his arm in a playful manner. Her chest was very plump, so its gentle touch was a fatal temptation. Li Chia lazily looked at her and said, Little girl, don't try to tempt me or it won't end well for you. What do you mean by tempt? Isn't this type of thing normal for us as husband and wife? The little demoness had a gentle and loving touch as if she was a virtuous wife. The others grew wary. They quickly backed off to not bother this flirtatious pair. Li Chia chuckled in response, Little girl, you might want to marry me, but the feeling is not mutual. She glared at him in annoyance, but just a second later, she turned gentle again and lovingly held his arm like a little wife while softly saying, Even if husband doesn't want to marry me, I'll still follow you forever. How shameless. Jian Wushuang looked down on her and sneered. Long Jingxian immediately glared at her, Jian Wushuang, just admit that you are jealous of me. This girl changed her attitude faster than the flipping of a page. Earlier, she was coyly leaning on Li Chia, but now she turned cheeky in the blink of an eye. You are only a crazy girl, what is there to be jealous of? Jian Wushuang said with disdain. Long Jingxian looked at her, then back at Li Chia and laughed. Haha, I understand. Little Jian girl, I know that you like Li Chia. You want to steal my husband. Who would want to be involved with a crazy girl like you? Jian Wushuang leered at her and coldly responded, only someone insane like you would keep calling him husband. Oh, stop trying to deny it. I can smell your jealousy from here. Long Jingxian was happy to see Jian Wushuang riled up and revealed a kingdom-toppling smile. Li Chia wryly smiled and shook his head in response to this crazy girl. He glared at her with a fiery stare. Little girl, stop using me for your argument. If you really want to marry me, then I'll take you in tonight. His hot glare and direct words flustered the normally bold Long Jingxian. Oh. Is it all a lie, you don't want to admit it? Jian Wushuang used this chance to add insult to injury. Long Jingxian arched her chest. Her already towering breasts started to sway in a wavy motion when she purposely posed in this manner, resulting in an even more breathtaking and fatal temptation. Who says I wouldn't do it? Long Jingxian glared at Jian Wushuang, then back at Li Chia and declared, I will give you a test. If you can pass, then I'll marry you. It will be an aptitude test, right? Li Chia smiled and gently shook his head, although you are really beautiful, wanting me to take a test for you. Sorry, not interested. This young master does not lack for women, understand? Smelly Chia, she became furious and started to pinch his arm without mercy. Are you a man or not? To be afraid of accepting a challenging like this. What are you afraid of? Take her on. Jian Wushuang also urged him. How can this girl be better than you? Just take her on. Humph, Jian Wushuang, stop fanning the flames so jovially. If I actually marry Li Chia, then you have to call me young mistress. Long Jingxian declared. Jian Wushuang looked down on her in response. Wait until you have the ability to become his wife first, then you can boast. Hey, do you dare or not? Long Jingxian immediately asked Li Chia again. Her fiery temperament was truly enchanting. Li Chia shook his head. Girl, I have never been afraid of a challenge. Marrying you is no big deal either, but to be frank, the position of young mistress does not belong to you. I can reconsider if you want to be a concubine, though. Bah, those are some strong words. Long Jianxian had both hands on her hips. With a fierce look, she boldly said, You want me to be a concubine? Don't even think about it. I don't believe that there is a better woman in this world than I. I'm confident that even the so-called #1 beauty in the stone medicine world, Ming Yeshua, is not better than me. Humph, as for talents, I can claim to be #1. Yi Qingqing or whatever can step aside. This girl was truly domineering. However, her words were true. In terms of looks alone, she was not necessarily worse than Ming Yeshua. It was just that they were two entirely different people. Little girl, you don't get it. Li Chia gently shook his head. To me, looks are just superficial, and I don't care for your talents either. There are those who are even more brilliant than you. Humph. Even if you are right, so what? Long Jingxian gritted her teeth and scowled. You are nothing special either. Humph, as if anyone would want to marry you. Li Chia laughed and shook his head. Good, you said it yourself, not me. Plus, if I want to marry, I can have my choice of fairies and goddesses. I know that you are very proud, but I am even more arrogant than you. Long Jingxian angrily spoke. What's the use of just speaking? It is only boasting with mere words, prove it. Chapter 839, Opening the Bayan Beast World. Li Chia didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her response. He smiled and said, Girl, you will find out in the future that your final pursuit is only a mortal emperor, but for me, that is only the beginning. The heavens above is where my journey starts. Humph, now you're just bragging. She snorted. Although she was unhappy, she found some clues from Li Qia's words about something different. As a natural immortal fate, she was more perceptive than others. See? You want to become the young mistress? Out of the question. Jian Wuxuang snorted, still as beautiful as ever. Long Jingxian gave her a mean look, then pulled on Li Qia's arm with a gentle look. Fine, concubine then. Love is boundless after all. However, I have a request. In the future, assign that girl to me. I will order her around as my maid. Li Qia wasn't expecting this request. Jian Wuxuang, on the other hand, glared at her. Stop daydreaming. Their dialogue was quite lively, causing the basilisk and the old turtle in the distance to click their tongues. The basilisk was amazed and said, so domineering, one really cannot mess with a girl like that. The group smiled while the two girls continued to argue boisterously. Like this, they made their way deeper into the ruins. At this location, broken tiles were everywhere. It was clear that there used to be a huge temple here, but only remnants could be found. Li Qia went in a circle around the site before stopping at a certain corner. He ordered the old turtle and the basilisk, dig right here. The two didn't know what he wanted to do, but they still instantly started digging. Long Jingxian looked around and curiously asked, why are we here? Li Qia lightly replied, didn't you want to take a look at the Biyao beast world? Wait for it, this is only the beginning. You can actually open a path to the beast world? Jian Wuxuang was startled. No one has seen it since the destruction of the divine beast realm. I heard even immortal emperors tried to open the beast world to no avail. Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you? Li Qia smiled. While the group was talking, the old turtle and the basilisk had dug up the corner of this part of the ruins. After reaching a certain depth, they met a layer of hard rocks. They were very coarse-looking and not too special at all. This type of rock seemed to be the common lava rock of the stone medicine world, something that could be found anywhere in the ground. If there was something special about this rocky layer, then it would be the particular dent in that layer, but even that was very inconspicuous. Li Qia took out an item. It was the rod-like object from the Tai clan. He then inserted it into the dent on the rocky layer. Click. The moment this item went inside the layer, a sudden change occurred. The item broke apart into little bronze pieces that instantly pierced the rocky layer. Everyone then noticed mysterious runic outlines on top of the rocky layer that were quite difficult to notice before. Li Qia's right hand formed a fist that he slowly placed on the rocky layer. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The unexpected happened. The little pieces seemed to have come to life and instantly latched onto his fist, turning into a glove. This bronze glove made it so that Li Qia's fist and the rocky layer merged together. Clank, clank, clank. Li Qia turned the rock around with his hand. It made everyone feel as if the ruins were turning in their entirety as well. It was as if Li Qia was capable of altering the entire location. Buzz. The impossible occurred. An endless divine light soared from a remote depth of the ruins. It pierced the sky and continued all the way to the farthest reaches of the firmament. After doing so, the rays of light intertwined as if it was about to turn into a gigantic portal, about to drag something out. In an instant, very powerful dragon hymns rang as if something was being dragged down from the sky by this mighty force. Clank, clank, some changes occurred on Li Qia's glove. It turned back to its original form, but it had a newfound radiance as if it was full of life. This thing, Jian Wuxuang was moved while looking at this rod-like item in Li Qia's hand. Long Jingxian was startled as well. I know this object. This is the key to allow the beast world to appear. Legends say that the Biyao beast world had something to do with the divine beast realm. So it turns out that this item has always been in of the divine beast realm. Li Qia smiled and quipped, "You're not too stupid." The basilisk was horrified as he murmured to himself, but this item was hidden in the Tai clan. If that is the case, then, at this point, he stared at Li Qia in shock. There are some things best kept to oneself. Li Qie glanced at the basilisk dismissively. The basilisk quivered at the magnitude of the idea forming in his mind. Just the thought alone made him feel a chill. Of course, Li Qie would not easily reveal this secret about the beast world. It was a place without a master, but in order to enter it, the item in Li Qie's hand was crucial. A very long time ago, this item did not belong to the divine beast realm, but the realm obtained it later on. The beast realm had always wanted to monopolize the beast world but was met with failure. During the Great Battle, the realm wanted to borrow the vast power of the beast world for one last-ditch effort. In the end, it wasn't successful and they were still massacred by the invincible cavalry. Afterward, this rod-like item fell into Li Qie's hands. It had expended all of its power, so Li Qie left it with the heavenly flame goddess so that she could hide it in the stone medicine world in order to borrow the worldly energy to nourish it. After millions of years, this item finally recovered, and Li Qie wanted to use it to make the beast world appear again. We can stay here for now. There is still some time before the true emergence of the beast world. Li Qie told everyone. Jian Wuxuang directly summoned a building for them to stay in. The divine light up high in the sky seemed to be opening a new world, or perhaps dragging one into the stone medicine world. How could such a big commotion not attract the attention of others? On this day, many saw this scene. Quite a few ancestors and even some eternal existences from the imperial lineages were alarmed. These ancestor-level characters took deep breaths while murmuring, "This is..." A few archaic existences sleeping underground woke up after being reported to by their descendants. They opened their heavenly eyes to look straight at the firmament and saw the amazing scene before uncontrollably murmuring, "The Biyao beast world is actually appearing. Incredible, who has the power to actually open it?" The entire world was shaken overnight. The news of the Biyao beast world's appearance swept across the plains like a storm. Many didn't dare to believe this news after hearing it because the beast world had never appeared after the destruction of the divine beast realm. Even immortal emperors had tried to search for it and failed. So it's finally reappearing after tens of millions of years. Many big shots came out one after another, shaken by this news. The lineages began to mobilize their troops and made preparations to enter the beast world. The Biyao beast world was one of the 6 great ancestral earths that belonged to immortals. Its origins were unclear and it had been this way since an ancient age. No one knew where exactly it came from. However, there were many speculations. Some believed that it was the dwelling of the divine beast, Biyao. Some also believed that it was a land left behind by immortals from the ancient eras. Another bold statement claimed that it had something to do with the origin of the golem race. The last speculation was not without reason because the stones in the beast world had indescribable magical properties to them. They seemed to be closely linked to the golems. The most significant example was Immortal Emperor Biyao. This emperor was the second emperor of the Alchemy Kingdom. His true origin was a stone that fell from the beast world. Because of this, future generations believed that the golem race was closely related to the beast world. But despite this, no one would dare to look down on her since they would be overwhelmed with fear of the myriad realms floating behind her as if she had an entire world as her backing. She radiated a fear-inspiring aura as if she was a demon god. Her eyes were full of power and seemed as if they could suck out the souls of others. This woman with a hen's head was from the same race as the 4-eyed basilisk. However, she only had 2 eyes while he had 4. Venerable basilisk. Jian Wuxuang was surprised to see this woman. The Venerable was a famous genius in the stone medicine world. She, along with the dragon tiger monarch, was regarded as the greatest geniuses of the last generation. The petrification technique of her tribe had been honed to perfection. Even ancestors from the previous generation were quite wary in her presence. With her illustrious fame, she was working for Mei Aonan of the Imperial Edge as a powerful general and had contributed greatly. Li Qie, hand over my little brother. The Venerable's eyes turned cold like 2 sharp blades the moment she saw Li Qie. Though her appearance was not beautiful, her voice was very pleasant and enchanting. Anyone who only listened to her voice would think that she was a great beauty. Your little brother? Li Qie looked at her and smiled. Are you talking about that basilisk with 4 eyes? That's right. The Venerable raised her voice. I can sense his aura at your place, so there is no need for sophistry. Be smart and let him go to avoid trouble. Chapter 841. Venerable Basilisk. Li Qie smiled in response and teasingly gestured with his hands. Sorry, but you are a step too late. I have already dealt with that basilisk. I plucked his feathers and am ready to cook him. As a basilisk yourself, do you think it is better to boil or fry your kind? If you are interested, I can throw you a leg since I have always been hospitable. He chuckled sardonically afterward. The Venerable's expression quickly changed after hearing this. She grew furious as the hair on her head, no, the feathers on her head flared up. Her enraged voice rang out, You want to die? With that, she immediately lunged straight at Li Qie. Take this arrow. Jian Wuxuang shot out an astonishingly fast arrow to stop the Venerable. The Venerable snorted and unleashed a ray of light from one eye. Her glare immediately petrified the arrow. Meanwhile, the other eye shot out another ray towards Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang's bow lit up and shot out a forward arrow that turned into myriad realms for protection. The Venerable's glare fell on these realms and began to petrify them as well, resulting in a strange sound. Watch this. Long Jingxian also rushed forward after seeing just how powerful the Venerable's glare was. She immediately unleashed her wide array of Emperor's laws. Her left hand used a technique from Immortal Emperor Qin He and her right a technique from Immortal Emperor Yu Shou. Take this arrow. Jian Wuxuang shot out an astonishingly fast arrow to stop the Venerable. The Venerable snorted and unleashed a ray of light from one eye. Her glare immediately petrified the arrow. Meanwhile, the other eye shot out another ray towards Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang's bow lit up and shot out a forward arrow that turned into myriad realms for protection. The Venerable's glare fell on these realms and began to petrify them as well, resulting in a strange sound. Watch this. Long Jingxian also rushed forward after seeing just how powerful the Venerable's glare was. She immediately unleashed her wide array of Emperor's laws. Her left hand used a technique from Immortal Emperor Qin He and her right a technique from Immortal Emperor Yu Shou. The Venerable slightly shifted her gaze and shot out another ray. With a buzzing sound, it instantly petrified the 2 Emperor laws from Long Jingxian. Chapter 846. Origin of the Divine Beast Realm, the True Blood of Divine Beasts? Long Jingxian was caught off guard. I've used 1 drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, Immortal Emperor Yu Shou, only left 1 drop behind. You are very lucky that he left behind something so great for your citadel. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive right now. Li Qie gently nodded. Someone with an immortal fate shouldn't have been able to live. Luckily, the Beastmaster Citadel had a frightening treasury. They used a drop of true blood, something that was unimaginable to others, in order to save Long Jingxian. Li Qie said, the ancestors of the beast realm refined all of these bones with residual divinity and true blood. They even mixed the true blood into their own longevity blood. This was why they announced to the world that they had the bloodline of divine beasts. Their future descendants also inherited this divine bloodline. Without a doubt, these ancestors were amazing as they were able to change their offspring's bloodline. Jian Wuxuang asked, the divine beast realm was built on top of the space that their ancestors found? Li Qie nodded gently, yes, they established their sect and ancestral ground here. Moreover, they buried the corpses of these divine beasts and worshipped them as their ancestors. Because of this location was later called the Ancestral Tomb. Bah, just a bunch of pretenders. Long Jingxian spoke with disdain. What is this about ancestors? They just want to raise their own value. Do they really think that they are the descendants of divine beasts just because they came across a bunch of corpses? Li Qie smiled and said, Of course they would do such things, they want to advertise their pure bloodline. Otherwise, how could demons like the Basilisk tribe that actually has the real bloodline of a true dragon join them? Because of their prestige back then, many powerful demon races joined them. Now what? Long Jingxian's gaze shifted towards the huge tombs before them. Are we about to unearth all the divine bones here? Don't be so rude. Li Qie pinched her nose and said, we are not here to rob the graves, we're here to refine them. You want to use these bones to deal with Yi Qingsheng and the Divine Valley? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but glance at him after hearing this. Everyone in the entire stone medicine world knew about how Li Qie used a phoenix's corpse to slay god monarchs. This was something that shocked the entire world. Stop, Jian Wushuang, your words speak too highly of our enemies, they'll only lower our morale. Long Jingxian looked at her with one eye and proudly stated, who the hell is Yi Qingsheng? Why the need to go through so much trouble? Just leave Yi Qingsheng to me, I'll beat him until his own parents won't recognize him anymore. Yi Qingsheng doesn't have parents. Jian Wushuang also looked back at her with disdain and said, he came from a stone. Long Jingxian loftily retorted, Doesn't matter, I meant what I said. Li Qie smiled helplessly to their argument and said, the little girl is right about that, Yi Qingsheng cannot force me to do this. Since the beast world is about to emerge, there will be lineages coming blinded by greed. At that time, without slaughtering a group of god monarchs and god kings, they will start thinking that I'm easily bullied. Jian Wushuang immediately understood that he wasn't aiming for Yi Qingsheng but the behemoths behind the scenes. Slaughtering god monarchs and god kings was an impossible matter for the younger generation. However, Jian Wushuang knew very well that if blind god kings came to this event, then their fates would be sealed and their blood would stain the earth. Li Qie told the two, okay, just stand to the side and watch. I'm going to begin. Hey, smelly Qie, let me have a few divine corpses. It would be best if it is a complete corpse. Long Jingxian had a great idea and quickly latched onto Li Qie. What's fun about that? This isn't something to joke about. Li Qie angrily pinched her nose. Never mind then, what a miser. Long Jingxian pulled on his arm again and acted like a spoiled child. It's just a few corpses, you even gave the corpse god to Tai Lan who didn't like you at all. Why won't you give me a few divine corpses for fun? Just think about it, how majestic would it be to ride a golden dragon? These corpses are different from the corpse god. Li Qie gently shook his head and said, although the corpse god is dead as well, it was incubated by the Tombskull sect for millions of years. Plus, after the purification of the exorcism formation, it is now full of endless holy power. Thus, even though it is already even if those things come out from the ground, I wouldn't care at all. Then why are you suddenly making preparations right now? Long Jingxian blinked with her pure yet enchanting eyes. Because I have a few things that I don't want to use since it would be too wasteful. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, plus, it is not certain that I will deal with the Divine Valley. What other items or schemes do you have? Let me have a look. Long Jingxian stared at Li Qie in a very cute manner. Little girl, don't get any ideas. Li Qie glanced back and knew exactly what she wanted. Long Jingxian didn't seem to mind at all. She intimately hugged his arm and lovingly said, don't be so stingy. What's yours is mine, right? I'm not asking for much, only your chapter from earlier. This chapter is really too amazing. I have looked at it for so long yet I still can't grasp it. She blinked cutely while saying this. Her immortal fate talents were beyond words since she could even copy an emperor law to 60 to 70% potential with a single glance despite not being able to grasp their true profundities. However, she had looked at Li Qie's death chapter for a very long time and couldn't fathom the least bit from it. Of course, it was part of the death scripture, one of the 9 grand scriptures. If she could grasp it after just 1 or 2 glances, then it wouldn't deserve to be part of the 9. Not even an immortal fate could accomplish this feat, nice try. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. He then looked over at her and jokingly said, since you said what's yours is mine, then very well, your Beastmaster Citadel has several treasures that I like a lot, why don't you give them to me? Okay, no problem. Long Jingxian agreed right away and kept on hugging his arm. Husband and wife need to have solidarity, so all I have is yours. If you want something, I'll definitely help you get it. Which ones do you want? Wow, already taking stuff from your clan even before marriage. Jian Wushuang looked at her and quipped, there is a great saying, one cannot hold on to a daughter forever. So what? This is how I like it, what are you going to do? Long Jingxian gloatingly glared at her, don't even think about marrying my husband. Jian Wushuang turned livid from this and angrily glared back at her. Li Qiye had grown used to them arguing at least 3 times a day. He gently shook his head towards Long Jingxian and said, this is a big if. And even if you really do marry me, I will not pass this chapter down to you. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.